Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your favorite spooky boys back in the building. That's right. We're back for the finals of the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 8. You can tell we're already having a great time. We're here. It's going to be an awesome day. 6 games today for us. Another 6 tomorrow. And who better to spend it with Adam and Vivid, our favorite spooky boys.
Boo. Sorry. Did I scare? Hopefully I didn't scare you. But yes, we are back. We are in an FNCS Finals once again, Chapter 2, Season 8. Man, I'm so excited to get all these trios that we have been working so hard to gather all together through qualifying weeks, bringing some trios back from the previous season. Finally, we are getting that top of the competition in one single lobby today. Adam, I am so excited.
Guys, I can't believe we're here. We're at base camp. We talked about it this week, getting to the base camp of the mountain, and now it's the final ascension towards the Axe of Champions. I mean, this has been an amazing week as well. We've had back-to-back FNCS the last few days, and we're culminating now in the FNCS finals. 2 days of just non-stop Fortnite action. It's gonna be amazing. You guys are here. We've got the casters. You guys watching at home. It's gonna be amazing. Can't wait.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be a blast. Let's talk about a few things before we jump on that battle bus. 19 minutes before we could do so. Let's talk about a few things like watch.fortnite.com, a great place to do what you're already doing right now, but there's leaderboards on the right side of your screen. Go check it out, watch.fortnite.com. And you guys know we start the day in Europe. This is NA East, and later on we'll end the day in NA West. 6 matches there today, and then come back tomorrow for those remaining 6 where we crown potentially new FNCS Trios champions. We'll find out. Now let's take a look at the overall tournament format. So we've had 2 open qualifier rounds that have gotten us to this very point. 2 days ago, we started the semifinals day number 1. Yesterday, we kicked off that reboot round style in semifinals day number 2. But now, Vivid, it's time for the finals, day number 1.
Yeah, the finals. Here we go. 2 days of competition, 6 games per day for a total of 12 games. And then the trio that claims first place is obviously going to be crowned your Chapter 2 Season 8 champions. If we take a look to the left, you'll see how each of our trios have gathered here today. 2 trios from last season, 10 trios from qualifiers 1 and 2. If you remember, top 5 in each of those weeks. Semifinals day 1, we took top 4 from each of the 2 heats that we had. And then that reboot round style semifinals day 2, where we gathered every single trio that got a victory round. That was 12 trios for a total of 32 trios today.
32 trios all competing for that top prize. It's really interesting as well. Yesterday, obviously, we only had the last team standing kind of format. Today, we're back to points again, and that is going to differentiate the winners from the losers. You can see here on the screen right now, we have standings first and foremost. You have 18th through 24th place today. You get 5 points. You start to make your way through that table towards the top 6. You can see in 6th position, you get 20 points. You make your way up towards first place. If you get a victory royale today, you get 30 points, which is mega towards your total score. Obviously, all our teams have 12 games in total, 6 today, 6 tomorrow. But the differentiator, the elimination score. 2 points for every elimination in this competition, which we've seen makes a huge difference, guys, across the entirety of this competition. If you can balance the 2, as we always say, that combination is so pivotal. And if you can do both things correctly across the next couple of days, you are onto the home stretch, potentially being the winners of FNCS.
A true test of the skill set of these trios, right? Being able to find that balance. And of course, we can't forget there's prize money on the line. Woo-hoo! We can actually take a deeper dive and see exactly the breakdown, rather. Here you go, $135,000 for the winning trio. But do keep in mind, even if a trio doesn't walk away in that first place spot, if you could go from like 33rd up to, say, 5th, that is such a leap in prize money, right? So every trio will be competing to try and land. Even in the top 10 would be huge. So we'll have to see how things play out here in NA East. Now, we just got to see the 7 regions that are going head-to-head. Guess what? We actually have our first set of champions coming out of the Middle East. That's right, because remember, they play a little bit before we do. Their 2 games are done. So congratulations, Phantom Kai and Abu Fal, your new champions coming out of Middle East. 374 points, Vivid.
Yeah, 374 points, 3 victory royales, and 77 eliminations for an average placement of 8.9. Very, very impressive over the span of just 12 games, right? So, and then you guys can see here, it was obviously just a battle at the top between that trio in first and Helon, Cal, and Murloc here with 370 points. Only a 4-point difference between those two. But Adam, look at this difference between second and third.
Crazy. 80 points. That is enormous. An 80-point difference. And the two top teams really out in front there, as you can see, and well deserved. You know, I mean, as you said yourself, you know, average eliminations of 6.42 per game is massive for the top team there. But what's really interesting to me as well, third and fourth position, only 1 point separated for PF, EXO, and Taki, and Spy, Rapid, and RV. You can see there 1 point. That's less than one elimination. It's half an elimination. That was $3,000 difference for that 1 point, which is absolutely monstrous. It's huge. But as you can see, the rest of the the points there on the board here, and all the kind of the money differentiations, the winning totals on the side as well. What's really interesting as well is, let's not forget, we're all here to celebrate Fortnite as well, and celebrate new players and players that we're used to seeing as well, the veterans. And I think it's really important that we recognize that the higher up the table they go, they can get the bigger money, and it gives them a real kickstart into what could be a career playing professionally for a lot longer periods. So we're all here celebrating everybody, regardless of where they are, whether they be kind of like the underdogs or the ones we expect to be in the top as well.
Dude, even just being able to make it to the finals, right? It is such a testament to the trio skill set. It's so difficult. And to be able to just say, look, we've made a finals, that in and of itself is huge. Now, let's talk about some trios that we need to be keeping our eyes on here in NAE. So we have a handful of here. In case you've never seen a Fortnite broadcast, you're like, Zeke, there's so many trios. Who do we follow? We got you covered. Vivid and Adam will be breaking all of this down. First up, we've got Commandment, Scented, and Stretched. I'm starting to get used to saying this trio's name because this trio's brand new formed for this season. And why should we be really focusing on these trios, boys?
Listen, these guys newly formed before this season even started, right? Like a week or two before FNCS started, and qualifier 1, they got it done immediately. They ended up winning that first qualifier with 198 points. They played absolutely phenomenal. Their worst placed game was in 8th position. So these guys are here to make a testament, and it's awesome to see that this newly formed trio is doing so well. I love when trios like this form, because it's like you have the vets in Scented and Commandment who've been playing together on trios for a very long time now. But then you add Stretch in, who also has been playing at the very high level with just other trios. So all that information combined between all three of these players on this trio is just making like a monstrous thing that everybody on the field today has to be worried about.
Yeah, I think Commandment and Scented, if I remember correctly, the last 2 seasons, I think they placed second. So this could be the year. Now, changing things up now as well, with this new player in as well, it could make the world of difference. With Stretch on their team, they could go all the way this time out. But, Scented regarded as arguably the best player there is in the region. We'll have to wait and see if these guys can do it. But they won their qualifier, as Vivid alluded to as well. So they're going to be a great team to watch over the course of the next 2 days.
Absolutely. Here we go. Another one for you. Muzz, a champion from OCE that decided, I'm going to move to NAEs. I'm going to compete. You pair him up alongside Miro, another champion, and then Booga, your World Cup Solos champion. I mean, guys, this is like the tippy top, right? I feel like these guys will go very, very far.
The champion trio here.
Whoa.
Booga going to be the IGL here, and I think he's also doing the tarping. And then Miro, obviously a dominant force to be reckoned with, finding those eliminations. Always did a very good job when he was alongside Day. Now he has Muzz, an FNCS champion from OC, alongside him. And you guys can just check these highlights out here. The cohesion amongst this trio, even though newly formed as well, they also qualified in qualifier 1, got 5th place. So right off the bat, they immediately started to perform. So excited to see what they can do today.
Yeah, I mean, we've touched there as well on Booga obviously being a World Cup winning champion as a solo, but I think that's the kind of important thing about this particular trio is the reason they are a dream team in a respect is the fact that they all are capable on their own of clutching up and driving those points home, be it eliminations or standings points, which makes them very exciting. Because obviously we know with the format, 12 games, you need to be consistent to a degree, and with each of these players, they have the ability just to remain in that storm for as long as humanly possible to get those points. So that could be the big difference in this one. They are definitely ones to watch who could go all the way as well.
We got to keep throwing big names your way. Threats, Rise, and Edgy. I almost said it too fast again.
It's so easy to make the mistakes. It's so easy.
I'm trying my best out here, fam. I am.
Listen, guys, Edgy, Rise, and Threats. Rise has been rising up in the scene ever since the last season, being regarded as somebody who's a very good IGL. Edgy is used to having a very good IGL on his team because he used to have Scented. So Edgy is going to be very, very comfortable on this trio. He likes to play that co-IGL support role, and he's just very, very dominant at that. And then Threat is just a machine. Will find you eliminations whenever you really need them. So, and this is a trio that was newly formed like a week or two before FNCS even started. They came out qualifier 1, got third immediately. So all of these trios that we haven't seen in a very long time, just as a reminder, they are very, very good and instantly performed regardless of them being newly formed trios.
Yeah, it's a massive point to make, actually, because you think about the quality of all these players here. Like, when it first starts out, FNCS and qualification, other than the ones that qualified from last season, having placed, first, second, and third, you have to start from scratch like everybody else. So you still have to deliver the goods every single time. And, this is a team as well. I think Jamper has already qualified as well on a different trio, part of the Threats and Rise trio last season. It just goes to show that all these players, be them in the trios that they were last season or have switched things up this season, have still managed, mostly in some capacity, to get here to finals, which is just shows the caliber of the region and some of the players and individuals who have managed to kind of go all that way and have delivered when they needed to in the finals format.
Dude, absolutely. We got another one for you. Peterbot, Bucky, and Macwood. A very powerful trio that comes with a lot of stopping power.
Now listen, again, we had that week or two before FNCS started, that huge shuffle, right? And this is one of those trios that formed during that time. However, I expected them to be very, very good, kind of find themselves in an immediate qualification, but they found themselves all the way in semifinals at day 2, where they did win the first reboot round style game, right? They did get that immediate victory royale, but it took them a very long time, right? Going all the way down to the semifinals, whereas some of these other trios qualified very, very early on. Obviously, there's a lot of firepower on this trio. They are very, very good individual players. I am just a little worried, since it took them so long to actually get into finals, see how they're going to compete against these other trios that have been immediately performing, right? So maybe these guys have done a little bit of work, more work probably, and more experience than the other trios, right? Because when you instantly qualify, you don't get the experience of going through the next rounds, basically. So maybe that experience that this trio has gathered from taking so long to qualify for finals has actually a benefit for them.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a marathon, not a sprint as well. 12 games compared to the usual 6 or even 4 in semi-finals as well. These guys have been there or thereabouts every time. They've kind of just been underneath the automatic qualification through to finals. So I think if they get a good start today, it all depends obviously on POIs as well and who's being contested here and there. And Craggy, obviously, is this where these guys utilize the area very, very well. But last season, Peterbot's trio were they were kind of contestation. I think we're still using the contestation was rife there, so it really hindered them. If they get lucky in this in finals and they're not contested, they could really go very, very far. But they have to play as Vivid said. I don't think there's any opportunity. There's no room for slip ups now. You have to go for broke. There's only 12 games, and they've got to prove to us why they should be champions.
100%. And next up, and possibly the last one, Degen, Agers, and Kanata. So Degen and Agers, you've probably heard these names before, but when you have someone like Kanata on their team, he is someone that is extremely good at the game, but he requires just that focus, right? To just take him and point him in a direction and say, hey, that's a problem, deal with that, please.
Yeah, Kanata will he can pretty much, handle any of these players that are going to be in this lobby. Very, very good mechanically, sometimes regarded as one of the best. He's got that 200 number in his name because he is so used to hitting those 200 plus damage pump shots. Very good trio, but again, this is one of those trios that we saw go all the way down to the last game in Heat 1 that we saw yesterday in semifinals round 2. So they took it all the way down to the wire, but they ended up clutching up, and it's very, very exciting to see that because I think they are a finals worthy team. So I'm excited to see what they can do with the opportunity that they've given themselves.
Yeah, they put on a real show for us yesterday. I think they came in game 5 yesterday. They came, I think Kanata came second, I think, in that match as well. So they got so close, and then finally in the very last game, because we championed Kanata a lot, and rightly so. This is his 10th FNCS finals, which is unheard of. 10 times qualifying for this part of the competition. But Degen Ages as well are so seasoned, both as a duo and in their original trio as well, with Skittles. So it's going to be, cohesively, if they come together, they absolutely should be going well. They shouldn't be qualifying through reboot. They should be going through naturally. So it's going to be interesting again with the 12 games now we have in the finals here, 2 days of 6 games. It'll be interesting to see if they can be consistent enough as well to go to get at least up there. Hopefully by the end of the day they'll be in that top 10 at least. I think they definitely deserve to be there.
All right, well, we're hoping so, Adam. And just to continue this, let's bring up the lobby list here. There's just so many trios that have qualified through different means, some from last season, some through the reboot round, right? That get those games we saw yesterday. I mean, this is just your first page, and already you can see some of the people that we have talked about are on this first page, right? But people like Duke, Justice Users, the champions from last season, we've not seen them at all this season, right? Because they've auto-qualified. They didn't need to play any games because they were already coming to the finals. Now they show up, Vivid, and they have to defend their title against some of these power trios.
Yeah, let's not forget about our obvious previous FNCS champions, as Zeke was saying. Been a while since we've seen them. And it's also been a while since we saw that second place team, or third place team, sorry, Tabji, Teo, and Pledge from last season as well. So both of those trios are coming back. We, like I said, I haven't seen them in any of the qualifiers, anything like that, since they do get that all qualification. But I mean, I feel like we've already named so many powerful trios. And if you're looking at the list, there's just so many more. Like they go on Jamper, Day, Tragics. Like, how do you compete against a lobby list like this?
I know, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm looking at every single team is so good. Looking at Night Shark and Clarity, we watched qualify earlier on this season, as well as Nithal, Kasker, and Smacked were great to watch as well, with 2 victory royales, if I remember correctly, in the semi-finals. But you look here as well, you know, the likes of Illist, Avery, and Chucky. I mean, I think interestingly, you mentioned Day in the last page here. Obviously, Miro now paired with Booga, Muzz. We've got Reverse 2K there with Pump and Durant, who again are they're previous champions. They've all managed to qualify with different trios, which goes to show so much about how good they are when they're kind of with anybody in this competition. But even like Pam, Carey, and Thatch, or Bucky, I mean, we've talked about all these teams, and there's still a third page as well, Vivid, which is kind of mind-blowing. I
mean, listen, this is the finals. That was what we've been waiting for. We've taken so much time to gather these trios for all these qualifying means and everything like that. And then again, you know, a very strong page here. Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite, a trio that you definitely want to watch out for. Obviously, Clicks being a very popular player and a very strong one at that. We got Joji and Knifer and Donnie there as well. Excited to see Cease, Cold, and Elite, because Cease has been, you know, a veteran in the scene for a very long time. So I'm excited to see Cease and how he performs, because, you know, he showed up during the Heats, I believe it was, so, and clutched up in the reboot round, actually, that's what it was. And I'm excited to see him back at it, because it's been, you know, a long time since he's done very, very well. So I'm excited to see how he can do with Cold and Elite.
Yeah, we saw yesterday as well in our reboot matches. A lot of teams did actually change up where they were dropping kind of throughout the course of the competition, kind of seeing who else is going there, but they should go somewhere else, which is a bit emptier. They got a bit more space to here we are at finals now, and it'd be interesting to see the dynamics in the teams themselves, because if you've got players in the team who have a preferred, kind of land, POI, but then someone else in the team is like, actually last season with my team we did really well and we actually landed here. How quickly in the competition with only 12 games will they start to kind of change their mindset, and will kind of people start speaking up about where they want to go instead, where they kind of want to change up the strategies? That could hinder the newer teams. It could be a thing that hinders them. But whereas they might be more adaptable, and the teams that have been together for a long time are more stubborn. It's all gonna, we're all gonna see it unfold. You guys at home, us on the desk, the cast. It's gonna be great to see, and I can't wait to get started.
We saw this already, right? In EU, we saw game 1 did not go a trio's way, and game 2 they said, look, let's just land somewhere else. This POI over here, it's uncontested, we'll just go. And immediately their numbers started to go up, right? Because this is a finals, right? You can't just say, well, we'll just keep running our heads into this wall and we'll have qualifier 2, right? Or semifinals, we'll make it then, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line. You have to pull out all the stops if you want to walk away, even first or even in your top 5, right? Really quickly, let's touch on predictions. Which trios we think at the end of tomorrow could come out new trios champions. Monster D-Face kicked us off. He believes Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite could go all the way. Now, honestly, if you've never heard of Sprite, this guy last season clutched up one of the craziest clutches we've ever seen. And I think, this is a very good pick for a trios champion.
Oh, this is a very solid pick at MDF here. Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite, a lot of potential. I don't think they've really shown that to its full extent yet, but it is finals time. These players thrive in the finals, so I completely agree here that Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite have a very good opportunity to get first, at least top 10 bare minimum. So very powerful pick there out of MDF. I went ahead and chose Commandment Scented and Stretch. Yeah, you just can't go wrong with this prediction, so I had to pick them. They've been so dominant for so long as individuals, and on a trio together, they're just going to excel.
Yeah, and I think we all kind of think that they could go the way, but we want to keep this interesting as well for ourselves and you guys at home. I think all the teams on the screen right now are very capable. Muzz, Miro, Booga, we talked about the dream team, if you will. I've gone for these guys. I think dropping at Misty, they got absolutely all the potential to go the distance, and of course Reese picked Jamper's trio as well, who equally are looking in a good spot. I mean, this is the great thing about this competition right now. Every single team, despite the fact that they've switched around, has put together a kind of a tour de force to some degree, who could absolutely, have an unbelievable final. So, for us here, we're as spectators, as fans, as lovers of the game, we just can't wait to see how it all unfolds.
Guys, 20 seconds till we begin the competition. Reese is here. He just got done, wrapped up. You, as an analyst, I was coming over here. He's going to be a caster paired up with Monster D-Phase. That's right, of course. They'll be casting all the action between that, and we'll come back. We'll talk about what we saw in those games, and we'll keep going. We have 6 matches ahead of it. This is just the first half of the competition. Tomorrow, we have the remaining 6. So which trio comes out on top at the end of the day? That's what we're here to find out. Buckle up, Fortnite fam. It's game time. MDF, Reese, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. Let's get fully strapped in, locked and loaded here, ready to get after it. 12 games of Fortnite, 2 days of competition. Reese, I mean, we saw the predictions. There are no wrong picks here today. And looking beyond our picks, I mean, the roster is ridiculous.
The roster is honestly just incredible. I was trying to do a top 10 prediction, just like who I think will get into the top 10. And I felt like there was like 5 to 10 teams that I just missed out, right? I just sat looking at it and I was like, who can I fit in? Who can I slot in here? And it's such a tough one. This lobby is so stacked, but I gotta say, one team I absolutely put into my top 10 is Booga's team. Like, these guys have been super good so far this season, and I expect them. I said very early on they were gonna get better as the season progressed, because, you know, I saw a little bit of, let's be real, Booga's tarping to start the season in the first Cash Cup that I watched. It wasn't great, right? I'm just going to say straight out, it wasn't great. But as we watched the qualifier, they got better and better. And as they started to learn that role a little more, as they started to get better as a team together, oh my, it is looking really good so far. So I'm super excited to see how they progress here today.
Yeah, it's great. We watched Booga and his entire trio really start to figure it out. It's all starting to come together. And honestly, what was of Day, Reverse, and Miro's entire trio, they've all banded in and kind of joined up with other powerhouse just individuals. So I think that entire championship trio breaking apart, all finding just very, very strong foundations, and others is something to look at. But hold up, Degen and Kanata are under some serious pressure here up against Chucky and Illis trio. This is a very, very massive clash right now. It looks like Kanata's going to get completely taken out right now, and we might be watching our first instances of a huge upset today.
You already see Kanata has a single elimination too, so they actually managed to get up. But ooh, 2 of the same outfits on the different teams. That could be a little bit confusing, but not for DJ. But hold on, what's happened? I think he thought he had a single bit of materials, but he is now being picked up. So it's Agers versus Illist. I'm not sure if any of Illist's team is still up with them. No, they have 2 elims at par. So this fight is going to go down to the 1v1. And right now, we've got to think there's a lot of teams up to the north near Orchard. We've already seen AV seen up there. They're going to come in third party, but ooh, Agers are going to start cranking up for the high ground, looking for the angles to play as well. And this fight is very, very good for this over. Like, you got to imagine this can make the huge swing on the leaderboard, given these are some of the best teams in the region.
Not to mention, Agers does have the advantage here, guys. He's the one with the shotgun in hand. You can see on Illis' perspective, he was only firing off the SMG here. And, you know, when he took down Degen was only available with an AR, a singular AR, so it's not too much. It looks like Zemo and his trio, though, are rolling up pretty quickly, and Illis is going to get out of here. This could spell danger for Agers now, who has to play defense up against 2.
He's got no builds pretty much for his name.
No.
It's going to be ramps, and that's exactly what's going to happen when you have a contested POI. You saw Specs' team push on in. If you looked at the minimap at the same time, there was a team in Orchard. I'm not sure if that's AV's team or one of the other teams who landed a little bit south, who saw someone dip off there. But when you have a contested POI like this, teams are going to rotate in and take advantage of that, go for easy eliminations, get their tags sorted. Like for Zemo, they got what? I think that was probably only 100 damage onto Illist's team there, but they got the 2 points from the Elim. Super free, super fast. And look, if they keep contesting, I suspect that happens very frequently today.
Yeah, definitely. That little rotate right there is going to be one that is going to honestly be something they have to look out for. It's just too easy to set up, especially when they get in for free like that. And they came in with some fairly solid loot, because between Illis' trio and Degen's trio, it was not looking too good. The loot situation between the two parties weren't even fully kitted out as far as the ARs and weapon options go. So not looking too hot at all here, as the Flute trio's on the hunt right now for Twix. Twix, who's just a bush off in the distance. He managed to hide his way through this.
You see that Encrypted takes the pump shot, and he's like, I don't trust this bush. I don't trust anything about this
They're
bush.
looking for him.
They're looking for him. That's what I mean. I was sitting thinking, I was like, man, he really doesn't trust that bush, but for good reason, because Twix is in the one right next to him instead. And man, this fight's gone horribly wrong down at the mid map. We did see that on one of the potential drop maps that this mid map was going to be contested, which is something I did not think would happen. 2 teams trying to land in Cube Town. Given that we talked about it a lot last week, that some of the teams potentially wouldn't land there, that ran around it and pushed in. So there's already engagements happening in there, and I guess that one was probably pretty scrappy.
Yeah, the thing about the Cube Town, as you just called it, or the convergence, there's no material inside of it, so it's a pretty difficult spot to play out of if there's a team waiting outside of the draw spot here. But take a look at the quick stat, as Commandment has the most top 5 finishes without winning an FNCS in NA East. I'm assuming this goes well and beyond his stay here with Scented and Edgy in the past. So Commandment's been at the top, but hasn't quite gotten the W yet.
I mean, yeah, he's obviously got the classic second place curse. It's not really a curse, you know. So some people are saying it's a curse. Oh no, he's come second 4 times in a row. You know, the overall respect he gets, and obviously the rest of his team at the same time on the region, and obviously, you know, let's be the prize money at the same time. I wouldn't be calling that a curse.
Yeah, no, it's a second place payday. Is not too bad when you average out with the volatility between first place and what the other teams are getting. So I think hands down they had the best average, right, of any team across. Well, maybe not. Where was Reverse 2K, Day and Mirror, right? Because they had some first places in there. So they were
fourth, and then last season was kind of bad, right? So like, if you're just taking the last 4 seasons, like the average is definitely lower than, because second, right? It's like that's your average to work with.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to think about. We jump back over with Illis, who's rotated his way back into his home draw spot here. Chucky and Avery, of course, are down, so he has to play for the reboot cards here. This is why he's kind of lingering around this previous build, just hoping to get back up in there, being extra cautious here to make sure that there is no one camping on top of the card. Little does he know, of course, this draw spot is completely clear, and it seems like the teams that were here have rotated well and beyond this, because they're starting to position up for end game, or I should say for mid game surge tags, right? Something that Illis and company are gonna have to worry about, because when your opponents or your teammates go down and they get picked back up, I'm pretty sure you get penalized for that too. So they're gonna definitely have more problems now.
They are indeed. I just want to go back. I love that. Thank you, production. I love that shot. You can see Illis just crouching in the distance away in the POI itself as the reboot van just rears its head so far away. And obviously, like, Illis is going to have to go for a reboot play to try and get his 2 teammates up back in the play for them, because they are a top team, but they've obviously dipped out of Lazy Lake because we know who's landed there. We saw them already, which was Scented, Commandment, and Stretch so far. So for these guys, like, they put respect on that name, but clearly, like, not as much respect on Canada's team's name, because they're just fighting them off spawn too.
Yeah, which is insane, because DJ Ages and Canada are definitely incredible players, but to be fair, they did qualify in through the reboot round in a last desperate attempt to be here in finals, in the final game. Yeah, pretty insane. If you guys haven't watched the highlights on socials, go ahead. I encourage you guys to go ahead and do that. Some good stuff out there. One of the best or most wholesome clips come around the FNCS time. The qualifying clips are, of course, always pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, so I wish I could, if I could remember who posted it. I saw a compilation of all of the wins that were posted on social media in one on Twitter. If I remembered your handle, I would have said it. Person who made it, I'm so sorry. It was such a good video. So much hype in one roll. It was you. Go follow it. Nah. But yeah, it's super hype, and obviously that brings to, I think, 12 trios total so far to where we're at now. So 12 of these trios have managed to win a game in that hype moment and experience the stress of that too. You got to remember, this is the FNCS finals now starting here, so probably a similar level of stress to what they experienced yesterday.
Oh, look at this. Peterbot's going to rotate in alongside Macwin and Bucky here. Macwin gets punished big time. Plague goes with the overpeak, and Smacked and Casker in the distance come in with a quick save here. Looks like he gets destroyed for overpeaking there, but Illist is the real question mark in the bulk here. He's been sitting inside this area this entire time trying to figure out how and when can he go for this reboot van pickup.
Let's see what you can do now with, like you said, the full trio is all the way around him, and Illist has actually basically just gotten further away. You know, he's not gotten any closer to that so far. He's been tagged up, he's been spotted, and he's just running low on everything. I'm not sure. I think those shots were coming through potentially from the east. I didn't entirely see, because obviously we saw Flucam's team getting tagged up a bit by Macwood's team there. And he obviously took the shots. The way that his builds are, I'm guessing it was shot from the east team, who's now disengaged. And look, for Illist, if he managed to get Chucky back up, I'd be very, very surprised at this point. And if it is, maybe deep in Storm. But even that, it's like, well, you know, what are they going to do with it from then on out?
I'm pretty sure that's Day's trio that blew up his vehicle, realized, hey, this might be a solo, and now they're kind of sweeping around the area. Yeah, look, take a look here. It's Tragics and Jamper. So because they exploded the vehicle, they recognize, hey, this is solo. Like, let's get these 2 points, and now they're hunting, and it's only a matter of time before they decide, yes, a solo bush here. There's no way, right?
Wait, what?
And he missed.
Ellis. Oh, he's going to go for it.
Oh my gosh!
Won the max damage shot.
Oh,
that is huge. Tragics even shot at the bush before. How did he not understand that player Illis would be sitting in there? And even for that's now a 1v2 situation for Illis' team, who has to go up against Day, obviously one of the best fighters in the region, and Jamper here too. And losing Tragics like that is, I mean, as the name would suggest, tragic.
Oh my gosh. And the crazy part, this is winnable for Illust, regardless how you cut it up. Yes, it would be a difficult fight, but Illust, he's pretty nice with it. So you got to put some respect on it. And you can tell that Day right now is pumping the brakes here because he is putting respect on Illust as well, too. And now Illust is going to be able to sweep on out of there. What a cheeky little ambush play right there. It's going to end up working out for him.
But look at the loadout he got from it, right? That was a 161. By the way, if you are, I know there are people out there who are controller complainers. No aim assist in bushes, by the way, and that was a max damage shot. And look at the loot he's managed to get from that. Almost cap materials. He has tons of heals. He has a launch pad. Sturge is going to be a big issue, but obviously he's tagged up. He's got 3 elims so far into his name. So for him, like, he could potentially get some good points. This is solo. The main goal is to get through the placement thresholds, right? That first one will give you 5 points. Then when you get to top 17, you'll get another 3. But for Illis, like, you know, if you get somewhere in the mid 15ths or something like that, like, you've done a good job as a solo.
Not to mention, so you talked about the 161, the down body's an additional 100, so he's got a fair amount of damage, guys. Think about what that looks like when you're in a surge position kind of based up. He's done a lot of damage overall, and take a look there. He is actually well and above the surge now, and where he's at is pretty comfortable, right, Reese?
Yeah, when you first see that damage pop up, it said 253, so the threshold of that moment is 253. They've done 480 damage above that. You can do the quick maths that they've done over 700 damage right now as a team, so that's plenty. If he can get about 300 more damage, that's probably enough surge for the majority of this game so far. So good job from them, honestly.
Yeah, ridiculous plays right there. I'm happy we got to catch that one because we were just looking at the situation like, Illis, what are you doing here? Like, figure it out. And then all of a sudden it all just kind of get pieced together there at the very end. Take a look here. Oliver, OG, Sicko, and Chimp, who won one of the reboot rounds yesterday, in the mix right now alongside Doles, Slacks, and Baby Boss, who also took a reboot round W yesterday, paired up against Users Duke on the other side of the mountain here, held out. This is a bit of a pinch going on here, and it seems like they're caught right in the middle, but they're working together, focusing outwards their fire right now.
Yeah, it's a rough spot. I'm not sure how many teams have rotated through into Catty Corner, and you don't often see this level of congestion in here. And Duke's team is that team, like you mentioned, up on that far west-hand side. You can hear that automatic sniper rifle coming through into play, with a ton of the top teams are putting into practice. And remember, these guys are your returning FNCS champions. And if you're Dolzer's team, a more like underrated up-and-coming team, like he's almost taking a Bloom fight with an automatic sniper here, which could absolutely end his game very, very quickly. But they just need to get some more tags in. So you know what? Might be actually worth it.
He was totally taking the Bloom fight, by the way. Sitting out in the open
yeah,
today. Right? I'm down. Like, let's do this. Don't close this cone. And hey, it ends up working out. They find enough tags, but not enough to fully clear themselves here. So into the box they go. And Doles is going in with a full dive. Looks like he lost a little bit of the tracking here amongst the chaos. So here it goes. We talk about those Bloom fights right there. He sits out, goes toe-to-toe with another opponent off in the distance there, and it ends up working out. And once again, we are watching a 3v3v3 situation, this time paired up with Booga and company on the other side of the wall. And you know, when Miro gets rolling, he does not stop, and they might just be making the decision to commit here now.
Yeah, they're going to hear the audio cues, and both these teams are super weak. So for Booga, Miro, and Muzz, this could be an opportunity to get a bunch of eliminations. All of our OG's teams start to go down. He's fully eliminated now to Storm Surge. Doles are now also knocked. That audio cue is going to be coming through, and over at the other side of the map, we also see Clix's team doing exactly the same team to Spexy at the moment, as they start to push into this fight and engagement. And they've picked up. Did they get any of these elims? Yeah, they got a single knock. I think they finished a knock, but they actually didn't get any of the points for it. They got all the
No, they got 2. They got 2 eliminations and loaded in just right there as we were kind of sliding out of there. So it's a big 4-point swing for them. And that was a surge fight, though. So something to think about, Reese, is that they weren't quite in the spot that they needed to be in this mid game here.
Yeah, they've struggled with that a lot previously, like a ton of Storm Surge issues so far. So fingers crossed that that's going to be a strategy they employ, but hopefully a little bit earlier, right? That they can tick off some of those boxes. But with Miro, Muzz, and Bogan, they got 3 elims from this. They got 6 points from that. They pushed a fight, which is pretty common for like Misty Meadows teams to push up into here, but they seem to be way behind everyone else. So if they do that in a similar zone previously, it may not work out so well for them if our kind of reigning Ephesus champions of dupes are here. But moving back over to Jamper, Day and Tragics, they've managed to pick up Tragic, so they got the reboot card, they got the reboot off, but now they've got themselves stuck in this far position with some kind of rough loot. I'm not too concerned because I know this team can frag. I am very impressed with this team's fragging abilities. Tragics in particular, right? Him with a charged shotgun is a sight to be seen, and I hope he has one in his inventory because we could be seeing a double-digit elimination game. And for them, like I said, lower materials, once they get set up, boxed up, if they're near someone, like I think they can get an easy refresh. If I was going to count on anyone in this lobby, it would be them.
Yeah, definitely. There's time for them to bounce back. I do wonder what happened with Illis and company. Did he make it to Dirty Docks and get the pickup or not? Because he was rotating pretty wide there on the outskirts. In the distance, I see reverse to Cade Durant still up as well alongside Pump. That's a team that I definitely want to keep an eye out on. Like I said, any of those previous FNCS champions that have decided to disband from their trios and kind of hop on into things. Find was that a real player? It was.
I think so. I'm waiting for the elimination feed to come through to see exactly who that was. It was Sicko. And
Sicko,
man, I think he was just taking a little lunch break, maybe a dinner break. I'm not too sure.
How unlucky do you have to be though to be like behind a wall, behind a couch, and then like the car breaks it open? You're like, oh hey guy, damn, like it's just instant.
Well, there's a refresh for them. There you go. They said it would be no problem. They knew it was there. Okay, so just to update, Illis is indeed out at 31st, so he didn't manage to make it further on through. But for Day, Tragics, and Jamper, 2 eliminations, some plenty of materials. Tragics, obviously, I talked about the charged shotgun usage when we saw his inventory POV. He had a green pump. I fully suspect that he, at that moment, will definitely side grade that or craft it into something different. You can actually see them hearing and starting to get a little bit closer here. And I'm wondering if these guys are going to start getting into this fight. Yes, they're playing the aggressive play and looking to come up behind Nittle Casker and Smacked in their own home.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now. This is definitely becoming a hot spot of sorts. These outer edges teams just ended up on top of one another as everyone's trying to hop back into the swing of things here. But we talked about what all happened with Illis and company here. It looks like we have a little bit of a highlight for us. Jamper, Tragics, and Day. Things come full circle here as Jamper looks off in the distance right now, and it seems like everything ends up coming together eventually. So the elim was definitely, it was there, and it came through.
Yeah, it seemed to work indeed. We'll see what ends up happening. For them, you see Casker, Nittle, and Smacked down at the back as well, They're going to be sitting trying to rotate through, and a lot of these players have a rough rotate to make. They got a long distance to go for that zone on that far side. We know that Tragic has a vehicle here, but this is still rough. Look at the map in the bottom right. Look at how many teams are sitting on the edge of zone because this is the far, obviously, A, up a hill, but also because it's on that far east side of the zone. Tragic's team will be sprayed here. If they are not sprayed, I'll be very surprised, but they may have timed this perfectly because you can hear the launch pad coming on out for them. So another team in the air may be focused. A great job from them to go up round the hill on the far left-hand side to cut off the lines of sight, but now is when that pressure starts to come out. But they seem to be okay. That was actually a really clean rotate, but obviously now they are still going to get the spray.
Yeah, they have a little bit more to go, and it looks like the vehicle is on fire, and so is Tragis's arm in the mix right here. He's got to get out of there, though. It looks like he lands on the floor, and remember, if you touch the ground while it's ablaze, there is no time to waste. You start losing tons of HP, and that's how Tragix ends up falling. Day now just trying to get out of this lobby focus right now, and all of a sudden, he has lost 2 members. Jamper is officially taken out there, too, so from what looked like a great rotate, the lobby decided otherwise. They wanted to blow that vehicle up.
It's the late rotate that's going to make it happen for you, right? A lot of these other teams are already in the power positions, and so what's going to happen? Those full lobbies going to get eyes on you. You're going to get your position in, and they're going to say no thank you. And I'm seeing right now, we're seeing ex-teammates right next to your Reverse 2K's team right down there next to Day, even though Day's actually tanking some Storm, which I'm not sure if he'll be able to make it through. He may go down to that, but that zone is actually pulled up here where we're looking to the north-hand side. This is where things start to get a little bit interesting. This hill zone, I swear we always game one have some crazy hill zone that always goes mad. But I want to see how these teams play it, because there's a lot of teams over like Skittles team who are very close to high ground already, but well, could take it, I'm saying, because they're on this side, but not taking the opportunity yet.
Unfortunate for Day right there, who falls in 19th place. He was just a single team away from earning a little bit more placement points for his, hard-earned survivability there at the very end. But it is what it is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention here for this game, because for every team that gets completely wiped out, there will be placement points given out. So if you see solos, broken apart teams, or anyone just trying to stay alive in those final moments, understand that they are quite literally clutching up what could be the difference in them finishing in the top 5, top 3, or taking this all home.
You're going to start having to pick on all these teams starting to rotate through, using the launch pads so far to get in for Nuck's team. They're looking for the players up above them. They've got a lot of the edits that aren't theirs. They're potentially starting to climb their way all on up. And yes, when the eliminations come through, I think it was Skills or Nosh managed to pick one up, making it 4 total at this moment. And they've got great layer, great materials, and it seems like they're still wanting to be aggressive right now. Yeah, that's another elimination came through. They managed to spot the solo, taking a bit of a risky play onto Pledge. Okay, a team that we haven't actually seen much to, but they might be getting themselves into a little bit of trouble here, as now that same thing happens. The rest of the lobby starts to get eyes onto them, and this is starting to get dicey. They've used a ton of their materials here. They did get a little bit of a refresh, which is great. Potentially Skills and Nosh have a little bit more materials than they had previously, but hasn't necessarily benefited from it yet. We'll see when these first zones start to move.
Huge set of elims right there. That's an 8-point swing for them based off of what they managed to pick up on high ground right now. Clicks, Sprite, and Tahi do have control of the lobby, and it seems like the zone is pretty much favored up in this general area. Reverse 2K, Pump, and Duran also still alive down low. They're one of the teams putting that extra little bit of pressure onto Skittles and his trio. And then on the other side, the uncontested Niddle, Smacked, and Casker, who had a phenomenal run out of Retail Row, is still in this game now as well. Equally healthy, and again, they all have that zone favoritism up on this top side. For Tahi, Sprite, and Clicks, though, they have a mountain that they're sitting very comfortably over, but it looks like this is now starting to push down off this elevation.
And this is going to be one of the worst zones that a lot of these players are ever going to see, pulling all the way down off this hill, almost into the water. And a lot of these players in this specific situation have to stay up. They have to keep their elevation, because if it pulls back up, the zone starts to pull back, which there's a high chance that it will. We're going to see a lot of difficulty to start rise up. You see the launch pads coming out from a lot of the veteran teams right now. Miro's team up there, Teo's team up there, Clix's team all up there too, with Commandment right at the back. Not even Commandment is playing low ground in this kind of zone, but down on the bottom we see Whofish's team, and Beef, Lupian, and Nut still in this as well.
Yeah, look at this, and he's going with the best play you can arguably ask for in this kind of situation. The launch pad with the Shadow Bomb combination here, it allow him to just sit way high in the sky and then still pull off the elevation of course, the glider, right, that allow him to float up, and no one can focus up on height. They're coming on down, though, because they are below the surge, and it looks like Threats and Edgy's crew might be the team of focus here.
Yeah, they might be the one to go for it. Lupian's team has managed to take high ground. Tahi's still up there with him, but look at the elevation difference. Look how high they are. The rest of the lobby can start to spray them out. They're starting to get actively tagged by it right now, and yes, here comes the full spray for them. They're going to have to figure out what they want to do. They're going to pad straight down. Nick is taken out. Lupian now split from Beef, and more chops start to come through, and it seems to be Edgy who's the one that's focusing that. They're the second height team, but they clap back and hit Threats down to no shield as Tahi's at the back of the zone. We see so many of the top teams still in this, but Scented, Strenched, and Commandment still going strong.
And the only team that decided to play the ultimate low ground is Muzz, Booga, and Miro, whom, by the way, are not even getting nearly contested. Look at this. They have an entire low ground layer to themselves this entire time, sweeping around the bottom side. There is a risk and there is a reward. High ground is the risk right now as you're watching the low ground teams walk away with what has been a free rotate for them. And look, they have the material count as well to work with. Now comes the launch pad as they start to work their way up. Beautiful read on the terrain there, and they waste no time now. This layer could be theirs.
I've seen them do a similar game to this in actually one of the cash cups. The difficulty and the issue that they made is that they didn't elevate themselves early enough. Let's see if they make that mistake right now. That launch pad play was perfect. You can see them already starting to climb on the far left hand of your screen. Macwood's team now taking full high ground up above with Peterbot and Bucky. They've understood that they need to get up to this hill up above. Scented's team is also still down in it, down below at the same time. But for Peterbot with Macwood at the same time, spraying down below, this can be their game to win. That next zone pool is going to be critical.
That's it. Only 4 teams remain now. Can they stay alive here? The low ground teams are getting chopped down there. Muzz is down. Boog is down. Miro is by himself. He is just an inch away from earning a little bit more placement points on the ultimate low ground where you expect him. Commandment and Stretch are still alive as Sentence just gets picked away. And this is looking like it is Macwood's game to win here, unless Miro from the zone right now does something ridiculous.
Yeah, we saw him playing the medkit, playing the back of the storm. Commandment still playing that classic low ground, but this zone is unrelenting. But Miro comes behind and he's beamed up Stretch to almost 0 HP. We'll see if they can use these heals off. He has the 2 chug splashes. Will he time the zone? It probably won't go down to that position, and Miro dropping down absolutely underneath. Peter Boss still staying on the high ground, trying to play it slow, but Miro, he's now gone all the way down to the low ground. He trades shots. He's down to 13 HP. He's not going to be able to do anything. The zone going to be able to pick him up. Yes, it's now a 3v2 situation. Commandment, Stretch down on the low ground. Barely any materials to their name, and it seems like it may be the zone that picks them up.
Yeah, there's just nothing much more to do here. Soon they'll be suffocated out. The angles are all through. They have to go for the open gunfight here. It's going to come down to miraculous just hit of shot and connection of shot. One's going to go down. There are some points there available, but the full conclusion doesn't come through. And with that, an 11 elimination victory out there for Macwood.
They've looked like they've had a pretty slow season so far, but in game 1 of the finals, where you would expect 2 veteran players and 1 new up-and-comer to do well, they start to shine with 11 eliminations.
Yeah, it looks like they've put their differences aside, banded together, and now have somewhat of a power trio here. You love to see the full story come together. That was just game number 1, though, so we're going to toss it over to Des. I want to see Zeke's reaction.
Yes, Monster D-Face. You know I love the chaos. The chaos and I are best friends, Monster D-Face. That was a crazy game. Peterbot, Macwood, and Bucky to start the day. They say, oh, this is finals. This is the hardest, most difficult part of the competition. I'll tell you what, baby. Here's an elimination victory royale.
I mean, that was awesome. The way that zone ended up happening, that was almost like a free win for those guys, being on height right there, building up. All those teams on the lower and getting suffocated, but Stretch and Commandment making them work for their, even picking up a knock on one of the players. So could have picked up a couple more elimination points for them, but unfortunately they didn't actually finish that elimination knock that they got before they ended up winning them themselves.
They did. I mean, the storm. I mean, we talk about kind of climbing a mountain, but literally, and then swimming through water and up. It was all over the shop. I think that's the challenging aspect as well for our players, is that they kind of, sometimes they, the game will throw these kind of things at them, and they have to kind of adapt in those situations. And for the newer trios, they haven't necessarily faced those things before, but these guys all have the expertise, and we've seen as well that Macwood's trio, as we alluded to as well, having that height there as that storm shifting. I mean, they had the advantage, but Commandment centered, Stretch, they pushed them to the limit, and it was great all around. Good to see Miro as well, just holding on, hanging on at the end there as well.
That's right. Guys, let's talk about some of the trios we mentioned at the top of show and check in with them, see how things are kind of going here in the early game, especially after game number 1.
Yeah, so there's actually only going to be 2 POIs that are contested on the map right now after that first game info. So Corny Crops is contested. We saw that huge fight between 2 very high tier trios in Kanata, Agers, and Degen. And then Bony Burbs is also going to be contested. Everywhere else, though, completely uncontested. You got the trio that just won that game in Bucky, Macwood, and Peterbot there at Craggy Cliffs. You got Boog's trio down here at Misty Meadows. And then our second place team obviously landed at Lazy Lakes in Scented, Commandment, and Stretch. So that's where some of the action is kind of happening, and also where some of our top trios are landing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually amazing to see that we have such a lack of contested areas, because it gives them every player on the field the opportunity to spread out and to grab the mats and they need to progress towards the end game. But you can see here this great fight we saw off the get-go with Degen, Ages, and Kanada losing out to Illis, Avery, and Chucky there. But Illis, then had to ride solo for a while, was trying to find a way to res his team, and then out of nowhere, Tragix walks into the bush and he takes him out, which it was fantastic to watch. But the great thing is, thinking about like sort of Storm Surge as well, if Illis is a solo player and there's this entire lobby in front of him, this is being FNCS finals, every single trio is stacked. To get that kind of elimination, to kind of get those that hit count on your on your stats there, to hopefully help Storm Surge not affect you later in the game, is really, really important. But we can see here as well, Jukes users as well in there. These are obviously last season's winners. We're looking to see where those guys are dropping as well as Tabs and Pledge as well there, Vivid.
Yeah, landing at the Weeping Woods was, just one to update you guys since we haven't seen these trios in a very long time. I myself was curious to know where they were going to land, but they just go with what they usually know. Duke's obviously in that caddy corner, and Teo's trio there at Weeping Woods. And here you guys can see the finalizing moments once again. Basically, same thing that we've seen before, right? Macwood on the high ground right there. He's got a lot of those heals in inventory. He just keeps building up while his trio goes down for those eliminations to try to get a couple more points.
Yeah, I mean, 11 eliminations to kick things off, you can see on the leaderboards. Obviously, it's just the beginning of the marathon right now, but still, 11 eliminations, fantastic double digits in the first game there. 52 points is quite the advantage right now, but things, of course, will change. Good to see Osp, Visuals, and Frist as well there, who actually dropped at the Convergence. Really interesting. We've talked about this the last few days here. Lack of mats, but a lot of loot there. They've somehow come second there with 22 placement points and 7 eliminations. Tying in third position, we saw Commandment, Scented, and Stretch as well there in the end game with Macwood's trio. But good to see as well, we got the Muzz, Mira, and Booga we saw toward the end there, 34 points shared between 4th and 5th position. I mean, a lot of teams already picking up big points, and that's just the very first game.
Again, this is a marathon, right? This isn't a sprint, so this is just the first game, which is totally fine, right? We have 12 game format here. We have 6 today, another 6 tomorrow, so I'm excited to see kind of what happens in these next few games, right? Will these teams decide we just need to send it and try to rack up as many points as we can, like we saw EU do? Can we even replicate that? That was lightning in a bottle, so I don't know, but right now it's time for NAE to respond, and we'll have to see how this continues to unfold. But for now, you heard the bus, which means we're going back over with Reese and MDF to take us into game number 2.
All right, let's get into it. Game number 2 here of 6 on the day is about to be underway right now. And what an end game. What a game number 1 we just watched unfold. I mean, we haven't seen many Nightmare Zones. I feel like the last couple of weeks have been pretty gracious to us, but, leave it to finals for them to pop up and give players a difficult run there.
Yeah, the veteran players are going to be able to understand the terrain changes and make sure they can capitalize on that. Bucky already tweeting he's got more points in this finals in the first game than he did last finals, so he's clearly happy already beating out that last season's performance.
And mentality is so important, right? You gotta feel good. It'll take you a long way, and you can tell that when Bucky, Peterbot, and Mac would get their stuff rolling, there's no looking back right now. So I think with the momentum on their side, that's going to be very interesting. But hold up, we're watching Aegis right now. The same kind of thing happening again here, where there's an opponent in the same exact fit as him. You can see it creates a little bit of distraction there for him. Aegis, DJ, and Kanata did not win this battle the last time. Illis managed to get away with this, although their team were all taken out very early, so wonder how this is going to work out for them.
We got to hope this is done fast, because we saw that third party roll all the way in from Zemo's team in the previous game. It seems like Kanata is starting to pick him up already. For him, Illist goes down, so he's not going to be the solo savior like the previous match. So it's now a 3v2 fight, causing a lot of noise again. A lot of the teams are still going to understand that this is contested, but it's just an easy elimination. All 3 players getting relatively good RNG with the shotguns they got off spawn, but more importantly, they're connecting the shots. Kanata goes down, and hopefully they can get the revive off with a single player left remaining. This should be a pretty clean sweep.
Yeah, definitely. They do have the extra shotguns, like you mentioned, a lever and a pump now as well onto DJ. They're going to play for the safety play here to pick up Vagers. Decides that he wants to do it. I was going to say he's got that pump and he's ready to go. Even with an epic lever on the other side of the wall, it's just not going to be enough. Well played on them to at least get a little 6 points right there. Right? Not to mention, hey, they did earn 2 elims in the last one, so it wasn't like they were on 0 points. Those 6 points brings them on up to 10, so they're still very much in the running here.
Yeah, that ramp phase play, you might be thinking, man, what's he going to do? Is he just going to ramp phase into a duo? Yes, because if he doesn't do that, he's going to have to ramp phase into a trio later on. So it's like, it may not look like a great play to start with, just jumping straight in, but like it's a last-ditch resort, right? If he jumps in and manages to hit a massive shot, the other player's still rezzing, right? So at least you can disrupt that and get a chance at winning.
Yeah, there was still an opportunity there. The standings, my gosh, though. Talked about Bucky feeling good about the 52. He's got a nice little lead now on the rest of the opponents. This is just the start, though, so there is so much more room for anyone else to pop off and catch back up. But way to go for them just to be in a nice, comfortable spot here. And Commandment, Scented, and Stretch, I just want to say notably, took a second place in that game. Just wanna, I know we didn't. We called it. It's not a curse, but yeah, it just happens a lot.
It's happening. It's starting to happen already, but it was interesting, to be honest, for these guys, like, they didn't have an opportunity to play low ground because of the zone, right? So they only got 5 elims. They're used to, like, dropping way higher elimination games if they get a more favorable zone. So I'm not necessarily as surprised that they didn't get as many elims to pick up the victory royale, but it's like, you know, we'll see in the next couple games. We know they're the kings of consistency.
We'll take a look here. Encrypted almost had a beautiful little read there on the zone, or on the walls. He could have outmaneuvered this opponent. Unfortunately gets punished in the mix here. He's gonna have to back off and take a look at the due diligence on his part. He's not looking to use that chug splash without his teammates. That's respect right there. Waiting for the entire trio to get the most value out of it. End up using the 2, and now things are going to reset a little here.
Yeah, Tetro's team actually impressed me quite a lot, remember, in their qualification run. And when I was looking at the drop map originally, it seemed like they had the spot completely uncontested to themselves. And for being like a lesser, more up-and-coming known team with minimal earnings, to almost alpha draw spot like Boney Burbs was interesting to me, because the team in Encrypted's team right now were looking like they were going to be landing on Clix's team when it came to Believers Beach, but now they've rotated over. So it's like, which one are you going to contest? So unfortunately, Tetro's, because they're a newer player, hasn't managed to fully alpha up this drop spot yet. And this is why this fight is just starting to ensue.
Okay, but his team is definitely doing good right now, because Encrypted is also down. It's up to Swap it to clutch this one up by himself, and it looks like there might still be 2 opponents on the other side there. And yes, they're going to shut things down pretty quickly. On the other side, though, some vets are sliding on up. It's Nani, Quanti, and Dusky who have a little bit of the high ground here, as DeQuinted, Zemo, and Zapoxy. They try to rotate into a team again. Now, Zemo and crew have had a lot of success in game 1 with the late rotate, or the early rotate into a battling team. This time it's not going to work out as well.
Yeah, they had that really good layout, obviously, like we mentioned, pushing into Agers and DGen's fight on that west side, but now, or the east side, now they're pushing west instead. Potentially they have big ears and they can hear exactly what's going on either side of them. If they know that fight's finished, they know which way to push, so they've decided to push into Boney Burbs. Potentially it's just a zone play instead. They know the zone's pulling a different direction. They know the teams are going to rotate in through Boney Burbs and that this will be heavily congested for them. Interestingly enough, now Spexy's team is fighting Nani's team. The 2 third parties have now ended up looking at each other and fighting each other. The 2 teams who just don't want to fight, but it seems like Nani's team's made the smart decision to dip on out. They are the team that lands to the west of this, to the crash site area, and they're obviously pushing on in because they don't want to push into Threat's team to the south of them or Clix's team to the north.
Yeah, got to pick your poison at that point. On the other side, looks like Stretching Commandment, Scented here, setting themselves up on top of Asperati. This is a very, very big engagement, guys. You're talking about the teams that are tied up at the top of the standings here. 2nd and 3rd place, potentially looking to clash right now.
Yeah,
they are just parked here.
They just don't want to fight. Like, for Lazy Lake teams, this hill is an absolute priority. Getting here early gives you such great visibility over the majority of the map. But for Osp's team, like, they're close by at the same time. They're the mid-map team that's landing to the gas station to south. So I expect that in many of these south zones, we're going to see this exact same thing happen. These 2 teams should not fight here. There's no reason for them to fight. Because especially since Commandment's team has the best position, right? They're up on height. Frisk team's down below. Frisk team doesn't really have the benefit of this hill because they only have that, probably 180 degrees of vision, whereas up on top, Commandment's team can see 360 degrees all the way around from here on out. The only negative of this is that usually in this kind of play, you would see one player in that bush that's right next to Osp as well to give them that little extra bit of cover and freedom of peeking for these guys, but still a great spot for them. I'm sure they're hitting the shots with the automatic snipers.
Yeah, that's what Stretch is trying to
do
right now.
He just misses every shot as I say that, though. Come on.
He's trying to connect there. He doesn't quite find it down range. It looked like it was spot on, though. I will credit you that. So since they can't hold the bush down there, notice the strategy kind of change up here. They end up allowing Scented to keep his distance here, but Scented does have the vehicle, so should anything get a little dicey, he'll be right over in a flash. Take a look at the fun trivia question here, though. Stretch's trio is tied for the most NAE's finals, 21. With what other trio?
Has Aspect who, Fishy?
It has to be, right?
Has to be. Because Kaz will have, what, is it 11, 10 or 11 as he's made every single one? Or Bucky? No, Peterbot's surely not had that many.
Yeah, I guess as a full trio, it'd have to be a full trio, huh?
Or would... Oh,
wait, Miro, Booga, and Clicks.
Also,
wait a second now.
Muzz's team alongside Miro and Booga, too.
I mean,
DJ Agers Canada. Okay.
DJ Agers.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Too many teams, too consistent.
Yeah, well, Canada's obviously made every single finals now as well. So that doesn't surprise me. DJ Nature's been so good the last few seasons as well. So, we got one wrong, Monster. We got one wrong.
They stumped us.
I just say we're right.
Yeah, of course you were.
There's no VOD that people go back and check to make sure.
You can't fact check me. Come on.
This is an interesting engagement actually for me, because right now, remember, Tragic's team was home in Dirty Dogs in the qualifiers. They qualified through this spot, and now they're pushing down from Steamy Stacks to fight Reverse 2K's team, who is the team who's landing here. So this is them fighting in their old drop spot. They should be very, very familiar with this fight. And obviously with Day previously dropping here with Reverse 2K, this is teammate versus, well, ex-teammate versus ex-teammate.
Yeah, also, I definitely feel like this is the Day giving away the strategy in the sense that, hey, if we just get here, we should have the advantage, just like one of the pain points of this drop. But Day looks like he's going to bite the hand that feeds here. Reverse 2K is going toe-to-toe with Day right now in the box. The Tragics is going to step up and come to the rescue there for a moment. Trying to figure out where in the world did that shot come from? What was that angle? He gets beamed there for a second, but I think Tragics Day and Jamper managed to turn this 1-1.
Yeah, Tragic's starting to climb his way up this fight using a ton of materials. I'm surprised there's no one start to push on in. Like,
oh, Day's down
at all. Day goes down. The shots start to connect from Tragic's team. 100 big shots down. I think that's a knock as well. It is, and that's down to Reverse 2K. Tragic's also very weak right now, but they don't want to stop shooting because they don't want to give that opportunity time to heal for the other teams, and they might be able to get the res off the Day. They have knock in the box at the same time. They're going to start to expand out, and Reverse 2K seemingly going to be resed by Pump at this point, and Durant's super weak. He also gets traded back even weaker, and that's going to make them push further in, but he's holding a great right hand peek. He doesn't want to use those chug splashes. He's trying to save him. That could be the demise for him.
I can't believe he's actually holding these right here, and he's going to get with his teammate. Here it is. He wanted to make sure his teammate was fully up. Reverse 2K is now up. All 6 splashes going to have to get used here. Never mind, he uses 4. He's going to pop the 2 minis. They have the big pot here. That's just... man, way to stay under composure here with the big pressure. And then Day, Jamper, and Tragics respect the battle and back on off after hearing the chug splashes. That's a full reset. What a fight we just watched unfold.
Yeah, look at Duran's loot. Like, it's running dry after that fight. They know they need metal, right? They understand that the chances are they're probably not going to be able to get metal from any other spot, so they're going to go back into the Dirty Dogs and try to get as much as they can from here, because, like, where are they going to get it from if they rotate down further south? Almost nowhere. So they're prioritizing that first, even if it means taking a couple Storm Surge ticks, or zone ticks, sorry.
Gotta love high caliber Fortnite play here on NA East. That's just not only the utmost respect, but of course putting the game and the prestige of winning this all first, as opposed to finishing the fight out and kind of tossing your run there.
We'll see how it goes throughout the next couple of games. We're only in game 2.
That is true.
We'll see when it comes to the end of the day, if your games ain't been going well, or again to day 2, you know. We've seen some rough things happen in terms of players making a lot of aggressive pushes. I was really excited about Knifer, Joji, and Donnie's team when they qualified through. I feel like it's not a finals without these guys landing at the west side of the map near the Fort Crumpet, or the Castle Split, as a lot of the players call it. For them, classic issue, struggling with Storm Surge. I remember specifically watching a game from last season where the first Surge was active and they had dealt 0 damage. And I mean, quite literally, they hadn't hit a single shot at that moment. Then the next game, or maybe it wasn't the next game, in that same tournament, they did another one where they'd done 25 damage. So, definitely an issue that these guys run into very, very frequently. And they're below right now with 17 players to go, but their drop spot is very difficult to get Surge from.
That's the thing. This notorious, that entire area in general, Coro Castle, of course the Fort Crumpet split, even north of that, the Watchtower, you'll notice most of the time is completely uncontested. Teams don't even attempt a split there because they're like, yeah, we're just not gonna, yes, there's loot available, but no, we are not going to have a good game or tournament run either way. They'd rather take their chances at a contested drop.
However, Season 5, Day Mirror Reverse win FNCS from that drop spot with minimal loot at that time. It was much worse loot than it has been now. So it's possible, just teams just aren't putting in the plan.
Yeah, I think the plan is find yourself a team that's not afraid to jump in a box and get it on. that's the difference between, a trio like that and most of the others that exist out there. Talking about tags they desperately need. Knifer's going to find a couple of clutch ones, but that's not going to be enough. They're 90 below the surge, inside, deep inside the storm line right now. And they have the pressure of not only making it to the new zone, but trying to find tags along the way. So, you know, the opportunities are here. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get behind these rotates.
I'd really like to know how Nittle, Casker, and Smack got to this position, given they drop in retail row. They've ended up away from their home, where that next zone's roughly going to be down to this side. Potentially it was because they wanted to get to a power position early on and get a ton of tags off, which we can see they've been successful in getting 350 above. But how did they end up here, you know? With this zone still pulling all the way back down? Was it they rotated a little too deep? Zone pulls max distance when they thought it wasn't going to, and they've just rotated a little bit too late. That's my guess.
Yeah, it looks like they got into a fight along the way as well. You don't typically see a team that's around this general area with all the vending machines and whatnot with that low of minis. So something surely happened there if you piece it all together. The clues kind of sitting there. But Iamzo, Qua in paper, now looking to kind of find their footing here. The foundation really looking to kick in. Ooh, beautiful tags. A 100 piece right there. Just 4 flush body tags there for the exchange of 1 singular headshot in return. That's not bad at all. It's a great trade for him, and that's at least going to set them up to be comfortable later.
So on the feed there, Spexy went down to Surge, interestingly enough, given that they've been making good pushes for it, and this time it wasn't successful, we saw earlier. Back over to Olzer's team, who, man, they're in a rough spot. We saw them in the rough spot in the previous game. These guys are obviously new to FNCS finals, and they haven't experienced many games of this caliber, of this quality, and it's kind of starting to show in the first 2 games in their gameplay.
Yeah, just a couple more moments. Now, if he gets ticked one more time, Dozer will be taken out of the lobby here, unless 3 players have already fallen down, which is very likely, because there was another trio that was under pressure, and it seems like there was just enough time for them to go ahead and skate by in this kind of instance here. Big shield crack onto Clicks there, but that's it. They're out of heals.
Look at the inventory, though. Like, any AR shot within, like, a reasonable distance to the body will pick him up right now. And Slacks, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if Slacks may have 31 HP where we can make the technicality, but now he's in Storm, so potentially that's going to be even worse. So for them, if they land on the ground, I'll be impressed.
We'll pay close attention to the feed to see what happens with them. By the way, 2 players above the surge. There it is. It finally catches up. So someone got taken out. It could be them 2 for all we know. We'll see soon. For Smack, Niddle, and Casker, they managed to squeeze their way out the edge of the zone. And look at this. They are very low on material. So kind of further validates the fact that I'm pretty sure they got into a big battle before this, and now they're getting focused on the lobby. Stretch is going to get punished big time here as he gets just... was that sandwich by Days Trio on the backside?
Yeah, that's what we want. Stretch between Canada, Degen, and Aegis as well at the south side. And it seems like they potentially got the eliminations. As you can see, that one comes through. Commandment gets picked up by Kaz in the feed as well. The Harpoon's coming out trying to get a ton of that loot back into their inventory. So, man, that rotate has been awfully rough. We're seeing some interesting choices of rotates from teams who are already positioned near here. Remember, we've talked about Nittle, Casker, and Smack in the retail row, who should be very close to here. We also now just looked at Kessented's team, who are Lazy Lake, which is just right next to them, but they're still managed to get stuck at the edge of Storm. Obviously, their priorities are otherwise for them, and teams like Degen are now stuck on this north side. You see Sented actually still in this, who's managed to pad away onto that far side of the hill. Reverse 2K's team made it all the way up here too after that long engagement, still sitting right next to Day's team, however. And look at the amount of players they're going to have to make to rotate here. And this could be a tough one, given in particular the amount of materials that Canada has. He has to make a decision. Do we pad, or what do we do?
And they were also focusing a bit onto Niddle and Casper's team, who's playing the river's edge right there. Beautiful angle there. Those are great tags. A knock would have been awesome, you know, just to kind of play off of and possibly make a free rotate down the center's edge here of the mountain. And they say, you know what? It's enough pressure for us to go ahead and go for it. They're not going to be peeking right now. They have to stop and heal. And just like that, they get a clean-cut launch pad straight down the barrel of this new zone. That's Peterbot, Macwood, and Bucky who get the punishment from that angle right there. But you see, they have so much to work with, so much spare. 2 extra big pods still left over. That's probably the first, you know, signs of tags they've received, honestly, for the majority of the game here.
Yeah, and that shows that they're a veteran team, and also at the same time they probably haven't had to use much in their early game in Craggy Cliffs, given they can just use the environmental heals. And man, for Scented though, this just is not looking good. 5 HP to his name. If he manages to get a reboot off here, that teammate, if he only gets 1 card, will come in with 200 times his HP, or 20 times his HP, sorry. I was almost about to put some invincible player in the game by cursing him in, but I highly doubt it's going to happen. Look at this.
The play right now, I was going to say that I think the play here is farm this place out while you have it. Maybe you set up a nice little base, because don't forget that there's a high chance that he can actually survive the next zone here, and not to mention make it to the next placement point threshold if he pulls a favorable zone. He's getting very, very close. He's got to get to top 18 here, so it's not that far.
Yeah, they've managed to get that first threshold, which is great. So he's got the 5 placement points already, which adds up. It truly, truly does add up.
Oh, yeah.
But now, you know, 7 players still need to go down, sent with no shield. Not many angles because he's on that low layer, and so many players are up on the hills as well. He's trying to take shots through onto Clarity G, Rogue Shark, and Knight too, but I don't know if any of them managed to connect. It didn't seem like they did. No, he's still 78 below, and he did pull the favorable zone. So many players could start rotating into him here, but you see the Surge now active. He's going to have to start popping that med kit on through, and I highly doubt we're going to see him survive further past this, and he's just hoping and praying that he can manage to get into that next threshold, get the small points that add up. But on the south side of the zone, Smite's team, alongside Tetro, after winning that off-spawn fight, have managed to go down to Rogue Shark, Clarity G, and Knight, but Twix manages to stay in this. So this is going to be a huge refresh for Clarity G, and this should be an easy rotate for them too, because that zone is just over to the east.
One more tick, and there it is. Senti gets taken out to the Storm Surge. Degen, Aegis, and Kanata might just catch a glimpse on the loot there, but for now, it's going to be completely untouched as Edgy, Rise, and Threat manage to sneak their way in dead center to this new zone here and start already working the refarm game, so they're going to be in a very comfortable position, setting themselves up. Macwood, Bucky, and Peterbot take to the skies here as they manage to touch down at the base of the mountain. Great spot, but the team holding the high ground, the most commanding spot here of the lobby, is going to be Nani, Quanti, and Dusky. That's a very strong and key position here, because look, they get all the valuable information here, Reese, of the playing field. Like, it is literally, they have the God's eye of the scene right now.
What impresses me also about that is the fact that they drop just to that new spot to the south of Believer Beach, right? So they've rotated. We saw them push in to take a fight earlier on. Now they've rotated all the way across the map to get here. So they've got a great position, great rotates. But for Smack's team, something else could be said, right? They've managed to get straight deep into the zone of the 5th. Smack now goes down. Casper, Nittle still in this. It's Miro, Boog, and Muzz who are right next to the whole lobby also focusing, and Nittle, Casper going down at the exact same time. That could be a blessing for Muzz's team if they manage to get the refresh off that, especially since he's so low on metal right now. And I'm guessing Booga probably has the most mats. And yeah, look, we can see exactly all of that additional loot up above, but it's not much. It was close to Siphon, I think, from what Booga managed to pick up there.
He needed that, though. He definitely did need it, and there goes a little upgrade here. He spots some loot out in the side of the zone there. For Miro, Muzz, and Booga, at least they are still alive right now. That can't be said for Reverse UK or Days Trios that were just taken out. You saw the feed light up there for a second, so a lot of the vets already falling this time around, and this game might just be the victors, or you know, the victory might just go to some of the newer folk here on the scene, like Quanti, Dusky, and Nani, who have just to get in that key position over the mountain here. They're going to make it very, very difficult for other teams to come on up.
Yeah, they have to start elevating a little bit higher than this, though, because they're very easily able to be padded on by any of the teams near them. However, they do have a large drop because that hill's starting to get a bit closer, so I'd like to see Dusky's team start to elevate to avoid being launch padded on, but they do have the one player playing the ultimate high ground up above. We should be able to go on this Nani right at the back. I'm still slightly concerned, but so many of the players now getting stuck at the back of the storm. There's only 32 players still in this at this minute, so barely any surge is going to be active when it comes to the edge of this moving zone. Nani's team still managing to hold it down all the way up in height as we see Buzz, Booga, and Miro now claiming the front side of the zone.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a difficult zone to play off because it went down that river's bend and then straight up the steep mountain into Caddy's corner. Now up another just round hill here, getting into this weather station location. Now to push on back is going to drop off the face of the terrain here. So it's going to be another, I call it a material drain at this point. And you can see teams or players like Durant are just holding on by a thread, but it's a very important thread. Look at how many more placement points he's managed to just earn himself by staying alive to top 13. With every team that falls, 2 more points are going to be given and rewarded to him.
Yeah, the zone pulls straight back into Catty Corner. It wouldn't be an NA East Finals without a Catty Corner zone by any means. And down on the low ground, look who's claimed it. Edgy, Rise, and Threats all the way down to the low ground. Muzz, Miro, Booga still up in the mid layers too, trying to get to that front side of the zone, but they're straight down to wood at this point, so they're going to have to look for an elimination, but they're getting sprayed upon from the teams up above because they've noticed that they're low on the mat. Muzz playing pumps out, and the shots also connect. He's trying to go for the wall. They managed to claim it, but no, they do not. He's going to have to does heal up here, and now 7 builds left to his name. Look at the heals that he has. He's definitely done a great job in this mid game, but he's going to have to start connecting some of these shots as they're running out of mats, and he's trying to go wall to wall with the player here, and he's managed to get some form of loot from that, but it's not enough for his mats at all.
Not to mention, Miro just found the full elimination onto Bucky as well, so he gets the credit from the first place team. This is second place versus first place here. They're trying to really rival their way on up to the top and overcome that point distance that they had between the two, because now they have pushed themselves up into the 54-point threshold. They've effectively closed the gap on the opponents. They're going to need a little bit more because the additional placement points, of course, at Macwood and company, who are alive, by the way, with Peterbot in the mix. Peterbot just got a knock there in the feed, and so did Macwood, but Rise is now by himself underneath the cone, out of material. Can you hit the clutch pump shot when it matters most? He cannot. Down he goes to the hands of users there on the edge, but Peterbot's the name that I'm seeing just pop off right now. He definitely earned a bunch of points.
Yeah, the feed was just lit up his hand left, right, and center, but now Justice, still the the current FNCS champion in his home, also popping off now when it gets to a top 6 situation. Miro and Muz connecting.
Oh my gosh.
One of the only teams who's probably
oh my gosh.
And it's yet again another one. The elimination's coming through. This is why Miro is one of the best to ever do it, but they're getting shot in the back, and it's Justice, and another one goes down. Another elimination onto Justice.
That's a 3-piece pickup there onto Macwood, Skittles, and Justice, all back-to-back, 3 different teams. That's placement points, that's elimination points, that's everything you can ask for as Nani finds Miro now on the low ground here. And again, they have managed to cruise their way through to this end game. Don't throw it now. A little misfall there from Quanta to fall down into desperate hands here. And this is a 3-on-3 situation. Deemer, Aver, AV, and Eden, they're all going head-to-head here. They have to set up for the W right now. That's a win condition, but this HP Reese, they don't have much. They're gonna have to commit here.
They don't at all, and the hill starts to pull up, and they've not been able to claim a low ground layer. You see one medkit play starting to go off, but it's almost 10 seconds too early. Look at the heals that Nani has. He has so many chug splashes. The chili chug splash is starting to go. He goes back to the store. He connects onto one. Dusky connects onto another. That's Deemer that goes down too. It's just left to AV. He's popped the medkit down on the low ground. All 3 teams trying to play heal up.
Wait a second.
AV thinks he has enough. Remember how many chug splashes are up on high ground. This almost definitely will not be, but Nani's starting to panic. He doesn't know how many heals the team down below has. Nani drops down. He looks for the shot at the point. He connects.
Oh my gosh!
He manages to pick up the victory royale.
A single tick away, and Nani manages to just do it after nearly tossing in the final moments. And we talked about the pressure. We said keep your cool here, don't jump down too soon. And luckily, he sucked his guns there. He played for the win condition, the heals that he had, but you can't anticipate your opponent to have 4 or 5 chug splashes as well.
Yeah, he got a little bit shaky. We saw, I think they had 10 chug splashes, 2 chili chug splashes. So definitely more heals to out heal, but because he went for the medkit play, I think it was AV went for the medkit play down below, that started to get him a little bit shaky. You know, he started to worry a little bit. He's like, man, do they have floppers? They have more chug splashes, and that audio cue obviously starts to come through. So started to get a little bit worried, but I got on my edge. I got a little bit nervous for him too, but they had it held down.
Yeah, and then the pump shot comes in, player stuck and drop. That was actually very intense. And again, we see a new team rise to the top here. We're going to toss down over to Desk because I want to know the standings.
Thank you so much, MDF and Reese, a nail biter in game number 2. Congratulations to Nani, Duskybot, and Quanti. They find themselves the elimination. And for a moment, guys, I did think it was going to be a little scary, right? They dropped down. What I'm surprised by, I feel like Eden, if he had just like boxed up, maybe he didn't have supplies, but he had the splashes. So if he just run away, he might have actually lived that, Vivid.
Yeah, and that was crazy there at the end there. AV almost clutched it up in that 1v3 situation, trying to pull off the heal up. And when he popped that med kit and then the obs team panned over to the higher ground team, they had like 8 chug splashes. I was like, oh man, there's no way. Yeah. And then AV had chug splashes himself, and it came down to the other team only had 10 HP. So very, very close, especially with AV getting that knock in the end.
Yeah, you could feel it as well there, Nani thinking, you know, starting to run out of those chug splashes and thinking, I have to go for this now. Now is the time to end the game and get the victory royale. He did exactly that, dropped down and won it for the team. So, you know, again, we saw so much happening in that end game as well. Big teams as well, the likes of, you know, Miro's trio. We had, I think, Macwood's trio. They were all there at the end game as well. So we're going to see the leaderboard now really start to show who is out in front. I think only after 2 games, which is really exciting. I can't wait to see either.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing a lot of Storm Surge, some issues, and some trios doing very well on this, which is kind of unusual.
Listen, it's finals, and Storm Surge is very, very prevalent. As you can see here, we see a fight happened in the early game. This was very early on between Reverse, Durant, and Pump, and then Dave's trio as well. Though no elims actually ended up coming out of this. However, both trios got a plethora of damage in for Storm Surge, so it was almost a mutual agreement where after they both got a knock, they both kind of just walked away. And that's one way that these teams can play this Storm Surge, right? You can be very, very aggressive, or you could find yourself be like Commandment, Stretch, and Scented, right? They like to just base up on hills and use their assault rifles from a very long distance and get tags on rotating players. So those are kind of like the two ways that these players find themselves above these Storm thresholds every single game.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see some tactics as well for the likes of Little Caster and Smack. They're actually in the Storm taking a 2-tick. However, they were willing to kind of use the Storm as cover and take shots up high on hilltops to kind of not be seen, but still manage to get those Storm Surge hits in as well. Let's take a look at the standings right now. You can see Bucky, Peterbot, and Mac would retain the top spot right now with 50 placement points, 17 eliminations, and 84 points. But they're now being caught up ever so slightly by Muzz, Miro, and Booga. They're 70 points now. Only 14 points now separate the top two teams with 48 placement points, eliminations 11 as well. Lots of teams there. You can see like Osp's team in 5th position. You can see now 8th. You have Eden's team as well with 10 eliminations. Starting to see double digits coming through now as well in the eliminations, but those standing points really help balance that out. You can see here in the second half of the table from 11th through 20th as well. We can see teams that we've already talked about, the likes of DJ and Agents and Canada sneaking in now, having initially held up in that original contest. Corny there, they've managed to kind of survive, go through, some placement points and eliminations, surviving that from the get-go there. But big teams coming through, Vivid, and they're all starting to really pick up momentum now.
Yeah, going down to very early was Scented, Commandment, and Stretch, so they are falling all the way to that second page even after a great first game. So we'll see what they can do in game number 3.
It's okay, right? Like this is kind of where we're at in EU as well. It's like after 2 games, like, oh, this doesn't feel. But remember, 12-game format, we're chilling, right? It's fine. It's fine until it's not, unfortunately. So we definitely need some of these teams to kind of kick it in a high gear. This is finals. You need to start making stuff happen. Find these surge tags. And honestly, if you just feel like the fight is not going to go your way, just disengage. Don't be eliminated. Don't have to wait till the next match starts. But either way, the battle bus has beep beeped, which means we gotta go. So we're going back over with MDF and Reese to take us into the next game.
Let's get right into it. Game number 3 is here, and this is it. This is getting kind of crazy for us. I just wanted to give another hats off to Nani, Quanti, and Dusky there, who were just 5 points coming out of game 1, and they kept their head high and turned that into a victory royale with 7 eliminations. Like, just all in all, impressive.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, a difficult victory round for them to get in terms of map positioning too. There was a catty corner zone. They dropped to the south of Believers Beach in that new crash site there, so it's a real tough rotate for them, and they got there early. That was what was the key for them. They rotated down to the south side of that 5th zone early, grabbed that power position up on the hill, and were just able to claim height all the way through. Yeah, they got some favorable zones when it came to the moving, but it's because they set themselves up so well earlier than that they were able to capitalize on it.
Crazy to think we didn't see just one of those ridiculous types of height takes and the madness that is launch pads in the end there, because they weren't holding it to perfection. We kind of called out one of the flaws there, a little low as far as the positioning they decided to go with, but is what it is. And now we hop over to Chucky, who's already been knocked down, and Avery and Illis is the perspective on hand here. They're gonna have to clutch up once again here. Kanata, Degen, and Agers have managed to get the favorable drop, it seems, again, as they have shields and shotguns in hand.
Yeah, grabbing that early elevation is so important. As you can see, Kanata's team just instantly ramp all the way up, but Avery's team understands that they're at the disadvantage. They have nothing to work with, and they're starting to hit the dip and dip on out of here, but the pressure starts to come through. But hold on, Aegis seems to go down because Illis is actually staying up behind, and it's not Illis that's in this vehicle with Avery. It's actually Kanata who's in the passenger seat alongside of him here. I thought the full team had started to dip, but this is what seems like a Michael Bay 1v1 here.
This is so bad because there's not much he can do either, but he does get the vehicle to blow up there, and finally he takes out Avery. He was running low on ammunition as well, but luckily he is going to have just enough to go ahead and do it. And look at this. Degen is down as well. Illist is just something else. This is why you have to put respect on him. We've seen him do crazy things today. He's been on like somewhat of a running highlight already.
I mean, Illis is always impressive to watch. I'm always going all the way back to the first time I heard about him. I want to say Chapter 2, Season 2, maybe Season 3 era, when he was really starting to pop off back then. Like, he's been impressing me ever since so far. So I'm not surprised that still to this day he's fragging out like this in the early game. And Look, he's putting in the most of the work. I don't want to say he's hard carrying this early game fight, but he's putting in the work for this team.
No, it's okay to say it. He's definitely hard carrying right now. He was the last live before. He put points on the board for his trio in the game one. Extra points when he shouldn't have, honestly, onto that just disgusting pump onto Tragics. If you didn't see it in game one, you'll find it somewhere online, I'm sure.
I'm definitely
here, though. Yeah, it's somewhere up there. And look at this. Illis is going toe-to-toe now with Kanata.
Yep, trying to go wall to wall, see what he can do. And he's still got 34 builds because he got those siphon materials from the obviously 2 elims he's got to date so far. And I wonder if he's going to hit the dip. Remember, this reboot ran is really far south from here. So for the teams who land on this main building, which is where the majority of the teams do end up landing, like obviously we've been seeing this fight happen game after game after game so far, they've just got to go full down to the south side, grab the reboot that's down here, which is why obviously they end up dipping out. So for Illa's team, like, this is a great play that he's managed to distance himself. But you can see Visual's team's also very close. But yet again, Spexy's team's decided to rotate on through. They have been absolutely chaotic at this point in the end game, and even Illis actually managed to chunk up Spexy here, and now they have to manage not to lose a member. The last time this exact fight happened, well, anyone tried to fight Illis as a solo, he managed to pick up a single lead, like we mentioned already, but unfortunately this time for him it's not going to be the exact same outcome.
Yeah, the best case scenario would have surely been to get to that vehicle and try to slide on out of there, but, you know, in the heat of the moment, tough call, couldn't really find his footing there to get back on down. Just like that, DeQuinted and Zemo are just playing huge upset here. 2 games now out of the 3. They've come through and disrupted things for DJ and Agers in game number 1 in Kanata, and now this time for Illis and his trio.
They also got Llama. You could see that they had that in the inventory there. Back over to Kanata, though. He's managed to dip on over to this east side, in the north side of the Kami split, as it's referred to, and he's picked up both of the reboots for DJ and Agers. So the fact that there's so many more additional reboots this season has really benefited them in this match. But I want to see what they can do from here now, because this loot is... it's not ideal. Let's say that's probably the way I'd like to put it. It's not ideal, but they have another trio starting to rotate on into them.
Yeah, it's definitely not great by any means. And I was going to pop off here. See what he can do. Great tag there. Great angle as well. Grabs the cone too. Waiting for the edit and just... oh my gosh. He really did that right there to Plague. Sits him down. Teaches him a little lesson about Fortnite and a little control of the builds, if you will. My gosh.
Like, they don't say Kanata's one of the best box fighters, if not the best box fighter in the world, for no reason. Super simple mechanics, but in this high level of gameplay, being able to execute is so important. But in this fight, another team started rolling. Spexy's team has now rotated on even further, so they're causing chaos for every team around here. They're seeming super aggressive so far, and we got to see how this is going to work for Kanata's team. They managed to get the heal up and the rev off to D-Gen so far. Aegis now playing underneath with Kanata still at the same time, up above them DeQuinted, but Nosh and Skills also seem to want a part of this. This is on the NA East region. Historically, throughout the last 2 weeks, through the qualifiers and through semis, we've seen this same area be so heavily congested with so many fights so far. It was, I think, in that qualifier 1, D-Gen or Tragic's team who kept rotating into here, who we kept seeing fighting. There was repeatedly like 4 teams here, and it seems like the finals is just an exact replica of that.
I couldn't help but like crack a smile for a second there as I thought Nut, Skittles, and Nos were going to just barrel the car right into the fight. I'm like, there's no shot, right? They're just going to get into a nine-man brawl over here. This is definitely a parade of sorts. And yes, this is a location that has had these battles. Speaking of which, I called it a parade actually in week 1 when we were casting. I remember it almost clearly, and it was right here at the gas station.
Exactly,
I was like, wait, what do I call this? Yeah, it's definitely a parade. This is just an area these guys like to fight at.
It's not a party. It's definitely not a party. Like,
not a party. This is a parade.
None of these people want to be invited, I'll tell you that much.
Crazy. How many players are here?
Zemo's team, they want to be invited. They just keep rolling onto any fight that they see.
I mean, they seem to just like have that spider sense going on right now. They're just on the hunt here, and they're finding trios. Not that these trios are like easy picks or anything, but they're definitely not having an issue singling out, okay, where are teams going to be? Which a lot of trios can't do that. Some teams just struggle to actually find the types of conflicts to get in and confidently take, but not for this trio here. Epoxy, though, has got that sidewall right now. Putting a little pressure onto Kanata as Casker and Smack the Niddle. We've noticed that they've not had a single issue with Storm Surge so far, so it could be that this is the reason. Remember, we were wondering, why were they so lit up before? Why were they low on minis? They've probably been finding these fights consistently round after round.
Yeah, they managed to rotate pretty deep in, and the fight that they've rotated into so far, DeQuinted team seems to be picking up a lot of this, and for teams so far that's only got 6 points, I must say they're being very, very aggressive. That is Kanata's team that goes down. You're right. It seemed like they initially had the advantage. Nil in the feed picks up D-Gen too, so I think that might be the entire team picked up. I'm not sure if Aegis is still left in this. DeQuentis team now going to start to dip on out. They got their surge, they got damage, they're going to try and heal up, especially with the full materials they got refreshed from that, with the cap they had previous. And man, no, Aegis is still there on that far left-hand side. This has just become an absolute mess. I'm excited for Nosh, not in skills, to be honest. They're just sitting back, taking shots, just chilling.
Yeah, you can see just looking at the map, they're definitely looking into the builds here, so they have for sure sight lines of some sorts onto what's going on here. They have a very good understanding, like, hey, there's a lot of players here. I wonder at what point do they decide, let's go ahead and move in ourselves. Let's get into some of this toe-to-toe action. Niddlecaster and Smack have clearly decided that it's been their turn to get inside the builds as well. I don't think they really realize, though, hey, there's a trio and then some here.
Yeah, I mean, how can you? How can you predict what's happening in this area with this many teams? Like Zemo's team, you got DeQuent, we got Briggsy, we got Spexy, we got Casker, Nil, Smack. Aegis just sitting probably in a cone on that full low ground. I'm kind of worried for Bryce's team because I'm not sure how close he is to Aegis. Probably wall to wall right now. I'm slightly concerned to see the shots starting to come through at the far side too. And it'll get awfully close to Aegis, and him sitting in the cone, he's desperate. So he's probably going to open that one all the way up and go for some big tags, go for some big shots. We've only still lost 2 trios, and I'm pretty sure they've all been in this area.
Yeah, definitely. And look, still that single Elam onto Casker, that was the knock that he picked up onto DGen just a little bit ago. Someone's trying to make it a little escape here. Was that Bryce? Question mark. We'll find out. That was a white tag, so this shouldn't last much longer than this. There it is, the big tag. Who was it? Reveal yourself, sir. It was Bryce.
Yeah.
Bryce. I was going to say, I think the Aegis knows better than to jump in a vehicle with how many, because Aegis has a very good understanding. There's a ton of teams here.
Oh, DeQuentin. Yeah, Aegis still in that cone. He's not moved one bit. He's probably going to go for the reboot, but now DeQuentin beamed on up. Now, a 2v2, I think, at this point, as one of the other teams seems to be a little bit far away. Caster seems to start to close that gap a bit, being super, super aggressive for veteran team, but they're taking smart pushes. We've got to say from Casker, Nil, and Smack, like, they approach this fight slowly. They understand the priorities that they got to dip, they got to rotate. That next zone pulls far to the northwest. They're going to have to grab a vehicle and get moving because they know they're going to come across a wall of teams later on. They've done a great job in this fight, I must say, like, not overcommitting, showing how you should third party a fight. Be annoying. Like, that's what you do. You be on the edge, you take the shots, you hit them, you pick up the occasional eliminations. You're not diving into boxes doing something overcommitting, and then you just leave. I know a lot of players in many tournaments struggle with that last aspect, in particular, the leaving part, but that's what sets veteran teams apart.
Yeah, let's just talk about what that means for a trio like theirs. Now they're up at 40 points. They found all the tags that they can actually ask for in the early game kind of instance here, and they're just going to go ahead and use this very fresh vehicle, by the way, to get a key position on this new zone. And this, my friends, is why they've officially thrusted their way up just outside the bubble of the top 10 there. Luckily for Aegis, all the chaos is sort of settled there. He will have enough time to go in and get back to that reboot card, so he'll at least have a chance at picking up his teammates. Whether or not an opportunity presents itself, don't really know. It's kind of one to be determined, but hey, he's got a chance.
Let's have a look through a quick stat. Tahi led all NAE East players in total elims in Chapter 2 Season 7 finals. That's impressive. I can't remember where they ended up placing. Let me do a little check on the leaderboards at that moment, because obviously they weren't one of the teams that auto qualified in the top 3. So really, Tahi was popping off. Then let's be honest. Or was he just hard carrying his team? Is that what the stats trying to say?
That could have been the season where they were contesting, I think, Clicks and Crew, and they just like shut them down and still finished top 10 or something like that. I think they came like, what was it, 8th or 6th or something like that?
My scrolling abilities are very slow to figure this one out. I do remember that last season was, and obviously this season now they've teamed up with Clicks to go on to the same team. They managed to place, am I blind? 16th, is that right? Yeah, 16th. So for a team, someone in the 16th place to have the most eliminations in the finals, that's so impressive.
Just active.
A lot of that came down to fighting his teammate.
I was gonna say, I like that it's like we see the clashes and like they put the rivalry aside and respect one another. So it's like, yeah,
exactly,
come play with me. You know what I mean? Like same thing with Peterbot, right? With Macwood and stuff like that. Like that's honestly really cool the way the story kind of comes together.
Yeah, and if you were on the socials last season at all, you know what was going on between Clicks and Sprite's team. You would never thought they would have teamed up in the season after that. Same with Peterbot's team and Bucky's team. But you know what? This season's been full of surprises and team changes all around.
Definitely. Now we're watching Tahi get active again here. They're below the surge. Let's see if he can live up to the expectation here. and pick up an elimination, because honestly, he might have to jump into this box. There's 15 seconds separating him from the Storm Surge at this point, and Sprite's already setting up the side angle. Tahi and Clicks are going to jump down. There it is. They're probably deciding what wall they want to take. It's all metal. It's not going to be easy on the other side. A fight that's already been decided, and a decisive action take here from Clarity and Shark. They're hopping right on in. That's going to be the veteran Kaz who gets put down. Now, Clarity's got to continue to push here, though. He's still below the Surge. All that damage he did there is not going to be enough just yet.
Yeah, losing Knight's really rough in this fight, and there's still the duo left, and it's the Baby Boss team with Slacks that they're fighting up against. And I think this must just be 3 duos in this area right now, as you can hear the Surge starting to pop off. Fishy's trying to figure out what they could do. Here we go. You hear those audio cues coming through. Baby Boss starting to get aggressive now that he understands what's happening. They have lost Dolzer at this moment. They pick up the elimination of the Rogue Shark here. Trying to slow on back out. They're not sure. They still probably think they're fighting a full trio at the same time, because no more audio cues coming through. But Clarity G down on the low ground, actually still getting tagged as well. He's trying to do what he can to save the team, and they've struggled with Storm Surge historically, very much so from that southwest drop spot that they have. And I think Slack's team is just going to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, they jump down. They wrap him up pretty quickly as well. They heard the Surge, and that was just easy pickings and tracking there from Baby Boss. So it's going to work out. They need that loot as well. Little do they know, there's a nice little pile to the right, just outside the build, underneath that red tree right there. You can see a brief little glimpse of all the wood pile and whatnot. So loot that they're going to desperately need, but looks like Tahi, Sprite, and Clicks take the fight. Did not, or it has not worked in their favor so far. They are still very below the Surge, considering they've been active in the fight this entire time. So super unfortunate that they have not managed to do enough damage here up against Joji, Donnie, and Knifer, who honestly looked to be in relatively decent condition, considering they had such a top tier trio contesting them.
Yeah, and with 71 players alive, Tahi was actually the only player that was below on Surge there. Someone else has gone down. I think it was Agers I saw on the feed. He either picked up when the Glimmer went down. I got it very quickly in the corner of the eye as that transition came through. And Tahi was literally, like I said, the only player being tagged now. So he's in as a solo. The amount of players that we've seen not playing as full teams, but hold on, no, he's been fully picked up from behind. Sniper's team picks up a relatively easy elimination. They obviously got pushed by them earlier. That's now going to be 2 elims and 1 player went down to Storm Surge. So for Sniper's team with Donnie and Joji, that's just free pickings, free tags, but they have wasted a ton of materials and metal. But luckily they did get that from the refresh back up.
That was just like an open air, just 3-2-1 in the box. Tahi thought he was safe for a second there, but you saw he's definitely outside the zone either way. So to pause and heal, probably not the best idea, but it is what it is. Down goes Click, Sprite, and Tahi, and they were doing pretty decent so far. So, you know, again, haven't had very much luck as far as the way the zones played out up until this moment, but now, you know, just not having a great game either when things are kind of in their ballpark.
Yeah. Because of all these fights that we've seen, watching out, look at how many people are just stuck to the edge of the zone. Peterbot's team being one of them. That east side and all the way down to the southeast side looking real congested right now. And see that next zone pulls, of course it pulls to the west. So a lot of the teams that are congested here are rough. And a lot of the home teams we've seen today actually be doing really badly. We think now we're into Pleasant Park zone. Kaz's team's already down. I'm not sure the full trio's down, but we've seen Kaz in particular go down. We've seen in that previous game, we saw Justice's team struggle. So a lot of, when we were in Lazy Lake in that previous game, also we saw Sentinel's team go down there. So every time it seems to get to the home spot, these teams aren't really benefiting from it too much. I'm wondering if they're struggling with their rotates and positioning, if players aren't coming through into them or not.
Also very interesting to not see Durant alive right now either. So Reverse 2K and Pump just kind of as a duo here. Not too far off from Macwood, Bucky, and Peterbot. There they are. On the other side, Stretch Commandment. Scented all still up as a full trio. Duke users still alive as well, going toe-to-toe with potentially Nick, Beef, and Lupian here. We're looking to see if they can force out a launch pad or a fight there on the outer edge. Big fight going down there. So I do believe Beef and company were sitting up pretty solid on the standings when we last checked in.
Yeah, we saw them using the Shadow Flopper player, remember, in game number 1, but landing on height and not having too much success from it. So they're probably a little bit higher up there.
No, it's actually Duke, Justice, and Users who's doing really good this game.
Oh, okay.
Fourth, with the 4th, 3rd after that, and they're in 3rd place right now, and they just got pushed in by Lupian and company. And look at this, forced them out of that position there.
what's really interesting about this is I remember vividly last season having Jukes' team making a really good rotated take, super centered on a third zone in a similar position. And in this game, they've pretty much done something relatively close to that. So great fun understanding of the fundamentals from them. But moving back over to Bugha, Miro and Muzz, one elimination just slightly above the Storm Surge. They're starting to get active and aggressive. The team sitting next to them, I feel like they're trying to fight Sented's team here. That may be the team next to them. They have a bunch of loot they managed to get back and harvest up into here. Going for the full spray. It seems like Muzz is trying to take the wall. They got the wall back. The cone placed in the box, but the shot does not connect. I wonder if they're going to be able to get some of that additional loot that's in there. Potentially not.
Big Elam's going down in the feed. Looks like Aspect is still alive. He finds one onto Gonzo. Reverse 2K is going to fall on his rotate through to the new zone. Dukes no longer with his teammate here, just holding on to his third place spot right now as the solo. Bucky's gonna find Bugha here in the mix of all these shots right now. And after two back-to-back third places, Muzz and Bugha are gonna have to play this one out by themselves here to see if they can maintain that high average placement they've managed to do this so far.
And Muzz is a crazy solo player. I'm not sure how he does in duos, so I guess we're gonna have to find out here alongside Bugha, Chimp, Oliver OG, and Sicko. I mean, in that first game, you know, we saw what happened to Sicko, right? We saw him hiding in retail row. It wasn't a good look, right? Wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look. This time, still up as a full trio. A lot of solos and duos around him with Beef, obviously the only full trio up above. Let's see what they can do with this. I didn't quite catch where that fifth zone was going, so we need to see if they have to make a rotate or if they're comfortable in their home spot here. And let's see what they make the move on.
And we're here, the launch pads coming out. Gonzo already positioned up here on the high ground. Open cap as well. I was going to say, we have to assume this is definitely where the zone's pulling right now. Mind you, this is a team that did pull through with that Victor Royale. Gonzo and Aviv and Domi here at the very, very end. Had to give them a shout out last night. And now look at them looking strong right now. Look at them make a comeback, honestly, with their tournament run right now. 26 points. They're kind of middling in the competition, but we're right here, right in the middle of the competition. So it's the perfect spot to be in, to have a big game, to jump right back up and put yourself inside the top 10. We've seen already some of our top teams fall, so it's going to be close.
There's definitely a lot of shakeups in this game so far in regards to the leaderboards. We've seen NANI's team go down in 6th. Everyone above him still in this. Commandment go down, and they were in 11th. And right now in the feed, Skittles Nosh not went down, who were also in 7th. We saw them taking some smart fights earlier on. Our top 5 all still in this, and man, for Commandment sent this team, this is rough. Now also we just see Justice go down as well, so they're out in 3rd. Man, a lot of the top teams in our first 2 still in this. We know that Muzz and obviously alongside Bugha are playing this as a duo, but Bucky's team still in as a full trio, and they might, like, I was gonna say the opposite of close the gap. They're gonna take away with this lead potentially if they manage to have another big game.
Could definitely break away here if they have a great game right now, but judging by Bucky's HP, Peterbot's lack of full shield as well, they might just be in a bit of a desperate situation right now. We'll keep very close eyes on them. Visuals and Osperati, Frist, all pretty healthy there. Another team that I saw from the peripheral for a second, Threats, Edgy, and Rise seem to have been pretty healthy as well in the middle of the zone. So they pulled a bit of favoritism to the Pleasant Park rotate that's going out of the Pleasant Park right now. Jamper, though, hits his head on a bad launch pad here. He's going to have to eat a lot of Stormline. Luckily, a Cypher or something comes in at the very end. There might have been a splash, actually, from his teammate. So he's going to be able to cap off just a little bit here as he touches down. Willing to take some damage here for the better positioning up and over the mountain. Is it going to be worth it?
Yeah, unfortunately, that zone, that launch pad made them lose day there, so potentially get a bit greedy if they have their own pad and just see if they actually end up having it for the next moving. We do see that charge shotgun in the hands of Tragic, so I'm still expecting a ton of eliminations in this end game, even though they're still this duo. Bugha still down on the low ground. They've actually managed to lose Muzz. Miro, obviously, we know is lost, so now the solo champion has to play his way through this game as a solo, but he's getting beamed up at the back and he's only down to 11 HP with no heals. He's going to play pump out from here on out, seeing what he can do. Remember, this is your current 2nd place team, so this could shake up the lobby big time, but no, he misses the jump, but one single HP keeps him in it from now on out, but I highly doubt he's going to be able to stay in, and it's not enough.
He does make it a top 15 though, so there was big placement points to be had there. Not too bad at all as Rise, Edgy, and Threats, you can see them in the middle of the rotate there. So another team that's inside the top 5 still alive there. Macwood and Peterbot not looking too hot. On the high ground though, Knifer, Donnie, and Joji trying to make their comeback story right now. We saw what they've managed to do so far today, playing upset onto some of the teams, but no, high ground gets chopped out by Osperati, Visuals, and Frisk. They get the full finish as well, and they are looking to break away here. They said, forget Macwood and Trio. We want this top spot.
Yeah, they're in a good spot down on the low ground. Edgy goes down, leaving Threats and Rise as a duo. They may be able to get the res off. They do manage to trade eliminations at the same time, and a ton of heals come out, so a lot of the heal off potential can definitely come through from them in this next zone transition. Will they be able to get the revive off? And it will not be lucky, I don't think, as that zone starts to pull far. Still up on high ground. Osp, Frist, and Visuals in the commanding position. Down below, Jamper still in this with Tragics as well. We see a ton of full trios still down below, but Dequended, Zemo and Spexy, a team who we've known have unrelenting aggression in this early game, now losing Zemo, but this is the furthest they've managed to make it into a single game. Every single bit of their points comes through from this, but they're getting sprayed from height. He's trying to take the box fight in place of the player next to him. Now he's gonna have to drop down and play this as a solo.
Good play by him. Beautiful reads as well to just stay alive here. And look at this. He's going back into his old build. So wait for him to recognize these layers here and go ahead and retreat back into the safety of his previous builds. Once again, take a look at the feed here. Elite's up. Who Fishy's still up as well, right? We saw Aspect pick up a couple players there. We were wondering if they were going to be able to make it this far as a duo, and they have managed to, even without Kaz there at the very, very end. I know Threats is still alive there too. He's going to find Pledge just there at the very end. So Threats is earning himself some seriously big placement points here, and Elam's now. Rise is still up too, so they have something to work with right there. They might just be the duo that can fight pretty much upset to all the other players down here in the low ground.
Hopefully they can get back together because they're awfully split down there. This definitely is a game of duos. We see Tabs alongside Tail, but no, Tabs and Tail's getting chunked all the way back. This zone now starts to pull up, but they do have some old builds here. They're going to have to start chunking their way through this, but look who's in front of them. A ton of players. They might have to just go for the psycho play for Frist. Visuals up on the high ground. They're in the best position possible, but for Tabs down below, the storm is starting to tick. He connects with the 80 shot and manages to pick up. Let's Rise. That means Threats is also out of this game. He's now using that pepper speed to try and get himself to the front side of the zone, and he's claimed a good spot as a solo, still with 52 builds to his name, but it's all wood. But Frist drops all the way down from high ground as Ganzo starts to go up for it. So up on height, Visuals and Osp now as a duo. I think this could be the game for Pamstu, Carry, and Fetch to win as the full trio down below.
This is actually very winnable for the low ground trio, and they know just how to play it as things are going to start to settle down now. The lack of fire means that they're going to be able to turn the momentum to their favor. Here it is. Beautiful shot by Austin Company on the side, but Fatch follows up. Beautifully done. The Siphon's going to keep him up here. Is there enough HP, though, in the inventory here? As Carry did get the Siphon, he's going to cancel the heal from Visuals up top. Of Visuals had just enough to win it out, and this is the second game now where a player wins with a single tick over the opponent.
2 games in a row with a medkit play comes in absolutely crucial for a single second, 1 tick to be able to win and pick up the victory royale. That's a huge swing in points, remember, managing to actually pick up that and hopefully manage to get the tag off and get the elimination, because that's another 2 additional points on top of that as well.
That's the thing right there too, right? In the end game, it does all come down to those finite decisions, making the right ones, and it was looking like it was all over for a second there on high ground. How Tabs G not just actually jumped out and given away the Siphon. It might have just ended a little differently there. So with that, that's game number 3 wrapped and in the book, solidified. We're gonna toss it over to Death so we can get this numbers crunched.
Guys, a single tick, one tick, literally 1 second. 1 moment there, and I just cannot believe it went that way. Also stopping the med kit, which if they had completed that, obviously much bigger window, but in that moment when that happens where you're forced to drop the med kit, you literally have 1 tick as well to kind of think about it, think about what to do next. And Vivid, in that moment, to just be like 1 chug splash. Okay, I hope that was enough.
Man, listen, that just kind of gives a testament to how close this competition is, right? Like, it comes down to literally these milliseconds. Only 1 tick in the storm separating these 2 opponents from a victory royale. So, nonetheless, they both played it very, very well, given the circumstances. You know, you can't play everything perfectly. So, well done to both of those teams. And obviously, Visuals there with the clutch, playing that heal off from the high ground. An obvious win for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, MDF said it himself. You know, we're looking at 2 games now with, you know, with one pip. That's all it took. And I think what we're looking at here is slim margins, the finest of margins between our players. And this is what we want to see at FNCS finals. We know how tight things get there at the top. And with the, you know, with Osman and co, they won qualifier 2 obviously as well. So they're used to being in the driving seat. They've had a couple of victory royales, I think, in that qualification way back in the competition. But it's amazing to see them again doing so unbelievably well. And you know, we like to highlight certain teams across the course of our you know, of our competitions. And would you believe it? I chose to highlight this exact same trio halfway through the game. So we can take a look at the trio here. I mean, Convergence is where they have chosen to drop, it seems, throughout the course of this map. We can see some of their kind of eliminations here as well. They had a really good first game 1. Game 2, they came, I think, 23rd, not so good, but still managed to get eliminations on the board. But Convergence is an interesting place to land as well. It's obviously a very new part of the map, and as we know at this point as well, you're really lacking in mats, but the team do fan out wonderfully well when it comes to actually dropping and trying to find all the kind of like loot and items they need to really progress to the end game. We saw it there as well, having all those bits, even despite the fact they haven't got mats directly in front of them in the game, Vivid, you know, when they first drop, they somehow managed to come through and have a fantastic you know, way to end things off at the end.
Yeah, a big part of their strategy there is first actually lands off to the side of the Convergence, so he is gathering some loot for them outside and some mats, obviously, and then Visuals and Osp usually just fly into Convergence and gather some loot, which allows them to make heal-off plays. As you can see, Visuals here, plenty amount of heals to make that heal-off. Great job by them finding that high ground, and because of that victory route that we just saw, we now have a new standings leader.
Wow, there they are, top of the leaderboard right now in 57 placement points, 23 eliminations, the highest in the competition thus far, with a victory royale to their name as well. And you can see 103 points, only 1 point separating them from second position, which is Bucky, Peterbot, and Macwood. We obviously saw win our first game today, game number 1 there, with 62 placement points, 20 eliminations, and a victory royale as well here. But interesting to see as well here, Vivid, you know, this leaderboard right now, we can see in 3rd and 4th place are tied on 84 points already after only a few games, with 2 teams in triple digits as well. But something to spotlight here as well is items. Obviously, we talk a lot about highlighting players or trios. Interesting for you guys watching at home as well to spotlight certain carries and things, items that our players carry here as well. You can see top 10 teams, most carried items. So the teams that are coming top 10, these are the items that they carry most often. And Vivid, you can see here, Flopper is first in the chart, in the table.
Yeah, this is not inclusive of medkit, bandages, minis, and big pots, obviously, because, you know, those are always in people's inventory. But outside of those things, floppers, those chug splashes, you get so much value out of carrying something like a chug splash because it can heal 3 people, since we are playing trios, right? So a lot of use out of that. And then obviously floppers, usually we see those make those nice clutch heal off plays towards the end of games.
So wild to consider how many heals are being prioritized, because a lot of these players know, man, if something goes wrong, I need that be able to pull the ripcord just for that extra HP to try and get me out of the situation. In this last game, Osman Company, it worked out, but will it continue to work? Well, that's what we're here to find out. Fortnite member jumping on the battle bus halfway through the competition already, which has been a blur, but we're going back over. We got MDF and Reese to take us in.
No team's been perfect either here as we're starting to look at how things are set up. Just looking at us with the singular point lead, they did have a pretty rough game too, a 23rd and 5 eliminations. So the W keep paying off, and luckily just breaking past that placement threshold there to earn that additional 5 points. Otherwise, it'd be Macwood party all the way through right now.
I do find it interesting, however, that they're a mid-map team, right? They're the team who's been landing near that gas station, kind of pushing in to the new Cube Town POI as well. So for them, like, they're taking advantage of the changes, and they've been in the center of the map position for seasons. So I bet they were happy to see an update this season.
Yeah, definitely things working in their favor here. As we're back with Agers, Degen, and Kanata, it seems like things have settled down here. Teams kind of realizing, okay, we may have gotten them the first game, the next 2 didn't work out in our favor. How do we salvage what's left of our finals here? Just like that, Agers, Degen, and Kanata have a little more room to work with here. I respect that.
I mean, Illus's team is 31st out of 32, so, you know, when you're contesting and it's going that poorly, you know, you're not really able to capitalize on anything. Aegis and Deeger's team, Deeger's, I knew I was going to combine all their names. That's the second time I've done it with them today. Aegis, Deeger, and Canada are currently in 20th. So despite the fact that both games aren't really going that well, it's like they clearly have the leg up. So very good decision from Avery's team to dip. It seems like they've gone over to this east side, managed to potentially split some more of the loot on what we would call the north side of Cami split. However, a lot of the teams often say there's not enough around here to take it as a full trio. In particular, metal, you're really going to struggle with unless you manage to get the building to the west near kind of the crops. But that one right there in the far right inside your screen, it doesn't seem like they're going for that at all. And Team Cryptid's team pushing on up here yet again. And here comes DGen too.
I was gonna say, it looks like they've managed to make their decision. They don't want to give up any of the loot in this general area, and they feel quite possibly like, hey, we have the better loot overall. Let's take a fight here if we can dive up on someone. Little do they know, though, Chucky is playing the bush right here. It seems like they just want to fuel up the vehicle, you know, let them be. And they're going to get on out of here. The intention was not to fight.
I'm not even sure if they knew they landed there. I'm guessing they would have been able to see them out the sky based on the bus path. And they would have obviously understood that they're not contesting this game. I think that's a wise decision. Both teams, really smart plays, right? It's like, right, we are top teams on the region. Like, I would have predicted these two teams could potentially come in the top 10 regardless. And now they've basically just thrown the first three of 12 games away. But at least they've swapped it up and decided to make a mature decision that hopefully for the next 9 games, we'll see, maybe things don't work out for them. They're going to try and play this smarter early game and hopefully obviously get a little bit more points.
Here's the team that definitely has a good foot on the competition right now. Skittles, Nut, and Nosh, who are just not too far off of the crops here, just south of it, already wiping up. Player here, trying to find another one in the distance. Just cleaning up house here.
It's going to be Encrypted's team, who we've seen fighting a lot today. Like, they've just been engagement after engagement. And none of them really going that well, unfortunately, so... For Skills team, like I said, they've managed to rotate on in, pick up some big eliminations, some big tags at the same time. And now, again, it's just they're going to focus on the good positionings that they have to make. Potentially getting some more loot into this. I'm wondering how many teams are up there in this north side of the Cami split. Because they have Cami split to themselves, right? They're landing in that spot that we just highlighted on the map there. And I'm wondering if they even looted that much of it, given the fact that they're rotating back through into it.
A pretty quick move there. Only 17 players are playing in their first finals, fewest of any region.
Wow.
That's what makes this such a star-studded affair. When you look at the roster, we're just like, yep, these are all killer teams. It just shows that a lot of them have been here before. A lot of them have put in the work and have the reputation around the region.
Hopefully we'll see that experience. And I think, honestly, from watching Illis team against Canada's team, you know, we watched it every game so far. I'm going to harp back on the fact that they've switched up the drop spot shows because they are experienced in these kind of lobbies. They understand that this just is not going to work out for 12 games. Like, they're just going to throw their entire tournament. So not fighting earlier off has definitely worked out much better for them. Back of the Clix' team with Tahi and Sprite down on 36 points. So often down in the bottom 10 as well, right? So
I was gonna also say, just to that, like, DGen, Agers, and Canada points, not to mention the fight hasn't ever cleanly finished either. You had like Zemo or ZP in history. I was just rolling up every time anyway, so you know, third time's the charm, right? It happened again in game 3 and they're just like, all right, like, you know what?
Well, remember at the top of the show, exactly what Vivid said, there's 2 POIs that is contested. Oh, that was them being one of them. And there was
these guys are everywhere.
They are everywhere. I was about to say, so they've gone from Corny, they went into Boney, then to Corny, now they're back into Pleasant. Like, these guys just want to fight. Like, that's what they want to do.
This is their Storm Surge strategy, guys. They pick a POI, they know a team's going to be there, and they take a fight.
And then they change the POI
points.
every game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, keeping the teams on their toes. They have 36 points because of it.
I'm not saying it's a bad strategy by any means, but it's just not necessarily working out for them so far because, I mean, last game was great. They got 4th of 6 elims, but the 2 games before that were not good at all. And I'm not sure if this is a team you want to push into. You know, Hoofishy alongside Aspect and Kaz, absolute veteran team. But as I say that, Hoofishy managed to get big chunked up right now. So it seems like Spexy's team has the advantage.
The difference is that aggression here, but ZP is going to get big punish there by the boy Aspect as Kaz manages to swing on through. He's got Zemo on the ropes as well. Third party coming in now as well with a vehicle on the quick and swift push through. So got to make this and pretty fast here. It's going to spell disaster for Kaz and company, who also have to pause down, power down, and heal for a second. But no, luckily, whatever trio that was in the distance, they managed to just pause, jump out the vehicle, and say, okay, not really sure what's all going on here, if this is even worth it. It's actually Yamzokwa in paper, a team that is pretty experienced in their own right, and they know what the feed's saying. They see the names in the feed. They kind of understand the situation here.
Yeah, they also drop up to the north of that in stealthing. A lot of times the engagement between these two teams, and in particular, obviously, Kaz's team down here in Pleasant, happen very, very frequently. And I'm still thinking back here to Zemo's team, like, you have a lay of the land. Like, they're confident. That's a phrase I'll give them. They are a confident team because they've pushed Canada's team. A team, remember, Canada's made every single FNCS finals. They pushed into Boney, which I think was probably their best bet because that's the two more unknown teams. The guys who I think all 6 of the players there will be on their first trip. So that's a good push, right? Obviously, it depends on the zones. Then they push back into Canada and Illist's team. Now they've gone to Kaz, another player who's made every single FNCS finals. It's like you gotta choose very carefully who you're gonna fight in these kind of lobbies.
I'm not completely against what they're doing. It's when you fully commit, like, right there. Like, yeah, we're just going to try and run through the box. Like, that's not going to work, right? Like, I'm not sure what teams you're running through in opens, right, with your AR out. But, like, right there, you do that, you see what happens. The punishment, the pre-fire, it's just a different caliber of pro. They're going to be ready for it. Now, when they were doing that to DJ Agers and they were getting third party, that's a different question, right? Different story. Illist and company, they're all lit up. They're weak. You have the advantage. You can do that kind of stuff. But I think they're learning, engaging after engaging. I mean, they're doing better than most, right? They have 36 points, so can't count them out. They have potential.
You'll certainly learn after 12 games, right? Like, you'll understand. You'll be able to look back and you'll be like, well, this worked. This one didn't at this exact moment. So we'll see. I'm actually really impressed. I like this position from Ganzo right now. They managed to harvest a tree, harvest the brick. From the spot that Ganzo has, he can actually see straight down into the convergence because there's a huge gap that you can almost see where the players will bounce through. So any players who start to rotate through, this spot in particular gives them the best visibility to see down. Now, I'm not sure if there are any teams in there right now. I didn't see any as the camera kind of flew by them, but they do have the great position to see down there. They're kind of looking into Bucky's team right now in Boney Burbs. Let's move over near to Coral Castle. The Leech team is getting into an engagement with Cold, and it seems to be over before we can even start.
Yeah, it's all done there. Cease is also playing the sidelines, just putting the extra shots in from the low ground here. Seems like he won his one-on-one as well, as there's a big pile of loot down there too. So plenty for them to go ahead and bounce back. And honestly, if you're a Coral Castle team, quick fight like this, you're probably welcoming at this point because you can use the tags, to say the least. So that's going to work out for them and at least keep them in the running. For Edgy, Threats, and Rise, who have just had such a consistent game so far, a consistent day. Oh, as I'm saying, the Edgy Trio is the only team to place top 10 each game. Yeah, they've just had a very, very consistent game and set of games so far today. And that's really what you need for a 12-game format. You need consistency.
Are you the ones putting these stats in, man? You know, as you say that, it pops up. It's like
I might have wrote it.
I'm starting to think you're the ones typing it in here. But yeah, indeed, like you're right though, right? And I feel like my buzzword on every single broadcast is consistency, right? Consistent. I say it too often. I'm just gonna need to hit the thesaurus at any point soon to find a better word to replace it. But it absolutely sums up Threats, Edgy, and Rise's performance so far. But you know, even despite that, they're still in third rather than being in first because they haven't been able to capitalize and have the big games, right? It's like they've not been able to get into the top 5 yet. And that's usually if you see teams who can stop. I was about to say consistently, but I stopped myself mid-sentence. If you keep seeing teams who don't make it into the top 5, it's usually one big mistake in that end game that doesn't allow them to get refreshes. Like, you know, they're not able to position themselves at the dead side, so they get stuck with a bunch of other players. And when I've watched Rise tarping before, like, I know that he's a fantastic tarper, so I want to figure out kind of what's the issue with them going into the end game. Maybe it's their mid game where they're losing too many materials or something, but it's just not clicking in terms of getting to many top 5s, and that is what's going to push them up into second and hopefully obviously into first as well.
Definitely agree. Got to have something there. And to help you out, I've searched up some synonyms. We got regularity. All right. Ooh. So we're going to normalize regularity.
Regularity. Okay.
It's not a bad one. I think it's the best one as far as the words can go to replace.
He's got such good consistencies. I don't know. You know, it just doesn't roll off the tongue to me in the same way.
It's muscle memory, right?
Yeah, I'll build up over time.
Take a look here. More reboots going off right now. Major teams coming back into the play here. Just now we start to see 84 players up. If there was ever a time to be brought back into the lobby, Sucks that it's right when the surge is starting to give the warning out, because that is a huge surge warning right there. It's a fair amount of players have to go down. Only 84 buff here for Booga and company. It's not bad by any means, but not great. Beautiful tag there, though. The headshot, the double body, and this is what makes this weapon completely underrated, as more pros are starting to really figure out how good this weapon can be.
I mean, what's funny is I saw the transition from that over the entire FNCS. Even though it was only been 3 weeks long, Qualifier 1, there was like a couple teams, a handful of teams were utilizing this. I guarantee you now, there's probably one team who doesn't have one of these in inventory in this entire lobby. Don't actually check, but I'm just saying, I guarantee it's probably something like one team, because the amount of damage you can see, I remember straight back to game number 1, Canada, I managed to put so much damage onto Bucky's team up on the height. I think it was almost like 150 Storm Surge damage or something like that. And so many of the pros early on in the season were complaining because snipers were removed. I didn't think a lot of people would start to complain about snipers being removed because there's no headshot potential, but it's because it makes Storm Surge more difficult to get. And a lot of players are starting to trade damage back and forth and taking their own shield back. And I think at that moment, as soon as I read that, I was like, you know, guys, the automatic sniper exists. They just hadn't learned to use it. And here we are in the finals. The teams have figured out the strats, and now it's in nearly every team's inventory.
Yeah, and it's very cool to see Booga, for example, running it when he was someone who'd run the sniper, right? Someone like Bizzo would run the sniper, and he runs the semi-sniper now as well. So the play style definitely there. Then we lost the complaining of the people that get one shot. So I guess it works out. It kind of, you know, justice and balance has been restored to the world. So there you have it.
Playing arena games and not having to worry about it is nice.
Pretty nice.
I wasn't hitting any headshot snipes anyway, so, you know, not one of those guys. No, never. But yeah, for them. Let's have a look at Chimp's team right now. Bit of a hit or miss. Mainly miss with the 19 points so far. And now being below Storm Surge, I wish their shots would hit, but again, it just seems to be missing.
I want to take a look at the standings really quickly. Like, which of the teams that are up on the standings right now that pushed through the reboot round are having a good day today? Because this is one of those teams that came in through the reboot round. We actually have nearly a third, right? Like, of all the teams here are straight up from the reboot round. So, very curious to see who's playing the best.
Bucky's team, right? Bucky's team from number 1, and they're in second. Right into this. Got to be the biggest. Joji's team, who we've seen a little bit, but not sure where they are in the leaderboards. Got Cease's team. Well, we got DeQuente's team with Zemo, so maybe that's why they're playing so aggressive. They have like an all or nothing mentality potentially from qualifying through that reboot round style games.
As we were kind of bantering there, Pam Still Fashion Carry just wiped that team under the rug, by the way.
I mean, we knew what was going on.
Them. Yeah, no, just huge credits to them. They just made that look super easy. It's like, yeah, don't worry.
It's a classic case of the audio cues, right? You hear the Storm Surge warning, damage going off. You just sit. You just relax. As soon as that team starts to panic, you push in, pick up some easy elims.
That's how it went down there. Here's Casker, Niddle, and Smack back at it again. Right now in enemy territory here, working through the bills. They managed to find a solo up top. And they finish it. Smack's got a side angle going right here. They might have forced them into their lair somewhere.
They've been awfully aggressive today, like in particular in the early and mid games, more than I think we'd usually see. But like we mentioned earlier, it's calculated aggression, it's smart aggression. As I say that, Casker's just standing on a wall, just looking at someone. I hope that he wasn't about to get one pumped in that situation. I think that was a player who knew he had the disadvantage, so wasn't going to go for the edit. They are sitting on the edge of the zone. They do have to go for a little rotate from here on out, but they seem to have a big tarp out. I'm guessing they've managed to pick up those 2 elims earlier, and they're just going to tarp their way all the way in hard mats. Ayla's team now still in this. That's great to see after obviously struggling off spawn earlier in the few games to start with. So that change in drop spot has probably already netted them more points than they had in those first 3 games.
Yeah, definitely seeing the benefits and the fruits of mixing up the drop here, playing something different, you know, not necessarily taking the full contest. This is surely the latest we've seen them as far as their placement points go. Now they're jumped up to 19th here as far as 19 overall points, 5 for breaking through that threshold. But hold up, as we start speaking about it, Harpoon play comes in and they get brought down to low ground. Illa's quick on his toes though, manages to back up with the support from Chucky there.
They landed on a trampoline, luckily. Just got himself straight back up.
That was a close one.
You got to figure what they're going to do from here on out with 24 builds to their name. I think this is the time now you got to take a fight, right? This is the worry that a lot of these teams had landing on this east side, or to the north of the Cami split, because so little players have managed to come out there with good loot in terms of their materials. There's enough chests, right? You can calculate it and get enough chest numbers, but materials are tough.
Well, look at this. Macwood is by himself. No Bucky, no Peter Bot. That's a problem for someone who's up at the top of the standings. This is really going to allow the potential for them to fall early and another team to take the lead, whom I believe was Bugga, Miro, and Muzz, who were just on the heels of them. And then, of course, you had Threats, Edgy, and Rise, who were there too.
Yeah, they're behind by, what was it, 18 points? Both of them tied third and fourth. That's definitely going to close the gap for them. So if we can see, you know, Threats, Rise, alongside Muzz and Miro's team also try to get up over what I'm guessing is 105, 108 right now, because they'll, obviously Bucky's team's going to have gained a couple points this game. We'll see them overtake them into second. But anyone like Pamsu Carry Fats, we've obviously seen them, they're in fifth right now. They've obviously managed to pick up a couple of eliminations earlier. We know they're in a good position this game, so they could also fly really high up the leaderboard as we start to do the fly around. We see Sentinel's team in a much healthier position. Bugga's team now down below as well. 93 points to their name. So they picked up 2 elimination points. Well, 2 eliminations, so 4 elimination points total here too. Again, every time we switch to them, they're on low mats at 5th zone, right? They managed to recover it in the first 2 games by getting good refreshes. But the last 2 games have been rough. I want to see them manage to pick up something, but there's no teams around them, right? The only team around them is Sentinel's team.
Yeah, Stretch is going to find Degen there in the feed and Kanata too, so big elims happening there on the edge of the map. Pam, Carry, and Fabs, just to kind of briefly touch on where they were again. They were in top 5 coming into this game. That full team wipe that we saw happen there in the Surge honestly swings them way up, putting them in the kind of the race here for top 3 right now. So sleeper trio. We haven't seen much of them from their perspective, but they are in this run right now.
That they are, and a wide round. You can see Justice's team, the current FNCS champion, still in this with users and Jukes. Nutskills Nosh still looking relatively healthy. Not the best, so I imagine their loot's starting to run a little dry. Knifer's team still in this, potentially struggling with Surge. I was just assuming they are because they have every single game so far. Ale, Villets, and Sus, again, another team we've not seen much today, and I called that Knifer's team would be below on Surge, just historically based on what they've been doing the last few games, and they are indeed. So we're seeing the trends in the feed. Actually, Commandment picking up Avery too, so that's a huge pickup, and Rise also picking up another one onto Ganzo.
Yeah, huge elims right there. As we take a look at Justice Dukes here on the side with User. Very interesting to see them kind of in this mix here. Nosh is going to be one of the few that get punished here in the fight as Joji, Donnie, and Knifer scramble for the fight for Surge. They get the Surge that they need, but they expense 2 of their players here. And Villets, being the last team to rotate into this fight here, walk away with 3 eliminations. Make that 4 now as the extra adds in, and look at all the loot here. Plenty to choose and upgrade from, and mats to use as well. This is going to be a long rotate here, so they're going to have to launchpad on out. Here it goes. Little Ale's going to pop. He's going to think to drop a pepper for the teammate, but doesn't have to. So many shots coming in there. Sus loses all his shield. He's down. He gets taken out, sniped out of the sky. It's up to Ale and Villets to play this out.
Yeah, Sus was down, I think within like 5 seconds, or like not even 5 seconds, within a couple seconds of hitting the air, he was already out and down. So Ale's now in this. I don't see his teammate around him either, so potentially landed on the body. I'm not entirely sure where he's at. Skittles also getting big sprayed so far. It seems like Pamsu Carry Fats are the ones who's applying most of the pressure, but it's Muzz also down below doing the same thing with Miro and Bugga, and they pick up skills there on the low ground. So that's maybe the refresh that they needed. We knew they were relatively low in materials, but up on height, something you don't see very often. Rogue Shark alongside Knight and Clarity G. They are very much so used to being on the bottom, on the low ground, but maybe with so many low ground teams, they've been struggling a little bit today based on the 45 points that they have so far. Just notice that Bucky's now finally gone down in the feed as well. So that's our second place team currently out. So this is leaving the top of the lobby wide open. And I want to see Rogue Shark's team really do something big here.
I was just going to say, mind you, Rogue Shark and company only have really had 1 good game today. That top 10 inside the second run there for Visuals, Osperati, and Fristo. They have a nice lead over the competition, considering that Bucky and crew, remember, were taken out super early in this round. We saw there right before the half in, half out, Macwood was just a solo there, left to fend for himself, and I have not seen him since on the pan by shot. So I don't think he's made it so far. On the low ground, though, Rise, Threats, and Edgy are still up, and launch pads are coming out. Here comes the rotates. Clarity, Knight, and Shark do not go for the early cut, meaning that they might be looking to play for high ground once again here.
Want to see it right now. This is the time that it matters. At the front side of zone, some sort of team's going to be trying to crank up for it. Someone's probably going to notice that it's free, but so far, no one's going for it. Look at the amount of teams up in high ground. AV's team looking to potentially go. They've been playing low, but Osp's team is landing up there at the front side.
Gary's going for it.
Also managed to, indeed. Rogue Shark now still much lower. They decide not to play for it. Good, sticking to their signature playstyle because they have so many mats. Why risk going for high ground when you have 100 builds on a guy who's not even your tarper?
Look at that carry Thatch. They did end up going for it. Pam Stu, let's not forget, that's our all-stars, FNCS all-stars champ right there himself. Put some respect on it. He's definitely been here before. He knows what it's like to take home some big cash, and he's feeling really good about it. Ever since, by the way, he has been on an upwards trend and staying consistent too through some of the cash cups and whatnot as well. So good to see him continue to find his groove here. And now with this high ground, this is their chance to go ahead and take home a top spot.
Top spot, but down below in the bottom of the lobby right now, Rise, Edgy, and Threats doing a great position. Rise, such a good tarper, one of the best on the region, almost definitely in contention with Commandment for best positioning so far, sticking on that full dead side, sticking so far ahead, trying to keep himself away from every other player in the lobby, and that's what's managing to keep them in the end games for so long. But up on high ground, look at Thatch's HP right now, so low. Do they have 0 heals? I must think they do. But Thatch, he's getting chopped down, but he manages to connect back up. But our current leaders have lost Visual and Frist. Osp at the back of the zone now playing the medkit, but
my gosh,
straight in his box. That's our leaders taken out in game number 4.
Just like that, the Harpoon will sneak up on you, and we saw it go through right there. And look, it looks like the Storm Surge managed to do its damage in numbers here for Thatch, Carry, and Pam, as they now have nothing left to heal with. And Thatch has got barely any additional medium ammo to also put some pressure down here. So he's going to take some time to go ahead and find his footing here. They can't actually even use this high ground, and for that reason, Jamper's going to come on up. Luckily, the shotgun shots are going to connect, but look at this. Chaos in the mix, the zipline play, what we've been hoping for all weekend long. Carrie and Pam jump in the bots. They're going for it, but no, it's not going to be enough. Carrie gets taken out there. He is down.
That's going to go down to Dane. He's going to the full finish. I think they've lost their third, as they seem to be just a duo and making the most of it. Day going slowly up for high ground right now, using the pepper speed to try and claim it, but he thinks he gets coned. He gets chunked down for 100, and Jamper now hit the launch pad with what seems like 25 HP, but they've managed to claim high ground as a duo. They have lost Tragics, but as a duo have managed to take the commanding position on the lobby, and now they have to start elevating themselves down a little bit here. The big pop, so more HP up above. Muzz still in this. Rise still in this also, and look at the loot. They are so good. You must think that these guys may be able to take first after this.
Not to mention, Threats literally just picked up Thatch there as well, as he was trying to decline his way on down. So a little loot delivery here for Rise, Edgy, and Threats might be the difference maker, might be the loot difference that at least allow them to go ahead and continue to tarp their way through these builds right now. And look at this, Jamper and Day have fully reconfigured themselves. They are back in the mix here, as Muzz is going to fall in the backside of the zone. That's credit to Day as well. So Day and Jamper now finding super big points right now. Our ex-FNCS champion really finding this groove here in the late half.
Yeah, they're putting in the work up on high ground in particular as a duo, but down still here. Threat still in this as a full trio. They've now just picked up 6 eliminations as a total. Make that 7 as the player below down goes down. They're starting to get inside the box. They're starting to spray, but the high ground team, Day and Jamper, starting to shoot back onto them. Now on the low ground, we still have Sentence team alongside Commandment. They have lost Stretch. This seems to be the game of duos, but Threats now start to climb up for the high ground. Jamper managed to block him off. Rise drops down, picks up another one. They're getting an engagement down to the low ground. Commandment goes down. The shots are traded. Rise goes down. It's a 1v1 in the old ground. Ex-teammate versus ex-teammate, and it's Edgy who's going to pick up that one. But now it's a 1v1 situation. Jamper versus Edgy down to the low ground. The shots traded, and now Jamper's got 45 HP. The zone's starting to pressure, and he's going to pick up the victory royale with Day as a duo after losing Tragic so much earlier. But he put in the work still. He had 5 eliminations with himself.
That's going to be a total of 10 for the trio right there. Jamper, Day, and Tragics walk away with game number 4. But talk about a clash of titans, legends, and ex-pro teammates there. You never thought you'd see Edgy and Sentin on the low ground going head-to-head. Just fun clashes all across the NA East region right now. I'm feeling good about that one.
Yeah, that was a good game to watch. We saw a lot of our top teams still in it. Obviously, the fact that Bucky's team went down early really opened up a lot of opportunities. Same with Osp's team, right? They didn't manage to make it that deep into the end game in comparison to a lot of the other teams. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of the shakeups on the leaderboard, but let's see what the analyst desk has to say about it.
MDF Reese, thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast so far. My goodness, game number 4 provided with us excitement old duo mates going head to head, Edgy winning out, ridiculous amount of eliminations, and Jamper and company getting the victory rolling out. NA East is not pulling any punches today, Vivid.
Dude, that end game was stacked there. Like you said, Jamper and Day on the high ground, Threats, Fries, and Edgy in the mix there in the mid ground, and then Sentinel and Commandment on the low ground. I believe there was a little bit of a miscommunication between Edgy and Rise and Threats, because Threats goes up for high ground at the same exact time that Edgy and Rise harpoon in a box on the low ground. So I think if Threats was a little bit more cohesive with his trio mates there, then I think they could have ended up winning that. But Jamper and Day on the high ground end up taking out Threats, and then eventually Jamper with the win over Edgy there. Well played from all three of those trios. Finding themselves in the top three is, awesome in its own regard.
Yeah, it's certainly getting far now. I mean, it's great to see as well, we're 4 games in, and I mean, it's flying by, fellas. But we're already seeing that all those top teams that we mentioned in the highlights at the beginning of the show, they are making their way into those final kind of parts of the game, which makes it really exciting for the leaderboards. And as well, I guess Reese is absolutely buzzing because his pick wins a game and gets some serious victory royale points on the board as well. So can't wait to see the leaderboards, can't wait to see who's in the lead at the moment. It's going to be very, very exciting with 2 games left today.
Well, first, before we can do anything, we gotta throw it to a very vivid class.
So guys, today we're going to be talking about Helos, right? We've seen so many games won by Helos, so I figured I'd take the opportunity to go ahead and kind of show you guys something that could be helpful to some of you. So obviously this is from game 3. Visuals did end up winning this Helos. The important thing to note here is that you cannot be at 100 HP and pop a medkit at the same time, right? So whenever you do this, you gotta make sure that you take a little bit of damage. Usually most people will do that by going into the storm for a second. However, in this case, Visuals has taken 2 ticks from the storm, so he is at 80 HP, which means that since a medkit takes 10 seconds to pop, that he needs to pop this medkit 2 seconds before the storm starts to actually tick upon him. So that's why you can see he is on that far edge of the circle there, right? So he can use the most time possible in popping this medikit before the storm starts to actually do damage to him. That is something that you have to pay attention to, right? If you're at 70 HP, then you need 3 seconds to pop that medkit. So Visuals with a very good awareness there, noticing that he needs 2 seconds to pop that medkit, so that way he can actually get it off before the storm does enough damage to actually eliminate him. Now, we're playing trios, right? It's not all about you. You have trio mates, right? And in this situation, Visuals has Osp. Osp's goal in this situation is to make sure that his teammate can out-heal the opponents, right? So Osp is just going to want to distract. He's going to want to do damage. He's going to want to do anything. And he does that perfectly. Look at this. He doesn't even get tagged once by this trio until the very end there. He gets 2 pump shots off, right? And this whole trio is distracted. They might have had meds to actually out-heal Visuals, but since he dropped down, they got a little elim thirsty, maybe a little bit sidetracked, then Osp does his job. And as you can see here, Visuals wins out by just 10 HP. So all the differences matter in a situation like that.
Yes, I mean, I love these masterclasses. Zeke, I know you're the same. We're just buzzing off of this insider info from Vivid there, experience it firsthand. But I think that's what's really interesting as well, is having that kind of communication within the team as well, to know exactly who's going to go down, make those plays, and attack on the front foot against opposition down below in the lower ground, while one of you stays up top as well, which is fantastic to see. And that's why some of our trios are outgunning others at the top of the leaderboard. You can see here as well, Edgy, Threats, and Rise currently in first position there as well with a lot of points. Currently standing up, so it's starting to flip-flop a lot now. We tend to see this a lot in finals. 2 games to go today. Who's going to be up there next after this one?
It's so wild. Time is moving so quickly, but it's all good. You hear the bus, which means we're going back into game, and I'm excited for this one, so let's get back to it. MDF, Reese, over to you.
Here it is. Things are starting to go down. Game number 5 is about to roll underway, and that's it. Reese, it officially means we are into the final stretch. The last couple games of day number 1 are about to unfold.
Yep, 2 more to go today, but remember, we still got 6 more tomorrow at the same time, so the leaderboards definitely will still shake up across the end of tomorrow as well. So, a lot of the times the leaderboards aren't necessarily set in stone at the end of day 1. We have so many shakeups, so many teams switch things up between the 2 days, so definitely make sure that teams at the top leaderboard, you watch out for some ones who are also still very close.
Yeah, crazy to see players like Cease Cold in the lead jump way on up after the last 3 games of just mega consistency within the top 10. Remember, those extra placement points, man, if you can get away with them, they really do start to stack up. And then, of course, Tabs, G, Teo, and Pledge out of nowhere rocket their way up after their last 2 game performances. So the standings really showing that there was plenty of space for those other teams that were outside the bubble from game 1 and 2 to just hop on in and be in the question or the story, honestly, for the final stretch here today.
Yeah, it's good to see that our top teams are setting things up so well, and for Avery, Ellis, and Chucky, good plan. But what I want to know is what happened to Canada's team, because they seem to go back to that original drop spot, right? They managed to go straight back here, and we see that because Canada's team fully triple landed in this house with a metal. I'm not sure that Avery actually knows they're in there, though.
I think he knows. I mean, he's pushed up pretty aggressively. He's got his boys here, but someone else moving around the side. That could be DGen there, because there was only Agers, I think, in Canada inside the building, so...
Yep, the shot's starting to exchange at this moment now. Ooh, Avery down to 2 HP. He's in the box, and he has nothing to work with, so he's going to be picked up there to the hands of DGen. Now this is a 2v3 situation. Chucky now starting to try again to the fight as Canada drops down to low ground to be with his teammates. Illis seems to be the back end of that, and he gets picked up at the same time too. And Chucky now trying to hit the dip and disengage. He's only got medkit, single build left to his name. He has plenty of good weaponry to fight with, but just nothing else to work with here, and he's going to dip. And man, this fight has just been so sketchy every single time so far, and we need to figure out what's happening here as Chucky seems to disengage all the way out. And is he going to go for the reboot? Did he manage to grab one of the cards from here? We'll see. He is dipping all the way out. He doesn't want to go for that there. That reboot clearly shows that he doesn't have it, so he's going to go over to this far west side. We know there's barely minimal materials over here, minimal loot, and Agers alongside DJ and Canada are looking for the little hunt down. They're looking to see if they can spot and find a player, but no, they've got nothing, and they've been rotating through here most of the games so far, and I'm interested to see how it works out for them, right? Overall, we've not seen a huge amount of success from them on the leaderboards, being 61 points. Obviously, that last game there definitely worked out in their favor, where they're able to get a bunch more points, start to climb a little bit higher up the leaderboards, but they're going to need multiple more of these if they really want to do something big here. Their inventory's looking great. So if I'm Ager's team, I'm looking just to get a ton of loot at this point and play out this final end game, right? 12, 11, 2 games so far. 2 other games to be done down off spawn. Fingers crossed overall, right? Just to give you a quick reminder of our leaderboard so far. Thread Edgy Rise is still up there with 132 points. Awesome Visuals Frisk with 117. Maz Miro Buga down to 114. And Bucky Peerbot Macudon 111 so far. This is our current second place team. This is the split that they were moving on to. This mid-map split. You can see harvesting out the metal in here is so important, because they're going to rotate into the convergence after this. And remember, that convergence has nothing. It has absolutely no metal in there at all. So they're going to go and harvest out all of this metal first, then go in and grab whatever extra loot they have afterwards. This is usually the typical play that you're going to see these playstyles do out on this east side here, going to the gas station. And hey, it's been working out so far. And you mentioned this earlier, that the teams in the kind of middle of the map historically have not done so well. Not sure if any have cracked the top 10, potentially on EU some of them have. Then they're doing so well, and right now Visual leads all players with 12 eliminations. The 12 eliminations split across 4 games. I can do the maths on that one. That's a 3 average eliminations per game for 1 player. That's a lot better than honestly some of the other teams are doing right now. Like Stretch, Sended, and Commandment as a team are only getting 2.25 eliminations. So far Visuals is actually managing to outfrag many teams that are still in this. So for him, he's looking really good. This game being a little bit slow. 90 players still alive. 20 will need to go down later on to the Surge. And for also team, they've probably not done a huge amount in terms of damage so far. So for them, they can hit that rotate a little bit earlier and avoid the convergence, which does make me think that they've not managed to go through in their center. They're getting tanked up, and this mid-map position is going to be interesting for them. I want to see where they end up rotating to. They're rotating through some dangerous territory here. We see Pledge's team in Weeping Woods off to the west, and they're going to claim the hill right down to the center of the map. This gives them such great visibility over so much of the map. Switch back over to Chucky's team with Agers and DGen. We see that Chucky's still left in this as a solo. He managed to rotate back through here. He's gotten some loot to himself here. He's managed to Get back up in this little farmyard area. You can hear in the audio cue, he hears a vehicle. And that's not DJ's team rotating through. If I'm thinking that's going to be... Ooh, that's AV's team so far, who are certainly looking to make a deep rotate. And Champer's team's right next to them, who we know has been very aggressive. Mainly, they've been rotating down Dirty Docks, but potentially because of this particular zone, they're going to just roll straight on through here. Is Chucky going to look to go for a shot? No, he's going to rotate through if we... Go down to the south side of the map. Ooh, we're going to see Justice's team is starting to push on in. This is the current FNCS champions looking to push into Swampy and Encrypted's team so far. It looks like they're taking advantage. They got the big shots, and already Duke is connecting. He's picking up Encrypted right now. Got the full siphon finish, full siphon materials at that as well. And this is now, I think, down to a 3v1 situation. The other opponent trying to dip on out of here. So we can move our way on through. Yeah, that's it over already. That fight is over before it already started here. Duke's Justice and Users now with 3 eliminations to the name. 86 points. Remember, this is our current FNCS champions. They're 11th before we just started here. They've just managed to... That'll probably push them up into the top 10. Absolutely stacked the guilds so far as well with the loot that they have. We need to figure out what they're going to end up doing here. We'll see where they end up rotating through. See where we end up going. I'm going to bring on the guest caster Zeke in the house as we've just lost Monster for a little bit.
Oh
nice
my
to
gosh.
Join me on the mic at this side. How do you feel over here?
It's very different. It takes me back forever. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to hang out until MDF can just get back in. He's having some audio issues, but don't worry, fam. We're here. We're up in the building. We're on with Tragics. Dave, Jamper.
The day gets better when I hear your voice anyway, right? I feel like we've been speaking over on EU, but it still feels like a millennia away.
That's true. I guess we get to hang out quite a bit, and we get to do it again, and now more.
Exactly, and now more back on NA East too. Like, how have you watched these games so far? Like, what's you've been on the sideline reporting so far, right? Like, what's your takeaways?
I love the way a lot of these players are using different items. So one of the things that has been a pretty big shock to me is actually the automatic sniper. Coming into the weekend, there were so many people that just left it on the sidelines. And then it's funny that I kind of did it on accident, but I was like, oh, I'd love to see the automatic sniper. And then literally games later, we were seeing trios oh, I can use this to get Storm Surge. That's absolutely crazy. Here's a quick replay for you guys, though, up on Chucky. I mean, they are absolutely wrong. He stole the car! He's driving away? Day, are you going to let this man do this?
It doesn't seem like he is. No, the car is blown up. He's junked down to the white HP. It's a 1v3 situation. Day was in this exact same situation trying to 1v3 Illiston game number 1, and it's going to be enough. Chucky is out, unfortunately. He made a great attempt, right? I mean, if you're in that situation, too, you see a car barreled towards you, you're a solo. You're going to make any play that you can.
Yeah, I think as well, though, kind of forcing them out of the car and having, making them blow it up as well, and especially when it has, those, set of tires, right? Then you're forcing this trio to make a decision, what do we do now, right? We had this kind of plan. We were going to rotate here in this way. Oh, great. Sure, we got some loot, but now we have to make a quick snap decision. We have to find another vehicle. It doesn't have the same set of tires, so climbing might be more difficult. We swap on over. We got DJ and Agers and Kanata. On the very tail end of the zone, is this a max rotate, Reese?
It's going to be a max rotate them full south. And because they've been fighting off spawn every time, it just drags it out so much that every single game we see that they're successful and they have those far rotates. They did manage to get really, really good loot out of it, so I am confident in the position that they're in. So for them, we'll check back in later. We move back over to Ale, Villets, and Suscript, who are seeming to be making a purchase mid-fight here at the same time, but they're fighting off the Baby Boss trio alongside those two are here.
The confidence to stop and make a full purchase at the vending machine. Wow. I mean, obviously, looking at Delzroot and company, right, they don't feel comfortable enough to leave the box, right? They're in this position where if you're watching another trio do this, these guys are sitting in a box. They're so scared to engage. And who knows what the circumstances could be, right? It could be they don't have materials, perhaps a loadout, or maybe they're just look, we really don't want to be fighting. We want to survive. Maybe they have the Storm Surge they need, right? Because in some situations, a trio is trying to aggress, and you're like, all right, cool. We have X number of weapons. We have chugs. We have whatever we need to. Yeah, let's just see if we can just hit a 200 on someone, and even if we don't follow through, we can at least get Surge off that. But I take that back, Reese. It looks like they might want to get crazy here.
Yeah, I think they're just looking for the right opportunity. They're playing defensively, and they're looking for one of the opponents to make an error here. You see Suscript's team trying to make a full pinch. You saw them move to the south side so they can fully start spraying from every single angle and utilizing that AR ammo that they have to the fullest. And obviously, you saw them get chunked back, and I want to know why this engagement is starting to happen. We saw that threshold pop up. 206 damage is the threshold overall. We'll see exactly if they're above or below, but Suscript making another error, getting chunked again. Ale and Villets just basically draining away their shields at this moment too. So despite the fact they're the aggressive team, it doesn't seem to be working out so well for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so they just got above, right? The 67 on the right side of your screen, you can see. That's probably why they decided to go so aggressive. But then you have to kind of like ask yourself as a trio, was that necessarily worth it, right? How much ammo did we use in this engagement to just try and get 67 above? Like, yes, we're not going to be ticked right at this moment. It'll let us kind of get to the next position. We can try and find somewhere else to get these Storm Surge tags, but oh, and look at this, the other trio. Okay, so honestly, this was worth it. Yeah, right, because remember, at that last dish, there are those launch pads, and they kind of sit there. They're permanent launch pads, so anyone can use it. And it worked out, right? Now they're 165 above. Slacks and the company, they kind of get caught out there like, look, honestly, we got beamed. This didn't really work out. You know what, you guys? All right, we're gonna peel off. You guys do what you got to do. Congratulations on your Storm Surge. We'll live to fight another day, but they have to keep rotating, man, and especially like where the zone is right now. No, wait, Reese, they're coming back for him? Ooh, they really want this trio.
I want to see if they're just rotating around the south side. It does seem like they're trying to avoid the shots, but now they're getting pinched from every single angle. They've actually have to jump out, which means the Ales team's going to have to use a ton of the materials. Hopefully just wood, though, right? Like, they're now just sitting ahead of them. That was a great play, actually. They've rotated just ahead. Now they know that this team has, like, nowhere they need to rotate, so Suscript's team could just be annoying, right? They're those teams who just set up, box up in front of you, take shot after shot, drain your materials, and that's a great play from Ales team to be able to sit and just basically be the annoying team in that situation. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some eliminations come through in the feed for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We jump on over Peterbot, Bucky, Mac with 111 points coming into this game. I mean, a trio that has been ridiculous on the day. And remember, this is just day number 1, right? So to kind of build up that cushion going into day number 2 is huge. They are 424 above Surge. So right now, they're just looking to pick off some teams, right? They have no eliminations. You can hear the Storm Surge takes on the other end. They know this other trio is also trying to find these Surge tags. So they're just kind of waiting. They're like, yeah, no. You guys waste all your ammo. You do what we need to do. We have builds. And if you get too crazy, you run into our box. Like, we have right-hand advantage, right? We can make sure we can put ourselves in the best situation. And it comes out. Damage goes through. It's white. They're going to push. 1 down, 2 down, 105. And unfortunately, Eden, you probably should have made a play, gone in with the team, but I respect the kind of wiser, like, guys, this wasn't it, right? And now Eden has to kind of lick his wounds. He's going to continue to be zapped by Storm Surge. Not in a great spot right now. He may not be long for this world, but we'll check back in with them in a little bit. We come back yet again. So, Reese, we just left this fight. It's still happening. What is going on? I feel like they're zeroing in on this team. Like, obviously, being 100 above Surge really isn't a lot, right, in the grand scheme of things. But I feel like they're just going way too focused on this trio.
And this is the problem, right? You see what's happened now is they become too focused on it. They got tunnel visioned. They got a ton of tags, so it worked out great for them. But now, notice on the map, there's that kind of blue markers, the blue arrows up ahead of them. Another team has just been able to do exactly what they're doing to Slack's team, to them. So it's just turned the full circle. Now they're having to drain a launch pad for this too, which is not good. Luckily, and I mean very luckily, that other team is disengaged at this exact moment, right? They started their rotating. Hopefully the other team's looking out the car windows trying to find them. And now they've used the launch pad to get to the 3rd zone, which is so early. They've got minimal materials now, aled down to just using metal only. So they had a ton. Remember, they were almost capped materials when they started this fight. So if potentially they'd gotten those tags and rotated out, what, maybe a minute earlier, they could have already been in this position and not been held by all of the teams behind them, Slack's team. And I think, honestly, Slack's team may come out better from this because they've gone for this wide rotate the vehicle all the way back. But they are coming past Muzz's team, who is obviously doing super well currently in 3rd place.
Yeah, just way too zeroed in on that trio. I'm not sure what, and you know what? This is still pretty early in the competition, right? Just day 1. We still have a whole other day. Anything can change going into tomorrow. Whoa, dropping this player down. So one is already down but not out, okay? They have to be revived there, and you can see that the silhouettes going on through. They decide, Edgy's like, you know what? This might not be worth it. If we keep moving, they have to kind of catch up to us, and we will cut them off at that point. Fishy right there on basically no HP. Nani up top as well, trying to go hold on. Fishy immediately gets scooped up, right? Because this is it's funny, like this is the other side of the coin in the engagement we just saw, right? Where that other trio held, and they were just like, we have to stop here. We have to gatekeep these guys out. Edgy, Rise threats, a way more seasoned trio, right? They understand, like, no, they have to move. Like, Storm is coming, and they are so low. If we just walk, eventually we'll catch them off. Rise, though! Oh my gosh! Dropped super low, but it's okay. He has it up. Nope, he is going to be full confirmed down. It's just Edgy and Threats left alone. Nani and Dusky, as well as Little Ale and Suscript, they are just all beaming Edgy and Threats right now.
Yeah, that's so tough for them. So unfortunate. So Threats and Edgy now left as a duo. Things are going to slow down a little bit. And as that comes through, look, Zeke, it's been a pleasure. I hear in my ear MDF is back with us. I've enjoyed very much so this casting with you. I'll see you on your merry way, and welcome back, Monster.
Yo, we are back. Yes, we're getting right into the swing of things. You know, just have to get my doppelganger in, get a couple swings at base here. But yeah, it looks like things are going crazy right now.
Yeah, things are lighting up indeed. The south side of the zone being very interesting so far. Tons of engagement, tons of activity happening down there. And this is the north side that we haven't seen too much. We see Dave with an elimination so far, and Tragic Jamper looking, I was going to say healthy, and they are until I looked at that material count from them so far. They got to figure out what they're going to do from here on out, and I'm guessing it's the same old thing. Getting an elimination somewhere.
Big investments there. Threats is going to fall in the feed. That's probably the biggest development we've seen so far as we got right on over. Rise down as well. It's up to Edgy to clutch up. He's going to put Villette down. Here comes the follow-up. Edgy is in a desperate situation now, in a world of trouble. He can't even sit inside the zone even if he wanted to. And just like that, Edgy, Threats, and Rise get wrapped up, taken out of the competition.
Then Adrius can add a GGM back in this still as well from... Obviously, after a good last game, the first couple not so great for them, and they're in a good position so far. We see Suscript on the right side going down to Adrius, actually the backside of his own DJ and up on height. Managed to get chunked off by the Storm, and this south side, like I said earlier, is absolutely lighting up in the feed. Every team here seemingly with lower materials than every single time we check onto them. I'm interested to see what that next zone ends up pulling, the fifth zone. Because despite the fact when you look at the zone right now, you see so many people on that north and east end side, that the south side's just been going crazy.
Yeah, south side is definitely looking congested as well as players are starting to make their move here. Kanata is fully eliminated there now. Aegis doubles back from the way they came. There's another opponent there too. They make the edit. They were caught out. It's not looking good. Aegis gets hunted down. It's up to DJ to clutch it by himself. It was Rogue, Shark, Knight, and Clarity G who were waiting on the other side of the wall there. That's going to be a big pickup for them.
It's going to be huge for them. Given that they've struggled in a couple of the games so far, they've been great. It's like they've been on or off, height, low ground, you know. So for them, that's a big pickup for them. Degen still up on height as a solo. Dusky still in this as well. Obviously one of our previous game winners. A lot of teams going to make a rotate here. This is a full northwest zone that got to make, and I wonder if Degen's going to try to reuse that pad there. He knows his priorities. Getting a couple tags off. Here's another pad next to him for 8 builds. He can barely even build to protect himself. When he lands, he's just got enough builds to make a box. He's just hoping there's some builds left in here, and I think this is the moment. Can he manage to make it to top 17? Notice there's 18 teams up. If he can make it past 1 placement threshold, he'll gain another point here. Is he going to go for a play up on height? I think he's just going to go for a psycho play, and that full team's hitting the pad. He's cone. Is that cone from underneath? Oh, but Nosh managed to get on it. Okay, he was trying to block the pad there, which he did, but just not at the right time.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's only got 3 builds, so he's thinking long and hard what he wants to do with them, and he ends up committing to the block. That was pretty interesting. Now he's going to jump in with 0 builds when he touches down, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. Macwood, Peter Brown, and Bucky still live up top. Visuals, Osp, and Frist alive just underneath them. Duke users on the right-hand side there as well, still in the game. So the powerhouse of our standings, all within this little kind of cupped area, trying to play this one out here.
Figure out where they go. Obviously one of the top teams today. Been looking, definitely trying to figure out what Justice User and Dukes can do, if they can make it the back-to-back champions on the region or not. Reverse 2K with Pump and Durant underneath them pretty weak. Had a really good start to the tournament, but seemed to slow down a little bit so far. But this game, they're in one of the best positions we've seen them in. Full HP and 50-50 zone. Obviously, our current second place team still in it too, alongside Muzz. But hold on, Muzz is getting beamed up at the top. Skills goes down. They're in engagement almost up on the high ground here as Boog is also being tagged up. And I think they've managed to get the full finish onto that Nosh. Super weak at the same time. And I don't know if they're going to fully commit to this, but yeah, again, every time, I say this every time we switched over to them, low materials. Their mid-game, sorry, is definitely not as clean as it should be because they're always in this spot with minimal left. And that single elimination is going to come through big, but it's definitely not going to be enough to keep them moving. Now they need to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to jump straight into the box, or are they just going to try and play out the minimal materials that they have?
Yeah, it's going to come down to finding that key refresher right here. It seems as that's been the strategy for them round after round. Sensei, Commandment, and Edgy are going to be the team closest to them that they're looking to target right now as they're playing that eastern side towards the zone here. So got to be very, very careful what team they decide to press up on the box there. Mac with Bucky, Peterbot on the rotate here through. Looking pretty good right now, earning themselves a fair share of points right now, keeping themselves competitive on the standings here.
And they are indeed. They're in a great position, but yeah, again, struggling with Storm Surge down below. We're hoping they're going to be able to trade some shots, but up on the high ground, Visuals and us all as a duo. Now, we've seen a duo manage to pick up the victory when it was Day's team so far. These guys have also managed to do extremely well in the previous. Obviously, they were up in the #1 slot, and right now they need to figure out what they can do as this duo position as this zone starts to pull back. Yes, it does indeed, and this is going to be so good for them being up on height, and I want to know who's going to contest it, who's starting to fly out. We hear the pads starting to come up on the zone transition, and Visuals is being super safe, trying to make sure he can just stay all the way up.
I was going to say the crazy part is how much bills they're committing here, but they managed to find a little refresher there from Osperati just a little bit ago, but Oz goes down to a lead on the contest up above, and Visual's going to have to give it up pretty quickly there. It's Cold, Cease, and company fully up top now. They are the kings of high ground. They can decide how they want to use this here. Cease is going to launch pad across. Cold, a little bit of a misplay, but he's going to catch the launch pad as well. To the front side they go, but now it's Tahi and Clicks trying to reclaim this high ground here with Sprite. They don't manage to do a very good job of it, and just like that, on the other side of the coin, Macwood and company get completely taken out there.
Yeah, Muzz goes down in the back of the zone as well. Jamper still in this full trio. So is Reverse 2K looking awfully healthy, potentially by himself. However, Sprite's now down to second height, which means Cold, Cease, and Elite are the team who's managed to claim the height. They seem to have enough materials at this moment to keep themselves through 200 AR onto Elite, which is plenty to sit and spray the team down. This is already a game set up to be at least a top 5 finish, but it could definitely be a victory L2. Down on the low ground, Miro with 1 HP, 0 builds in a dream, but he's connecting the shots when it needs to. Booga is also still in this as a duo, but he has no heals in his inventory. They need to play close to each other and play pumps out.
Mind you, this is another opportunity here for Miro to find some more points, but no, he gets shut down. What more can you ask of him? At least Booga's here to follow up. That's on to Dukes. Can he get the full finish? He can. He gets the new one. That's on to Justice. A 6-point swing. 2 for the elims, another for the placement point, and that is a clutch right there to squeeze out more points. On high ground, though, Reverse 2K coming up top with Durant here. It's a 1-on-1 situation. Make it a 2-on-2. It's Elite and Cold. Elite was good, but not good enough. Down he goes. Fall damage comes through. Cold gets the finish up, and now you have Tragics and Jamper up top. Talk about an exchange of hands for the high ground right now as everyone's trying to fight their way to a victory position.
Yeah, they think they've just had to take it from them. No, they've not. They are still up on the height. Jamper, Tragic still as a duo. Will they be looking to go for the second victory royale as a duo in the game? They have so many eliminations, 8 to their name so far. But look at the low ground. What a mess. Sent is down. Stretch is down. Set as Commandment as a solo. Look at the teams. It's Tahi and Clicks now going up for height. But no, they're going to get traded. This could be the clutch for Clicks that they need to start climbing up the leaderboard for them in game #5. He's starting to ramp his way all the way back up from high ground. The shots exchange with Jamper still up as a solo. Every single player left in this alive is by solo, but Jamper is taken out. Clicks now up on the high ground, and he's going to be looking for those final 2 eliminations. It's Cold, it's Commandment that has to be done, that has to go down, but Commandment's on the low ground. He's going to play the medkit play, but the Harpoon comes out. No, he's going to get chunked back. He's going to start to play the chug splashes for the heal off so far. Will he have enough? Will he be able to keep himself in this game, in this moment so far, as it's him versus Clicks to get the victory? And no, Commandment is going to go down.
Clicks comes in hot with the 11 elimination victory royale, and just like that, it was looking like a solo game for the ages at the very end there. Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite walk away with their first victory royale of the day, making sure that, you know what, no one's getting back-to-backs here, not on his watch, not here in game #5.
Look, I'm sure that leaderboard's definitely going to switch up big time because we saw a lot of the big name teams start to dip out very, very, very early towards that game. And obviously towards the early mid game too, we saw huge pop-offs, obviously from Day's team in there, but huge congratulations to Click's team. They had 36 points going into this.
Yeah, definitely. And just like that, though, we're going to have to toss to the desk because we need to know the points after that game number 5.
Gentlemen, we only have one game left here in day number 1. Don't forget, 6 games tomorrow, but still, this will very much set the tone going into tomorrow's games. You know, Vivid, sometimes this happens. Click just has his back against the wall, and then suddenly it just goes from a competitive game to, like, a creative game. And if that happens, Clicks can't lose. It's, like, mathematically impossible.
That's what Clicks just got at, man. Those moments right there. You know, he is just, you could see when the switch flipped. There was a moment in that game where he was just like, all right, I'm not going to play the game by the rules anymore. I'm not going by the book. I'm just going to, you know, do what I usually do, what I'm most comfortable with. And that's how he wins those type of games, when he is in the zone, but like in his own zone. And that showcased right there so perfectly well. And unfortunate for Commandment there, because Cold looking for the elimination on him. I think he heard him start bobbing that medkit, started using the harpoon to break those builds. So Commandment probably would have won that if he got that medkit off, but Cold was like, nah, let me see those toes with my pump shotgun, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we got our very own Clicks on the panel here as well. I mean, Zeke crushing it there as a caster as well, man. Breaking all the rules. Loved it, man. It was great. You brought the hype, dude. This is great. This is what finals is all about, isn't it? About the energy, the hype. It was fantastic, man. I think the interesting thing about the last part of the game there as well is, again, we're seeing teams now who are starting to break through. I mean, Clicks is true, have not had a single elimination in the last 3 games. They're at 36 points. They're in 27th place. We're about to see exactly what happens when they bump straight up towards the top of the leaderboard with just, you know, 1 game to go on day 1. That is just the kind of game that you need. But you can see her on the screen now as well. Edgy threats and Rise. Prior to this game, they were in first position on 141 points and sitting pretty. You know, this is a team who, out of 5 games, only finished outside of the top 8 once. So they're they're in a really good position here. They've had great eliminations. They've obviously got Booga, Muzz, and Mira as well. We talked about these guys at the beginning of the Dream Team, if you will. Again, the first 2 games coming in 3rd position, moving in towards the last game. I mean, they were 8th in game 4. Consistency with eliminations, and they always seem to be there or thereabouts with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're good at, especially in that game right there. We saw Buka, he was all by his lonesome, but he was still picking up some really good eliminations. So in that game right there, they actually picked up 9th place with 5 elims. And like I mentioned, you know, Buka was finding them as a solo. So they are actually going to be pretty high on the leaderboard. I'm excited to see where they find themselves, because a lot of the teams at the top did not do too well. And as you can see there, Muzz, Mira, and Buga, yeah, they're in 3rd place, tied with Threats, Edgy, and Rise, who are in 2nd.
Yeah, we have like new leaders now as well. 88 placement points for Slice's trio with 29 eliminations, 146 points. It is, look how tight it is though. Even if you look down to 6th position here, 1st through 6th, only 16 points between those top 6 teams after 5 games. I mean, this is almost unheard of. We knew it was going to be tight, but you know, the fact that 2nd and 3rd place right now, Threats' trio and Booga's both tied on 141 points as well, is absolutely unbelievable. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see it being tight. We're looking at a spotlight here as well. We have Cold here, spotlight from Slice's trio here. Solo time alive, 5 minutes. So obviously 5 minutes without the rest of his teammates continuing to drive home those standing points and remain in the game to some capacity. And solo impact points as well, 42 points. This means the points he's created from having no one else on the team with him. Just him, 42 points when he is the solo player left in that trio. Total eliminations as well, Vivid, looking good at 14.
Yeah, 14 eliminations there. And the impressive thing about the solo impact points is actually he has the most out of any player in these finals. And let me tell you something. The next closest person has 21 points. So he literally has a 21-point lead when it comes to finding those solo points by himself. That's crazy.
I mean, dude, solo impact points, they will absolutely save a run and a trio. I mean, that's why they're in 1st place right now, right? And now, of course, if Cold can keep his teammates alive, right, they can continue to climb these leaderboards. But we only have 1 game left to go. Anything can happen. Fortnite fam, keep a close eye on that elimination feed. Every interaction is going to seal these points. That's it. This is that last chance. And then everyone has to go home, think about what mistakes they made, and bring it tomorrow for fresh games. All right, the battle bus has rang. So it's time. We're going back in. MDF, Reese, one last time here in NA East.
This is crazy. Feeling like it's 2018 again, and we're at WSOE with Cease coming into the last game in first place, trying to take this all home for day number 1 right now. Feels good this time, though. The landscape's been changed. Time has gone on. It seems like the vet's still here kicking.
I mean, we're definitely throwing it back, especially given Zeke on the cast as well, right? Like, we're getting some OG names in here.
This is it. We have all the nostalgia for you guys here at the main desk, but getting back into the swing of things, man. Clicks, Sprite, and Tahi pull home that big Victor Royale. Clicks fans out there probably taking their hats off, throwing them up in the air and celebrating right now. It's a big feels good for them. And they needed that, right? They needed that huge point swing. They were pretty, I'd say, far off the mark, but now 88 points, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they had, I think it was 21 or 36, one of those two numbers. They're very different, but both of them are in my head right now. Points going into this game, which they got 9 elims in that first match. So I think they were absolutely popping off, and then they just basically got almost 0 points in the 3 that followed. So that big victory royale is definitely the swing that they need. Shows that, like, they have the fragging ability, they have the skill, but they're just not putting it all together in every single game like some of these other teams are.
We might be watching Cease's team contested now. Remember, they were up here, somewhere around that Coral Castle area. Could it be that Cam Slam, Plague, and Bryce right now trying to catch a little revenge here, pushing on in? I do wonder. We'll find out.
Pretty sure we saw this in one of the qualifiers too, and the way that this is going is basically exactly the same way it went. Oh, I was about to say for Cease's team, but no. They've managed to pick up and actually win that engagement so far through. I actually thought that it was a 2v3 situation the other way around, but no, they're actually going to end up picking up all 3 for Flukams, and that's the first 6 points that they've got on the board in game number 6. So realistically, they had nothing coming into this. They had, I mean, quite literally nothing. Their match history was 0 points. It was what? A 29th, 32nd, 30th, 29th, 32nd. So they switched things up. They've gone to the drop spot that I know they've been to in the qualifiers, and look, hey, they won the fight off spawn.
So unfortunate for Cease, Cold in the lead, as we were trying to set the stage for them, and probably just caught him off guard there. That quick little drop spot fight there. And just looking at the history of Cease, yeah, they've managed to have, they had elims all the way through. So for all we know, they could have been contested for a little bit or in other rounds, and not sure how it's all going to play out. Super unfortunate for them, though. That's going to put them pretty much dead near tracks for today. They're going to have to return tomorrow with a new game plan or something.
Yeah, they will indeed. Fingers crossed. I mean, I think first is maybe out of reach, but unless they have the absolute best day of their life tomorrow, we'll see. They can definitely climb up.
Yeah, no, for their team, that's not happening.
Yeah. I mean, they could win all 6 games. They could win this game and all 6 and take away with it. But, you know, if looking back to EU's, the crazy performance from C2S8 there, like, is that replicable by any team? Potentially, yes. Now, I'm not just trying to say by Flukam's team, the way they played today, you know, probably no.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough. And again, it's going to be harder for a team like Cease and company for them to bounce back, really figure out, hey, what can we do different now if we're going to be contested, if this is our fate for the day 2? Like, how do we turn this into something big?
Especially after they had that momentum, right? They were doing so good to start with. Now they've been conned. Now what? Is that momentum killer? Do they slow down? Or like, what's the play from here on out, right? They have those 6 games tomorrow. Obviously, that's the final game they'll play today. What do they do? Because if this game we see Flukam do well, like, Flukam's team's not going to move, but they got no points in the other draw spots. Like, whatever they do now is almost better.
Take a look at Jamper's trio, who had 16 points in the first 2 games, and now 116 in the last 3. So wait for them to bounce back as well. Because we were just kind of horsing around about how it seems impossible for teams to come back, but hey, Jamper and company are the exact opposite of that. They're a team that have managed to pull through and bounce back. Remember that game 1, Tragics was just honestly clipped by Illist in the bush there. It's just such a big way to kind of open things up and say, yeah, we're on NA East, baby. Give us the highlights.
They also had the similar thing when they qualified in qualifier 2. They won the last game with 14 elims, and the 2 games before that were both top 5s as well. So it's like, maybe they're similar to Andalex on EU, where they're just like, the second half of the tournament is just better for them. And in this case, maybe the second half of the first day.
Take a look here. Little Ale popping off right now. Suffcat from Villets once again. This is a fight that we've seen unfold before somewhere in this early game here.
Even though he's Lil Ale, I just laugh when you call him Little Ale. I feel like you're putting some disrespect on his name here.
Little Ale, man. Little Ale.
A wee man, as we call him in Scotland, yeah. That's big for them, though. They won the fight, obviously. We saw them fighting quite a lot around the east side of the map, that southeast side, with Flucam's team, obviously, in that previous match, but things have changed up here. Now,
oh gosh,
Spexy's team.
I'm done.
Spexy's team has moved now up to fighting here. They have pushed every POI at this point.
Listen, I think they're actually going for a record, a team to have the most early game contest. Like their goal of the weekend, we're contesting every drop once today. Every named POI.
Impossible.
That's it. That's what they're trying to do right now. It must be, because what in the world are they doing up here? They're contesting now Peterbot, Bucky, and Macwood, who are having quite the great day, by the way. This is not what they want. A random team rolling up on them, contesting their drop spot by any means.
But remember, we saw them fight in the qualifiers as well. Spexy's team was here very frequently in one of the qualifiers. I think it might have been qualifier 1, and we saw this kind of just fight happen match after match after match. And it wasn't very eventful for Bucky's team. Remember, it was like the outcome just was not good. So I'm wondering if, like, is that a change of plan? Are they thinking to Spexy's team having more success doing that in the qualifier, and they've changed that strategy, or are they just quite literally just pushing every POI they can?
So their strategy is they actually, I think there's an actual strat though. They go opposite of the zone. Notice whenever the zone goes one direction, they go fight the next POI in the opposite direction. So this is, or what looked like somewhat of a south zone pull from when we watched that perspective. So I guess they went north to go fight Bucky's team. So that's that.
Yeah, I mean, the logic's there because you know you're going to bump into a team because they're going to be rotating down towards you. So the logic's there. I mean, the leaderboards aren't showing it working so far, but you know what? Maybe they just need to master this plan at some point.
Hey, for all we know, it could be the next big thing. We'll see how it all develops here.
Could be.
Who decides to adopt this idea?
I mean, for a mid-map team, it makes sense, though, right? Like, they have many opportunities to do that. And when you're a mid-map team, like, you have that opportunity. Like, you know, you're always going to have teams rotating towards you. You just have to figure out which way they're going to go for the zone. So, hey, we've not seen that many successful mid-map teams, but for Awesome's team, who are also in that same spot, like, you know, they're not doing that.
True that. As we watch Quancy Dusky, team that has, I believe, taken a victory, right? Like, kind of early out the gate. They're at 110 points right now, looking very, very good. Game 2 Victory Royale winners. Gonna fight with Rogue Shark and crew. This is gonna be drawn out to the storm unless they decide to back off and disengage, but it seems like they are looking to do so right now, possibly migrating to a vehicle to get on it. Good play.
Interesting. Yeah, they're just figuring out what they're going to do. They've picked up a victory round today. But interestingly enough, out of the 5 games we've had so far, 2 of them have been won by the teams who came through in that semifinals day 2 in the reboot round style game. So teams are clearly able to capitalize on the victory royales. You know, it's working in different formats. It's working in the reboot round style format and in the finals format.
Does make sense when it comes down to these finals. I'd say it kind of mirrors the pressure of a reboot round.
Yeah.
High pressure environment, slow and steady play style, right?
Absolutely, 100%, right? You got to be calm under composure. And what I realized is when I said that, I basically just said people who can win games win games. And I was like, wow, that's crazy, right?
I didn't want to re-say it for you, but glad you pointed it out for us.
Look, yeah, we can make big brain comments all we want. They sound good, you know.
Confidence is key, my friend.
I'll always point it out, though. I'll always point out when it sounds silly. Let's take a look at the map. This is one of my favorite things to do, right? Because we get to see and we get to assess where the players are. We have this next zone pulls down to the south side. The second zone pulls down to the south, as this first zone was also relatively south. And our first 2 games were in this area as well. We're a little further towards Catty Corner, so we're... I mean, let's be real. Everyone always... I'm sure there are people out there looking at this going, well, we're seeing more south zones in an NAE East finals. Like, this never happens. I'm so surprised. But, I mean, the RNG is always in there, which is good to see. You see Lazy Lake getting a ton of congestion. You see just that kind of north zone. There's a ton of players around those mid-map hills. I'm guessing the orange marks that you see there will be Sented's team in that power position that we saw them in the earlier matches. So many teams surrounding them, and once this zone starts to close up, you're definitely going to see a lot of congestion towards that north side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see two main spots. Firstly, the hills right here where Edge's team is set up, having tons of those players rotate into, and also Lazy Lake having a tons of congestion. So when we're watching rotates later, we have to make sure that teams are trying to avoid these areas if they have enough tags.
Yeah, notice like how many teams are not in the southern areas at all. Even if the zone pulls that way, they want to make sure they are very much close to the action. That's just kind of the nature of the way these games have to play out. The difference between a traditional Fortnite game and these highly tiered competitive ones. When you don't know exactly your surge kind of status and situation, you just can't afford to take the risk. You need to stay close enough to these enemies. That's kind of why we see it play out this way.
This is the first time we checked into Booga's team where they've been stacked. Given it's early into the mid game, but they finally have good mats. Every time we check in with Booga's team in the 5th zone, 50 builds. Every single time. So what I want to see is them not have 50 builds. Maybe even if they're up at 70, maybe 80, we can see them, you know, rise up the leaderboards a little bit more. Obviously, they're doing really, really well. They're in 3rd so far. They're doing fantastic. But like I've said, the last 3 games, 15th, 8th, and 9th, they're just not managing to get further up into the thresholds. And this could put them into 1st, right? These guys could win the entire FNCS if they're managing to capitalize and turn those 8th into 1sts or even 3rds.
It's actually incredible how well they've managed to play, considering that it was off the backs of like refreshes in zone 7 or like refreshes in zone 6 on those moving zones. So playing big into that Miro playstyle, I feel like. And honestly, hey, you can kind of throw Muzz in that situation. He's going to do just fine. The guy is insane. So I think it works out.
I think the success of those is exactly what you said. It's because every single player on this team is an all-star player, a great solo level player. Like, we know Muzz, we know Miru, we know obviously know Booga, all have the capabilities to play solo gameplays the hardest and the best. And we've seen a lot of their end games is big solo clutches from them. So like, I would expect if the rest of the teammates go down, like, they can still clutch up a couple points. What I want to see is the games where that doesn't happen. I want to see the games where they stay as a full trio and they're managing to pick up tons of eliminations, getting into the double digits, because they've maxed out at 6 so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're just carrying themselves based off of those individual performances. Here, though, Dayjamper and Tragics looking to make their rotate. They're deep in the storm right now, and there's actually tons of players here. My gosh. We're looking about upwards about 4 or 5 teams right now making this deadly late rotate here. Thatch is going to find Aspect there in the feed. That's a big elim for Thatch. Don't forget, guys, that team of Carry, Thatch, and Pamstu, they are sleeping on the standings here. They're creeping right on up, and they continue to find these mid-game elims onto trios.
They've had some great games so far. It's like, for their team, is like if they get into end game, they do well, or they go down as soon as first moving starts. So, you know, for them, getting this mid-game engagement is super well. Obviously, they're managing to pick up tons of refreshes from them. We'll see how they manage to make it through. This next zone starts to pull full south. I would not have been surprised if I had said that. If I was going to pick a guess where that next one's going to pull south, would have absolutely been the one to do it. That means all the players who are like, usually there's a lot of congestion on the north side. Right now, it's like there's congestion in zone. It's like all these players are still getting tagged by it at the moment. I'm not seeing a game that this many players are stuck in the back of zone for this long. Days, one of them obviously we saw rotating in late. Visuals, and it's a lot of our top teams as well. It's like a lot of our top 10 teams are stuck here in this same position.
So unfortunate for Jamper and Day to lose a teammate there on their rotate as well, coming out super late. Once again, it's Tragics who's going to be the first to fall. Super unfortunate for him. And we talked about top teams. Osp and company were right inside the mix of this build here. Degen, Agents, and Kanata obviously being one of the scariest to kind of go against here, up against Hufish and Kaz, who were sitting relatively decent as far as like how they've been playing today. But just look at this. This is, again, it's not developing into anything, right? Everyone's just kind of sitting here. This is terrible. It's going to be another zone fight.
I mean, yeah, I think all these players go into zone. Someone's going to pad. They're going to get knocked out of the sky. It's going to be shambles. It's going to be a mess. We see Jamper obviously super low on HP, so they can't even afford to let the zone tick them off. Like, they have to rotate now. They can't just wait and be behind everyone. And I think they may have to drain a pad if they have one. And no, Jamper's going to start dropping down behind. I think they're going to have to start going in behind. But Kaz actually pads. They are going to find one, so they're going to manage to hit the pad. Luckily, everyone else is starting to follow at the same time. This zone's starting to go into Lazy Lake. I said that this would be an area that has tons of congestion. I thought all these players would have rotated in here about 5 minutes ago, but no, they all ended up being at the stuck edge side of the zone here. So I'm still thinking this is going to be heavily congested on this north side. For Jamper Day, like, that was a blessing that team used that launch pad. An absolute blessing.
Also a little lucky find there. Bandages for Jamper inside the first building he ends up looting. So a couple bandages to at least help him bounce back. He already popped one. At least it gives him a little bit of a opportunity here to kind of settle down, ease his way back into the mid game here. This is just, again, starting to approach the true end game. Zone 4 and Zone 5 as things are going to start getting cooking here. As a duo, they can definitely do it. They can do just fine. Looks like Commandment, Sensei, and Stretch have doubled back into the buildings here. They have full control of this high ground. And this is perfect for them, right? Teams rotating nice and late from the north side. They'll have so much opportunity here to find tags and situate themselves up if they haven't already.
I mean, this is their drop spot, so this is where they're comfortable. We've seen the trend of teams not doing so well in their drop spots today. Hopefully, Sentinel's team can turn that around, as this was the last time they had a zone here where they struggled in game number 2, I think it was. Dave, Steve, and Jamper, we did obviously see them pick up the victory in game number 3 as a duo. But for them, they just need one more team to go down, and they're going to grab way more placement, right? They're going to get that 5 points, which is crucial for the leaderboards. Every single point adds up. And I think they can get a little bit further. I think they can definitely make it a top 15 as a duo based on what I've seen so far. Take a little drone shot. A little wide. We see Reverse with Durant still in this, getting into engagement with AV, Deemer, and Edan down below up on the high ground. Nut, Nosh, and Skittles also getting into a fight with Beef, Lupian, and Nick as well. Well, all these teams looking awfully tagged up, awfully weak as we start to fly around this east side. Nittle, Casker, and Smack playing dead side here, but I don't actually see Smacked. I think it's just Nittle and Casker. Same with Illist and Avery, so I think they've both gotten into an engagement so far. And man, this is a day of duos. I've got to say, if that's a trend I'm seeing, like, this is a day of duos.
Yeah, loads of teams fragmented, kind of broken up here, not in full coming into the end game. And just to kind of touch on Commandment, Sensei, and Stretch, in what they've managed to do this game, they pulled already 2 second places and a third, and then basically a 20th and a 22nd. So it seems like if they could just get past the first surge, right, the second surge, and kind of get past that early initial surge threshold, they have not looked back. It's clear that Scented and Commandment are the brain power to the high placements, right? Like, it's pretty clear the consistency did not leave because they removed Edgy from the equation.
Indeed. I want to see this consistency from them, though. Like, everyone wants to see who's going to come second in this tournament. I don't think Avon's even looking and wondering who's going to come first overall. Is it going to be them for second, or is it going to be Edgy Team West are coming in second? I want to see. Look, I want to see one of these teams win. Let's be real. They deserve it by now.
They're due.
They're due. Absolutely.
Take a look here. Illis chucking Avery. Below the surge right now. Very desperate position to be in. Great headshot here from Illis. He's just trying to clutch up here to keep his team in the running. Not the greatest day one for him. But remember, in the 2-day formats, you never really know. We've seen teams skyrocket back on day 2s and just end up in such tremendous placement spots. When it's all said and done, it really is difficult to play 12 games of Fortnite, especially those that do their homework and get back into different strategies, because we're gonna see teams literally switch things up for the second day.
I want to see who does that, and I'm hoping it's usually the teams who are around like 15th, right? They're middling on the leaderboards. They're the guys who usually sit and think, if we want to get into the big placement thresholds, we want to get into the big money, like, we got to change something up. We got to figure out what we're doing wrong here, and we're gonna have to figure out who that is tomorrow. But for today, we have one more game left. But Illist, hold on, he overpeaks, gets completely beamed and picked up now, leaving Avery as a solo. But Avery's gonna go and start into engagement with Nittle, who also chunks him up. It's all looking like a good game for Avery, and honestly, just not a good day overall.
No, definitely not. I saw Backward go down on the feet. I see Muzz pick up Encrypted. So yeah, big exchanges, and Booga's going to find another one there as well. These are massive points, guys, for the team of Booga and Muzz, who are way up at the top.
They are going to have materials in the 5th zone. We said it earlier. I said every single time we look at them, they have 50 builds. They've just picked up a bunch of refreshes at this moment. Now, during the first 2 moving zones, they won't need to get anything, and they should be able to stay as a full trio. I have my fingers crossed.
Look at this. Avery's trying to be super cheeky here, playing for any kind of Elans possible. He found one. It looks like the second's going to come through with the knockout. Actually, I think someone actually sniped that from him. Unfortunate. No siphon there. He hit the down body and everything, and then doesn't get rewarded for it. Could have been some points, but you know, it kind of is what it is for him. His day 1 tournament is wraps, because this is game number 6 here for NA East. What an eventful day it has been on high ground. Little Ale, Suskers, and Villets trying to set up, but what's really important is what's going on down here. Day, who's still trying to clutch up, who's done a fantastic job breaking into more placement points, by the way, and now an Elam ticks over. These are so massive.
What we missed, I saw it in the elimination feed, is that he also picked up a 1v2 onto Durant and Pump. So he's picking up,
Insane.
He's still fighting with Reverse's team at this point as a solo, then also managed to pick up Nosh there. So him as a solo got 3 more eliminations. That's 6 points. Remember, also all the placement thresholds that come from it. I said they'd be able to hit top 15. Yeah, 17th right. That's another 3 points. They got the 5 from getting into the top 24. So that's so many points that they've managed to just accumulate. And this is what the difference is between some of these top teams and some of the teams who aren't able to perform as well. These games that you're not going to perform, right? You know, you're not going to win this match, but you're able just to squeeze out every last point is what adds up across 12 games.
Yeah, definitely. Take a look here now. Dave's being hunted down by a team of 3. It's the Flu trio on the other side of the wall here. He's going to have to give this up potentially, but no. He wants to hold this high ground and use this on the rotate here. I am so curious as to how this is going to play out, but I get it. He wants to stay off that low ground congestion, does not want to get picked off, and he's hoping to have a nice clear layer to himself. Look at the side angle here. Finds another one. 2-point swing for him and survives to top 14. That is beautiful. He's going to get tagged big time here. Only bandages to his name. If he can heal just fast enough, he will get enough to get some HP for the siphon. Can he do it here? Let's see.
Yeah, he struggled with the Coronado a little bit. He should be able to get these bandies popped. Hopefully he can get the majority of them popped before he gets that siphon to come through, so he's going to get himself up to 125 HP as maximum he can. And yes, he can indeed. So he's going to get the finish onto that any second now, and he will be up to an actually workable HP, right? I think he's got more HP than a lot of the players in this lobby. He hits the short pad, tries to get to the front side of the zone here at the same time as his 13 teams alive. He's absolutely chilling in comparison to all these players, and this is where Day thrives. He's able just to absolutely hit shots. He's trying to get into the back of the targets. This is what he does in a trio anyway, so why not just do it by yourself? Blue pump out. Let's see him connect with something.
Unfortunately, that siphon did not come through, so I do wonder.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like somehow the body must got picked up and taken to the skies with the launch pad. So unfortunate. It rarely ever happens, but you can tell it definitely happened here. So no siphon if he was waiting for it, if he was counting on it. Unfortunately, you have to count it out. He knows there's going to be a player coming through there. He hit 2 great tags. That's a shield crack. He's going to need 1 more. Remember, he's already survived from 14th to 13th. That's another huge set of points swing in his direction. 3 points to be exact. If he can survive a little bit longer, he'll start jumping into the 2+ points. Let's see it. You can see another tick on the backside here. He understands that very well and aware the double zone comes back is going to favor him. This is a siphon. He can pick up this loot. This is so good.
He only got sight.
Oh my gosh.
But now he's managed to get tons of heals. But no, that zone's going to start pulling to far. He's going to go for a layer change and a second one. So he may actually be second height from this point. But Day is playing this so well. But the wall opens up. He manages to get out, and he's got that opportunity to pop the 2 big pots. He only has 4 builds. Here's the player on the other side of the wall, and he's going to drop straight down and try to go for the opponent's wall. He's cycled in the box, but he's whiffed the pump shot. Unfortunately, it's wall to wall, but he's going to be picked up hitting a 40 white shot.
Still a great tag there. Aegis finds a little bit of revenge there for Degen's down body, and Day just ridiculous clutch up right here. On the other side, threats though. 168 for the team. Edgy and Rise are still in this game, so you can't count them out. They're earning big points. We're looking at our teams that are quite literally up inside the top 5 right now on a phenomenal day. And what an edit there as Rise just gets shut down by Rogue Shark. Just such a clean pre-edit. Puts them right down. And oh my, that was insane.
Could have knocked him to fall damage, but adds the extra bit of dirt to hit him with a max damage as he starts to fall down there now. Edgy left as a solo. He's taking a bit of zone 6. He's just a harpoon going through onto his floor, and he's going to have to layer change. But up on high ground, Ale and Suspects and Villets are still in it, but Muzz and Miro and Booga are still a full trio. They pick up Villets on the second height now, so they have an opportunity to take height. Sus drops down. The shot's connected onto Muzz. He's trading shots back, and Booga to pick up the full elimination. They have high ground. They had a good amount of materials, but they've lost Muzz. But they've also somehow lost the high ground at this moment too, so Muga now has to play as a duo with Miro. They have to capitalize. They have to keep going. This could be a win that takes them up into the first place slot.
Huge one-on-one right there between Booga and Peterbot on the different layer. For him to win that one right there is definitely going to be a difference maker. But Clarity G sneaks up on the layer. It's Miro versus Clarity G now in the storm line. Booga's broken off by himself here. Now, if they can take out Clarity, there it is. I was going to say the next threshold comes through. This is now officially top 3. More points for him. 3-man crew down in the low ground. What can you do for this one, Miro? Not much, to be honest. But hey, a little bit of chaos in the high ground never hurt anyone. As Little Ale's going for the heal off. Did he time it correctly? Osperati's got big HP. Little Ale's up there. They have some additional heals. They should be enough for them to walk home with the victory royale here. Yeah, Osp doesn't have it here, but what a game for Osp and company. Booga in crew, and then, of course, Little Ale, Subscript, and Billets to walk home with the victory royale.
Yeah, it's a massive clutch from them. Like, we saw them struggle a little bit at the start of the tournament. Like, you know, we saw, what was that, like an 18th and a 26th from very average games to them. But in that second half of the day number 1, they've definitely clutched it up big time. Notice those heals, do you know where they came from? They came from picking up Miro. We saw them in his inventory. The floppers alongside the chug splashes came from that Elam. So that's hugely clutch to pick up that last victory royale of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, I want to give you the floor. This is an incredible day 1. Reese, any final thoughts?
Look, for me, day 1 has been nuts. Same thing alongside EU. Both of them have not disappointed so far today. As soon as we are out of here, I'm going to bed because I'm waking up and I want to watch the games tomorrow and finish this off.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like when we were young, get that sleep. But for us here at the desk, Monster Face and Reese, hopefully tomorrow comes quick. We're going to toss them over to the desk so they can bring us on home and give us those standings, man.
MDF sleep is for the weak. And for those of us that can't sleep at all. Anyway, wow. Final game there. Subscript, Billets, and Ale. Victory Royale, 11 eliminations. But don't let that fool you. Osp, second place, 13 eliminations. Wow. My goodness, Vivid. We're watching these games happen. They flew by, but every single trio there at the top was saying, look, at the end of the day, at the end of these 6 games, we're going to make sure that this was not easy for anyone. We are all clawing our ways up into that top spot, and tomorrow is going to be wild.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if when we see the standings here that Osp, Visuals, and Frist wouldn't be at least second. They have to be at least second. They might even be in the first place position. But to wrap the day up, we got to think all the way back to game 1. Man, these games flew by. Macwood, Bucky, and Peterbot obviously taking home that first game there. And then we saw Nani, Bonti, and DuskyBot take home game number 2. And this was just a very clean win here because, you know, AV here almost with that clutch, but that 10 HP that we talked about when we watched that game happen came in clutch. Then we got Visuals here winning from the high ground, couple of chug splashes to save the day.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when you think about it, when you look back across the victory royales, looking at the end games as well, Osperati, Visuals, and Frist have always been there. I mean, which is actually testament to them and the kind of performance they're putting in at the moment. I mean, that's the great thing about this competition. We've seen so many teams in that top kind of like 8 positions that have been continuously, making a claim for that top spot today. You can see here as well, Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite after a few games in the bounce, not working in their favors with no eliminations. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they come through with a victory royale as well here, getting a bunch of eliminations. That looks like 11 in total there as well, so double digits for those guys. Finally, we have our last winners of the day here on game number 6 as well. Subscript and Co. there getting the victory royale in a much. I think it was this. I thought for a second, I thought, is there another game that I missed? That was the last game. We got the standings here as well after day number 1 here. The leaderboard has popped up and it is looking mighty interesting indeed. Obviously, that last game as well. Cease and Co. as well as Commandment's trio, both first and 7th that position, went out very early on, so gave 2nd through 6th a real opportunity to climb the leaderboard here. And you can see this is how it leaves things after the first 6 games. Osperati, Visuals, Frist are in contention for that top spot for the AXA Champions. If they can continue at the top there, I'm sure things will change up. But 185 points right now with 1 victory royale today, 39 eliminations, and 107 placement points as well. We're looking 2nd position there. My prediction, just putting it out there, Vivid, just putting it out there. I predict those guys. But Muzz, Mira, and Booga, it started. Who you can see in 2nd position there as well. 31 eliminations, 117 points, 179 points in total as well. So you can see here, the top 5 positions here, there's only about 30 points or so, give or take, between 1st and 5th position after 6 games, Vivid. It is so tight right now.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing is that everybody in the top 6 pretty much has 30 elims. So those teams at the top are doing a very good job of finding those eliminations. So maybe some of the teams can take some advice looking at their stats and be like, oh, these teams are getting these amount of eliminations. Maybe we need to try to, pick it up in the elim category, be a little bit more aggressive potentially. Going on to the second page though, surprising here, we got Degen, Aegis, and Kanata actually in 14th place. They are actually contested all spawns, so they're doing fairly well for being contested. And then Clickstahi and Sprite with a victory royale on the day, only 95 points. So really their only good game was that victory royale. If they can kind of replicate whatever happened during that victory royale game, then for sure they can climb these standings very, very quickly. But they need to, wrap it all together, figure out what they did in that game that worked for them, and replicate it when it comes to tomorrow.
We'll have to see, Vivid. This is very much set the stage for us. 6 games stand between whoever will be crowned the new FNCS Trios champions out of NA East, and it could still go so many different ways. Fortnite fam, that is it for the action here in NA East. Don't forget though, we have NA West. If you want another 6 matches, make sure you stop by. We'll be here in about like 40 minutes or so, and we'll start NA West. If not, then come back tomorrow. NA East action, European action, and of course Trios champions. As always, give these 2 incredible humans a follow. Give MDF and Reese a follow. Reese, I mean, that guy just did 2 reads. That guy's crazy. Until next time, Fortnite fam, we love y'all so very much, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
And now they're hunting, and it's only a matter of time before they decide. Yes, a solo bush here. There's no way, right?
Wait, what?
And he missed.
Ellis. Oh, he's going to go for it.
Oh my gosh.
He won the max damage shot.
Oh.
That is huge. Transix even shot at the bush before.
Now he's going to pop off here. See what he can do. Great tag there. Great angle as well. Grabs the cone too. Waiting for the edit and just... Oh my gosh. He really did that right there to Plague. Sits him down. Teaches him a little lesson about Fortnite.
They're getting an engagement down on low ground. Commandment goes down. The shots are traded. Rise goes down. It's the 1v1 of the old ground. Ex-teammate versus ex-teammate. And it's Edgy who's going to pick up that one. But now it's a 1v1 situation. Jamper versus Edgy down on the low ground. The shots traded. And now Jamper's got 45 HP. The zone's starting to pressure. And he's going to pick up the victory royale.
Mind you, this is another opportunity here for Miro to find some more points. But no, he gets shut down. What more can you ask of him? At least Book is here to follow up. That's on to Dukes. Can he get the full finish? He can. He gets the new one.
Look at the teams. It's Tiny and Clicks now going up for hype, but no, they're going to get traded. This could be the clutch for Clicks that they need to start climbing up the leaderboard for them in game number 5. He's starting to ramp his way all the way back up from high ground.
Does not want to get picked off, and he's hoping to have a nice clear layer to himself. Look at the side angle here. Finds another one. 2-point swing for him and survives to top 14. That is beautiful.
Yo, what it do, Fortnite fam? It's your favorite spooky boy. That's right, once again off the bus. We're here in NA West. This is the first day of finals. We got done with EU today. Saw craziness. NA East, more craziness. Now the question is, can NA West bring that same heat? That's what we're going to find out in just a little bit. We got 17 minutes on the clock. But first, let me introduce you to the boys. It's SBG, it's Panda, my friends. How y'all feeling right now?
Hey, feeling great, Zeke. Ready for the finals. I mean, if we've seen anything from the other regions, like, we're in for a show today, Panda.
Yeah, we definitely are. And like I've said since Qualifier 1, this is the season. I feel it in my bones. We will have new champions at the end of day 2 tomorrow. But look, I know Zeke's already given me the look, but, you know, listen, I still feel it. The change is in the air. Will they be able to do it?
Production, clip that, okay? If he's wrong, we're going to play that tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much, production. Hats off to you. Let's keep the ball rolling here, guys. We got a few things to get through before we can jump aboard the bus. So, first off, watch.fortnite.com. A great place to do what you're already doing. Checking out the broadcast here, but get this. Leaderboards on the right side of your screen. Trivia that you can lose to me at. What more could you want in life? There you go. Watch.fortnite.com. Check it out. You're going to beat me. It's totally fine. Let's talk about the overall point format. So naturally, we start the day in EU. We jump over to NA East, and then we end right here in NA West. 2 qualifiers, 2 semifinals, and now has led us to this moment. Finals day number 1, SBG.
Yeah, we had the build up, and now comes the drop. All the trios are set. Everyone came through over the past couple of days to get our final spots. And now we have 6 games today. We got 6 games tomorrow. 2 days of competition, 12 games in total. And these guys are going to be battling for the top spot. But Panda, tell us exactly what the points are going to look like and how these guys are going to be able to take it home.
Well, guess what, folks? If you saw any of the qualifier weeks or day 1 of semifinals, it is the same point format. 2 eliminations per, or 2 points per elimination, and 30 points up for that VR. So placement and eliminations are going to be super important. We actually saw in several games today teams excelling in placement, but they didn't have the eliminations to truly carry them into one of those top 5 spots on the leaderboard. So it's going to be interesting. You got to make sure if you're playing today, balance it out. Get those elims. Do not just solely focus on that placement, but be smart too. You want to climb the leaderboard. You want to get the VR. It's super important. But what are they competing for, Zeke?
Well, of course, Panda, it's an autograph that you were going to send the winning team, which is going to be Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, because you're wrong. But that's okay. There's also prize money on the line. That's important as well. We can actually take a deep dive here on the prize breakdown in NA West, $48,000 for the most winningest team. Everyone will walk away with something for making it to this point. But don't forget, even if a team can't walk away in first, even going from like 33rd to 5th place is a massive leap there, right? So even if a trio isn't in your top 10, you know they're going to be competing and trying to aim for at least that, because even just making it to the FNCS finals is a testament to the trio skill in and of itself. Now, you saw those 7 regions before we checked out the prize money. Let's talk about one of those regions, Brazil. That's right, we got to check in with them, see how their day 1 went. We like to do this, check in on every single region that we can, see how things are going, see how they end the day. Whoa! Oh my, calm down, 210 points? I'm pretty sure that's the second highest on the day. We saw 235 in EU, 207, I think, in Asia, and now 210.
What a performance, too. Bringing home the 2 victory royales, 40 eliminations. There's a huge gap between that first place team and literally everyone else. I mean, the 40 elims alone would be putting them up in about 15th place. That's insane considering they won 2 matches as well. The rest of these guys have a lot of room to make up over the next 6 games tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about 40 eliminations. Obviously, the victory royales are great, but on top of that, 40 eliminations. I cannot stress how impressive that is after day 1. It's going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that though in day 2, because we've seen before, time and time again, great day 1 performances, but then day 2 shows up and that momentum necessarily isn't there, and that leaderboard begins to shift. So hopefully it'll be enough for them to hold it, but we will see going into those games tomorrow. But we got to focus on West, right? Zeke, break it down. What is today looking like?
Well, right now, we're going to talk about some trios that you guys at home should be following. Trios that you should care about. Trios that we think are high-profile trios here in West, especially after the great shakeup that was Chapter 2, Season 8. In case you're just watching Fortnite for the first time right now, you decided to wait till finals, it's great to have you here. Thanks for showing up at all. We really do appreciate that. Let's talk about these trios. Reet, Favs, Snacky, a team that Panda here is truly sold. They will be the ones to dethrone our 4 times champions.
So we've talked about it, right? Obviously, Fav, Snacky historically find themselves in one of those top 3 spots on the leaderboard, now filling the role with Reet, the fragger role that they have so desperately needed, because one of the things they always lacked in the past was their ability to get high elimination games. And I think that's what set them and Arkham Rex and Epic Whale apart. Now with Reet, they should be able to do that. Actually, looking back at some of the qualifiers in the different rounds, we actually saw them break elimination records on the weeks. So, I mean, there was one week where they had 77 eliminations in 6 games. So that tells you that they have stepped up the plate here. Now, they haven't been as consistent in placement, so they need to fix that going into this format. But we saw it last season too with Reet, a very similar play style with Falconer and Chris leading up to the finals. And then in the finals, they were a lot more consistent, finding themselves that second place spot. So hoping and thinking, honestly, logically, that this is going to be the team. This is going to be the season. And at the end of this, I want you to clip whatever Zeke says, denying me, because he's going to be wrong.
That's right. Production, make sure. Remember, I'm the host of the show. I call the shots here, so clip that as well to make it be double wrong. Thank you, production. You guys are the best. Okay, let's talk about Andy, Krizix, and Jelty. Now, SPG, I believe you believe this trio is a trio that could go the distance. I mean, talk to me about them.
I mean, we've seen Krizix and Jelty compete on 2 different regions over the past couple of years, and 2 of the fan favorites, especially Jelty. I mean, who doesn't root for the guy? He's a huge personality, and not only is he a fan favorite, but he's going to be one of our favorites going in today. I'm not like Panda. I do think that the top trio is going to take it home, but Andy, Krizix, and Jelty, I think they'll at least win a game here today. They've shown they can do it, and they have the camaraderie as a trio to be able to play consistently. It's going to be a matter of whether or not, they can dethrone the big guys. That's going to be our big story today. But, hey, I know you guys at home, you're going to be rooting for Jelty either way.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I mean, in case you've never seen NA West, we have a trio that is stuck together for a while now, and they have won 4 FNCSs. It's wild. We continue to think someone will beat them, and then at the very last second, they're like, okay, everybody, we were just messing around. We'll just walk away the prize money, the Axe of Champions. Thanks, Zeke. We'll see you next time. Every time, consistently. But we'll see if this is their time to finally be dethroned. Let's talk about Hashira, Kaboo, and Nico. These guys have been doing exceptionally well, and I'm very excited to see how they perform in finals.
Well, these are some veterans from the West Coast. They've always found themselves excelling pretty well, but not necessarily a top 5 performance. They even found themselves into the semifinals, but once they made it there, they actually broke semifinals day 1 records with the most points on West. So impressive team and impressive performance happening just this week. So they could use that momentum going into these finals and ultimately come out on top. That's what they're going to want to do. They know how to get the eliminations. They know how to get the placement. Now it's just about doing it up against teams like Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale.
Well, gentlemen, I think we would be doing the trio a disservice if we did not talk about them. So, SPG, break down this trio. I mean, they've been such a dominant force. Kelly actually last season was talking about how they kind of initially had this massive gap on the competition, and then over time, over the last few FNCSs, that gap has continued to close, and that's why she believes as well this could be the season that the trio is dethroned. How are you feeling about that? How you feel about this trio as a whole?
I mean, the more you watch this trio, the more you see that there's no gaps in their play. They just are so fundamentally sound, and put them anywhere in endgame, put them anywhere on the map. Obviously, you're the 4-time champs. You get to go wherever you want. You better not be contesting them because they are the 4-time champs for a reason. But low ground, high ground, even when they qualify straight to finals, they let's play the qualifying weeks again. Let's get first place, establish our dominance once again. And this season, they showed in the 6 matches of their first qualifier where they were able to advance to the finals, they won a game on low ground, they won a game from high ground. So they don't have a particular play style where it's like, I need to be in this position. It is, I'm going to give what's taken to me. I'm going to take it all. And then you guys are going to have to deal with the force that is Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale.
They are absolutely insane. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like we look at a trio, and oftentimes, how can a trio do with what they have in their inventory or in the shambles position they might be in? For Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, it doesn't matter, right? You shuffle the deck any number of ways, you deal them the cards, and they're going to say, look, it doesn't matter. We have exactly the points we need to win. We have all of the aces. We have all of the kings, queens, and jacks. I mean, these guys are insane. In fact, we caught up with Arkham this week. We got to hear from him specifically, so let's check out this video.
Hi, this is Arkham, and my trio, Epic Whale and Rex, and me placed first last season in FNCS. Well, if I'm not playing or like doing stuff, I like to. Recently, I've been going to the gym, so I feel like that helps a lot mentally. I like playing a horror game, like that's my thing. I started playing Fortnite in like sophomore year of high school. All of my friends were playing it and stuff like that. I was on my PS4 and started playing with all my homies, you know? Yeah, it was completely different. Like for me, like I'd never played a battle royale or anything like that, and the building aspect and all of that, and it just made it really fun. Like challenging myself, like practicing and getting better is what I like, so I kept on just challenging myself, getting higher, better and better, and getting to the higher level, and then it just happened, you know? So like I'm not playing the game just to play. Like every second I do play the game, I'm thinking about how I can get better in that very second. So I'm doing that every single second I play, and I feel like most people don't even do that. My relationship with my trio is like, I mean, we're all the same friend groups. We're just homies, you know? Like we're just chilling and we practice together. So we've known each other for a while. You're more comfortable with them, you know? It's easier to like talk to them and like, but you just like know how they work and what situation they work best in and stuff like that. So I feel like it's good to know. Falc's trio, I mean, if we fought the mid game, we would roll them, but like they do good in tournaments, so you know, they have like a solid trio and they have good roles and stuff like that. They're really good, you know. Hey, this is Arkham. Thanks for listening, and I hope to see you out there someday.
Arkham is not scared, Panda. He's not scared of your trio at all. We'll have to see, man. We have a couple more things to talk about, lobby list and predictions. Let's start with the lobby list. So remember, we've had a number of rounds to kind of lead us here. Last season, we had a number of trios champions that won Chapter 2, Season 7 auto-qualified. That means we've not seen them all season long. Then we had Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Semifinals 1 and 2. And of course, now this has left us with this overall 33 trios we'll be watching in today and tomorrow's games. Again, this is a 12-game format. 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. So even if a trio can't necessarily pull out something today, tomorrow they'll have a chance to kind of refresh themselves and come back stronger.
And we see Chicken, Kytrex, and Mekton right there underneath the Kings. They are another trio that you should be watching out for. Someone who's on the rise. We've seen Mekton especially placing really, really well along with Chicken. And Kytrex has been around for a long time. That guy has been at the top of this NA West scene for a while. But the three of them together should be another force to watch out for during these games and really put themselves in positions to be able to compete throughout both of these days.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Obviously, they're a powerhouse trio in themselves, and they are one of those teams, like you said, that we really need to pay close attention to. Another team that we do need to pay attention to is Storm, Macon, and Moose. This trio has done exceptionally well. They were another team that made it to the semifinals day one and actually had a breakout performance, having a huge lead over the competition and taking the top spot. So great teams looking at all of this, but you know what? Reet, Fav, Snacky, I'm telling you, there's something about this trio that's going to surprise people today.
I respect it. You gotta believe. Hey, if you don't believe, then it's never gonna happen. But we saw a couple of teams yesterday be able to advance, and in NA East, we saw a lot of those teams succeeding, advancing from the semifinals rounds and doing well in the finals. One of those is Altu, G5RC, and Antrax that are going to be a little bit of a dark horse coming into today. Not a lot of talk about this trio, but one that could do something special.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think there's a lot of potential here on the board. We can't just count out these other teams because Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are here. But obviously, with how dominant they have been I think they're pretty confident going into today. Now, one thing I will mention is having Believer Beach uncontested is going to be a huge asset for them. But one thing that we noticed kind of develop after qualifier 1 is that area just south of there, and we'll talk about it when we dive into the map after this next game. But I want to kind of preface this because I hope we get to see some of this action in the game that we're about to watch. It is a team landing just south of them in the crash site, and what these teams have been able to do is grab a shadow cube, hit the bouncer, and jump into Believer Beach and take the team off guard. So we could see teams attempting to do this today against Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. And if they succeed, this could be the disruption that we have not seen in seasons past.
Panda, I'm going to throw this out to you. Some team tried to do this to Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in the qualifiers, quickly got shut down, and then they went ahead, did it to another trio, got a duo wipe. You know, one of the guys skirted out of there. So I think Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are more than comfortable, know exactly what that might be happening. So, Zeke, what are you thinking?
Well, we only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to save my thoughts. We'll come back to those between games. First, let's talk predictions. All right, really quickly here, we got to talk about which trios we think could win it all. So, how many of these are... Okay. Even you, SBG! Ah! Okay. Okay, so yes, we think they could become 5 times FNCS Trios champions. But, Panda, I'm going to side with you for now with Reek, Fabs, and Snacky. You know what? No. Okay. I'm going to do something that I have decided I learned today, and that is I'm going to choose the field, okay? So I think anyone else but Arkham Rex and Epic Whale will win. Now, there's more to this, and the way this was described to me is something that I'm learning, and I'm sure the person that described it to me right now is thinking to themselves, why did I tell Zeke about this? You mess up, and now I will take advantage of that, and that's okay. But yes, once again, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale could very well be the 5-time FNCS Trios champion after this weekend. They do start slow though, SBG, and I'm kind of curious to see if they do get contested. Looking back at EU at the start of the day, SETI Kamitik, their POI was uncontested, and they were largely allowed to do whatever they wanted. And every single time, every game, they made it to endgame because of this. So do you think they will be pushed? If this is a time for it to happen, it's now, man.
No. I mean, someone might be going for it, but why though? My genuine question was, why that team? You have so many other options. Why go for that team?
Because Believer Beach is open. I'm telling you, with those 2 crash sites on either side, it makes it super easy to dive in there. All I'm saying is, look, in the past, Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, you don't really find them outside of one of those top 10 spots in placement. I think today we're going to see them outside of one of those top 10 spots in one of these games. That's all I'm saying. We got 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow for it to happen, but I definitely think it's going to happen today.
All right, well, Fortnite fam, you heard the bus. This means we're kicking off the competition in NA West. 6 games ahead of us, and who better to cast all the action than Clay and Sundown, the kings of NA West. It's time. Buckle up. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Zeke, SBG, and Panda. What's good, Fortnite fam? We're back one more time into the island for the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 8 Championship. We're over in the West for the finals. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to kick it off. Clay, how you doing today, brother?
I am so hyped for this action. I'm so hyped to see if we can get that 5-time. Back to back. I think that was enough backs there. Here today, and look at just how free they are as they glide in. Not a worry in the world. Looking to do it again. What do they need to do, though? Everyone's saying that they start off pretty slow, and that's right. But if they start out fine, they are looking so good with their performance. And ooh, we've got a big knock coming through. While they've got it uncontested here, 40-yard storm going down early.
You can see that's a full confirmation going through as well with that hit marker coming on the side. So We'll look to potentially get a reboot going on as Nigel. Nope, right as we say that, Macon and Moose both going down as well. So a full wipe coming through on that side. And we'll see. That's that caddy fight. If it resolves very quickly. First 2 players down. And Vanilla is going down also as well very quickly. We saw the heroics coming out from Ranger and Noah W yesterday during the semifinals round. The quick stat left-hand side. Players competing today in NA West have 243 finals trips collectively. That's not a small number.
Not at all. I wonder which region has the most. I wonder if we have a stat on that about which region had the most players with the most amount of finals appearances. And definitely that's something we could get done. We move over to Stealthy. We saw a lot of fighting here the other day. Not a lot of fighting overall. There's going to be Noah W plays being involved. That's Vanilla's that gets picked back up. Ranger had to be the one to do it. But look, there's another trio nearby as well. So 3 teams looking in this area. I don't think Stealthy's big enough to support it, but they're managing to make do.
Yeah, trying to create a little bit of space. We did see the early trades going on, so potentially not going to be that worried about Storm Surge. It is a little bit more prevalent than we saw yesterday. There will be 30 teams playing throughout the entirety of it, so 90 players going off. We know West is generally known for being a bit more passive, especially in games, kind of 1 or 2 over the course of a 6-game series. 3 and 4, they let loose a little bit. 5, who really knows? We kind of toss that one up in the air, and then, well, 6 is traditionally everyone playing for whatever the tournament says. And right now, we're kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with Noah, Vanillas, and Ranger, as they are sandwiched between a couple of teams, and it looks like we have a decently far south pull. So if we don't necessarily have any contention going on, which is possible in West, they're pretty good about splitting the map going out. I wouldn't mind seeing kind of just like an overhead of the map and where people are at, so we can get an idea of the triangles, kind of which safe zone we're looking at, and then kind of start to talk about where we might see some paths and some people who could end up crossing. So we're going to look at Antrax and McLovin, who looting around the southern side of the map, and they have plenty of space as well.
I played with G5RC, who had a very phenomenal performance in the qualifiers at a solo clutch. I got them pretty far, and I believe it actually got a ridiculous amount of points coming through. So excited to see that. And we do see that zone in the bottom right. It's going to go more southeast here towards Retail Lazy. That'll be around where it centers up, around where these players are forced to go. But we know when it goes that direction, it keeps going south usually, or it centers up around that Retail Row Mountain. So I feel like everyone's seeing this zone and they got to know that, hey, the second here, it will be a push that they have to make. Oh, you see Antrax trying to go in, that player trying to go for that little ramp flip edit that we've seen so many times. The chunk is coming out. Oh, but the cone comes down. They predicted perfectly. They knew what they had to do, and McLovin unfortunately going to fall.
Yeah, I got separated away there. Unfortunately, the idea was not good enough, and they're also going to make sure, knowing that Storm Surge is going to be a problem, put 2 body shots down and then confirm the headshot, try and get as much damage as possible to add on to that total, maximize it, and kind of worry about that pass, knowing that, hey, everyone is pretty spread out. There's not a lot of names dropping in that top left-hand corner, and if you are new to competitive Fortnite and just watching, or it's been a while, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us again. This is the finals here in NA West. All the other regions have played at least one of their days, so you can check out some of the leaderboards, go back, check the VODs if there was a broadcast, or if your favorite streamer or content creator happened to be in it or playing. Feel free to check them out because the action was incredible. But otherwise, we'll be covering it here, and we're just kind of tuning in, and there's not going to be a whole lot going on because there's a sizable amount of money on the table, and everybody's just kind of poking, prodding, trying to feel each other out, and it's going to come down to that initial trade and damage.
I'm intrigued to see how some of these teams that didn't have this experience coming in to today use this 12-game format to their advantage, to take these first couple ones to learn and to feel out the lobby, and then make their moves, then try to make their plays to play their game. As teams that are not afraid to make moves have to include Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex. They're already rotating through and already into weeping as well. Well, everything's perfect for them. Now, we've always talked about the issue for them. It is an issue that plagued Falconer as well. They have to stay up together. They have to be there together. They're great They have individual performances. They have the pop-off factor of every member being able to clutch it up. But they just do so much better when they're all up in that end game.
But statistically, that has been every single trio, and we've talked about it, where if you lose somebody before the 5th zone, they have yet to be able to win a match, which were the stakes yesterday during that semifinal round 2 in a winner-take-all scenario similar to the reboot rounds of the past. But right now, Shallow, Sharp, and Asian Feats, who were able to advance through that, trying to find a little bit of space. Everybody has kind of hopped into their whips, getting a little bit of skirt roaming around. This is very typical for NA West. This is how people like to go find their attacks. You basically loot up as much as you can carry. Don't overstay. Don't try and look for too many upgrades. Just kind of head towards the center zone, particularly when you're that far out. You can see now how a big portion of northern teams have all kind of formed a little bit of a conga line. It's like 1, 2, 3, kick, 1, 2, 3, kick. You can see my camera on either side of pantomiming that, but they're just kind of heading as far as they can and trying to get some space.
They're not going to find a lot right now, and I like that they're going to go back, try to go around. It seems like we're looking who they're going to run into. Former, and no, they're actually going the opposite way. They're going more towards the middle, but there's a team already up on the hill, and they've spotted out your car. You've got to be very careful, because if you don't hop out quick enough, they get enough damage on you, you will start to fall in. Just look at how many players are already prioritizing these hills. They already know how valuable they are. Everyone's already rotated to the center of the zone, it feels like. And this is where NA West takes a breath. This is where NA West typically will just stall out in terms of action for a couple zones.
And normally, right, we would have going all the way up to 33 teams all the way through. We have 30 teams who are participating here today. There's a little bit more space on the map. We've seen the one contestant going through, unfortunately, 4DR Storm, making a Moose being on the wrong end of that. But now his team's kind of staking out the claim, just trying to poke out. Something we've talked about a little bit, alluded to, is Storm Surge. Storm Surge, which will activate right around the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zones. You get the warnings right before that during the 2nd, 4th, and 6th. The first threshold, my lord, as Mojo sticks his head out a little bit too hard. He needs to chug some shields there real quick. The first threshold will need to drop down to 70 players before it ends up turning off. So currently we're up at 86. That means 5 plus trios. So 5 and plus 1 more of the solo riders will then end up getting hit, going all the way through there. It'll be 25 damage every 5 seconds. The way it chooses who it strikes is the trios who have done the least amount of damage. That's why you see so many people going over, and the observers doing a fantastic job of showing us where that zone pulls. And Clay, you said it. Hey, sometimes it keeps pulling to the south, and it kept pulling to the south right on top of retail. So many mountains in play over there.
The first game, we're going to get the biggest mountain zones possible. I'm excited to see how everyone adapts, because it's fitting. A couple seasons, I think it was 2 seasons ago, a zone like this, and the last game is where Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex made their winning push up the side of the mountain to end up winning overall. Can they start off the same as they ended seasons ago? Can they start off hot?
I'm very curious. Fab's just going to knock on the FJAA, so if we got nothing else going on, can we see just what's going on over there? It looks like if these guys are going to rotate side by side, because I'm curious as to how you're able to even get into a situation where you're able to knock somebody right now. I mean, we saw a little bit of poke going on through some of those semi-auto sniper rifles, but I'm assuming he's probably going to be able to be picked up very quickly, and it's just maybe was overreaching for Surge. Some of these other players are just trying to take whatever tags they can. Hockle throwing out the shots there with the Epic AR. You can see Yumi, Squishy, and Kono trying to trade the shots. And I mean, the cars, they're just so effective to rotate in. It's just an 800 HP shield that if only one trio is hitting you, it's really hard to break through.
And it just protects you so well. When you think that you're going to get hit, it's a window that breaks, and you don't have to worry about it. And look, if you're on the right side of this, they're not going to have that many angles, and as I say, it's easier to protect yourself. Look at all the damage that goes through onto the enemy team from Hockle, from Angel, from Nitrix as they continue to spray down. That's going to be Ranger, Noah W plays, and Vanillas, who are getting their shield just ripped to shreds. Ranger has to hop out, Noah W plays, and Vanillas will continue to move their way on through. We haven't really touched much about it because it's such a very interesting thing. We'll come back to it, but another Sundown Stumper for everyone. There are 5 returning trios from the Chapter 2 Season 7 finals. Who are they?
I'm gonna need to pull up a team list in order to 100% go through that, or at least see a wide from the observers. I know, obviously, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex is one of them. Tautai Caleb and his trio is another. Nate, Blizzy, and Regular is another. Actually, I'm not positive who Tautai and Caleb's third is. Sorry, I'm trying to find my list of teams here without cheating. It's difficult with all my resources. So there's 3. Clay, come on, give me one here. You can help this one out. Oh, no, because Riverson was not with Tautai and Caleb. Okay. So that's a 0. And Snacky and Reach swap trios. Jelty swap trios, so that's a no.
What Quinn Wave and Cool played together last season as well.
Okay, boom. Nailed it. Found it. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right, real quickly here.
It was, I believe Jelty, Chris, and was it Andy their third?
Blizzy, Nate, Regulator, Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale, Chicken, Kytrex, and Mechton.
There we go. There they are.
That's 3. Midi, Kaboo, and Nico. That's 4.
Yep. Oh, they have it here. Who are you gonna say? Who's the last one you're gonna say?
I want to say 4DR Storm, but I think they swapped, so I'm not positive.
It's going to be Poppy.
Poppy was the last one? Okay, who's Poppy's with Scissor in them, right? Okay, that's the other one I was looking at. I'm okay. I'll take 4 out of 5. It took a little bit there. I apologize, but now we're going to get into the Storm Search fight. You can see the activation going on, and the fights are about to go down. 5 trios were underneath Solo, XLR, and Nova being one of them. I know we were able to burn time, but the action is going to burn now as Riverson ends up getting knocked on feet. Solo being forced to drop it down and get it going in. You can see the 25 damage coming through and voicing their action. I like that they're not wasting the time and they're really getting into it fighting well. Also, Chunk Smash, you can see Moni getting a knock onto Kita. Oha also going down with Storm Surge, just obliterates them. And Nigel, Aiden, and Rodrigo end up being the benefactors there. They'll pick up the 6 points. We can see Quinn, Cool, and Wave desperately trying to get away from this situation here.
Surge, fire, running out of room, shots coming everywhere. Wave down to 4 HP, barely enough time to pop a mini down again to 4 HP. Quinn will fall. It's going to be Wave and Cool, the only ones left there for the trio. Can they find any sort of solace here on the edge of zone? They're trying to out-heal the Surge, but it doesn't look like it. Mojo, Defiable, and Salco trying to push up, trying to get involved. Cool will get taken down. Salco will be the one to do it. Wave just has to try to hold on. It looks like Surge has paused, and it doesn't matter as they're going to go down. And look, extra launch pad there for them, and it did not pause on them, but I think they had just enough damage to stay above. But what they didn't have is the HP. Salco, Mojo, and Defiable just came in at the perfect time and swept them up.
Yep, and that second check mark is passed for almost all teams. There should be one more team who is getting hit right now. If we're still at 71 players, haven't seen somebody drop down, it will turn off at 70. As we do have rotations coming up. Nope, we are at 69 players. As you can see, J Rose gets the confirmation onto Kono. Dubs also then ends up going down. Lucky Pump 2006 and AKA Bolts, who we saw able to secure a match yesterday, are able to then recycle a launch right here. And they're trying to close the gap. But these are those tough rotations to talk about, the ones where you either need to be using old resources or just burn all of yours to even get into the zone. Because teams have just been kind of billy-goated up on the edge of the zone, they're not in any rush to rotate. They know there's plenty of teams behind them. They can just sit and chill. But unfortunately, Zooks, Truck, and Kimchi take a ton of damage there. Lucky Pump gets ripped to shreds.
Bolts in 2006 going to take a ridiculous amount of damage as well. And that's going to hurt them so much more because we saw the inventory coming in. They had no shields. They only had a couple med kits on each of the players, and that was it. So now having to use those early and then rotate through. Any tag by anybody in the team is going to focus their spray on them. As we got a wide of Chicken, Kytrex, and Megton up above on this hill. Jagver, Batman, Booga, and Mojo, Bumboy, trying to make their way on through. I was just thinking about how Jagver, Mojo, and Solution have split into 3 separate trios, all here today as well, all competing for that FNCS finals, all trying to take it away from none other than Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. And I honestly wonder where they are. We haven't really seen where they ended up rotating through, and I am intrigued to see exactly where they position themselves.
Positioning is going to matter so much more in this zone in particular. When we talk about the changes of verticality, we talk about Fortnite being a resource management game. Luckily for a lot of these teams, we pulled through a little bit one of the more forgiving areas. I mean, it's not much of a saving grace. You get just slightly smaller mountains as opposed to the really big mountains, you know? It's a small boulder the size of a really big boulder. As you can see right now, Epic Arkham and Rex just posted up on the highest point with a line of sight on anybody who wants to try and rotate up the backside. So this is fantastic for them because they can see everything except the people who are going to rotate close to the inside of this, who everyone else in the lobby is going to have an angle on. So nobody's particularly safe, and they're just coasting. Everyone has gotten their 5 placement points. No elims coming through since we're inside the top 24. The next round of placement points will start kicking in when we get into the top 17, and honestly, it's probably going to take a little bit for that actually kick off unless they get a nice little 1-2-3 here.
Even if they do, I don't think they wouldn't go for it, just because, yeah, they do need to rotate through, but we know they're not that aggressive. We're not going for it. Arkham is going to slide down. You see the backside there, just trying to make their rotation through, but that's so great. They already have early high ground. They can set up to continue to hold early high ground. We know what they do with it. They win games. And they convert 1 games into 1 tournaments. Again, we talked about it 4 times in a row as a trio. If you look at them as individuals, each one of them are a 5x with a solo and a duo coming through. I mean, they've done it all. They've been the Kings of the West for so long. And I mean, I don't want to say it's been comfortable, because if anything, it's been the opposite of that. It's been very disciplined. They've been gone through and they've made sure they have put in all of the work, whether it's the Cash Cup or anything, that they're never happy. Whether they're playing on Asia, they're playing on East, they're playing on West. If they're not winning money when they play as a trio, they're like, we messed up. That was really bad. And even when they clutch up and make money, sometimes they're just like, nah, that wasn't necessarily worth it, because like we should have played better. There are things we could have done. And it's just nuts to think about. That's the level of success. And when Zeke talks about taking the field, and I was the one who explained that to him, and I was debating if that was a worthwhile prediction. The fact that that's something where if you're given the option, right, and you look at the 4 analysts and you say, hey, you have the option to pick 29 other teams or this one team in a battle royale game, and 3 of us are still like, nope, we are very comfortable in picking this team. That's unheard of. The dynasty, the era of Energy, Epic, Whale, and the 100 Thieves duo of Arkham and Rex has really been understated. And not only do they get zone dropping directly on top of their head with high ground placement, they get a supply drop. I mean, we talk about a slow start. If this ends up being a slow start, they have every utility they could ask for. Nice little upgrades. They'll be able to pick their own adventure, pick their loadout, how they want to proceed in the end. And so far, it's looking real comfortable. And you know, Epic Whale loves those rapid fire weapons. So great to see him use it as well. One of the best with it. And I think, again, anytime you can split up your ammo onto a player that's not being used anywhere else is so great and so valuable. And look, they've actually picked such a great spot because they can grab angles on everyone flying in, because everyone's going to be worried about high ground spraying, so they're going to coast lower, which is right into their line of sight. They do have to worry about everybody building up around them because they've kind of set up that base of security for themselves as well as everyone else. But not worried about taking to the low ground because they have so many paths to go up.
And one of the things that I love is they didn't commit to go up for the high ground right there. Most teams, hey, supply drops directly on top of our head, 5th zone here, we could burn a ton of hard bats to go up, but they recognize that everyone's going to burn a launch pad to come over here. We can chill and just wait. We can go up. High ground's going to be there. The placement points are going to be there later. CC Snacky picking up a full confirmation. Bumboy actually ends up getting symmetrical. He goes down early. His trio looked like they were in a great spot. Jelty is not in a great spot, hiding in a cone, has that legendary semi-auto sniper, but it's not necessarily going to do him that much in this situation because I have to rely on basically a sneak quick attack. If he's able to get in there, it's going to have to be super effective, and honestly the opponent's probably going to have to be a little bit susceptible to that ground type attack. As you can see down on the side, Javier, Batman Boga, Bumboy, 3 eliminations so far, a little bit of space. We're into the cascading placement points, and Clay, we're pulling away from the mountains back into Caddy. That's going to be a rough rotation.
It is, because there's elevation to the northwest that's going to go down. To the northeast, it goes up as well as everywhere else around it. So it's even worse of a rotation for a lot of these players. There's at least to the north here. Now it would have been a flat rotation. So who's taking to the sky, who's staying up above, who has the high ground. It's going to be Reed, Snacky, and Fabs, who claim it early with 16 points. They've got 4 eliminations. They're well above Surge as well. Reinvesting a lot, though, to keep it, and that might cost us.
You can see WTJ, A1 Alex picking up the elims in the feed, getting the confirmation over to Symmetrical. Wavy Jacob getting one onto Bumboy. Somebody else who loves those rapid fire weapons is Reed. If he's able to drop down one of the most oppressive controller players, they're able to get wall to wall. But you can see he's spraying directly against us. Epic Well, Ark and Rex, he's trading shots with them right now, just trying to put the pressure on him as 10 winds up going down. Rex gets a knock onto Fabs. They're going directly against it. They went up. Fabs is down, so it's either a chop or they're able to go up and take it away. But we talk about it being Aaron. Yep, they went up and they ripped it away. Well done. We saw the knock in again, but Poffy, they're going up. Poffy and Eclipse are trying to challenge towards there, but Arkham, he knows how to keep them down, and he has that epic charge shotgun. He has a decent amount of builds to the 50 there, but he's able to keep just amount of a distance. The fact that we're now pulling back over towards the mountains, that high ground take is so crucial here. Scissor, Poffy and Co. directly underneath him, one of the other trios who's trying to compete here, but Reed dropping down to the backside of the zone. He says, I don't want high ground anyway. This is where I like to play here. Sitting on 6 eliminations in the trio, 2 by himself, but almost out of builds, and he thought for a second about diving in there. As Arkham picks up another Elim, we close in on the top 10.
He's got 1 build remaining there. He needs the last spicy chug splash to try to heal up. What can they find, though? Reed's going to use that blast build to try to get into the build. Snacky there as well. They're hopping on. They have to go aggressive. This is where Reed dominates 2. You're right. Where's number 3, 4, 5, 6? It feels like Reed could get all of them. Matt's going to come through. They got the siphon. This is great. Reed needs it on the low ground. They've got the harpoon as well. Reed has a moment to breathe, sitting at 4 eliminations. Snacky has 4 as well. Again, you can win the game with high ground, but if you get a second place with this many eliminations, you will overtake them. You will take it away. This would be great for Reed. The momentum will put him in the driver's seat of the leaderboard, but he's caught between 2 different trios and smartly backs out to go find him down below. Nice 50 shot, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to turn around, not actually going to get that one. It's going to go over to Antrax there. What will he find? Layer changes. Cone, he gets to breathe.
Snacky ends up going down. He gets separated away. Mechton trying to work top to bottom, but you can see Epic Well, Rex, and Arkham hip to hip. Still a complete trio. They have 6 eliminations on their own. They do have that mythic burst from Sloan as well, able to pick that up somewhere along the way. However, with only 22 bullets, he's largely going to have to rely on that shotgun. Reed gets another knock onto Aiden. He's not done yet on the backside of the zone, but Altu also on the front side of the zone will end up getting the point for that. That's the 11th elimination. And carrying with solo points has 12 builds still and not really using them. Rex Arkham down, Epic Whale down. No, Epic Whale's in the back of the zone. He's still healing. He had tons of flopper. It's okay. He has the potential to make a solo clutch, but Reed still going. Reed, 1, 2, 3. Give me Reed's camera. What is this man doing? Poffy ends up taking down Reed. Nigel might look to take it away. It's Nate and Regulator up on the high ground. Eclipse Scissor on the low ground. Poffy down to go away. It's a 2v2v1. Nigel down the low ground. He's going to get taken out. Scissor against Nate and Regulator trying to win match number 1. They're going to walk away with 7 eliminations, but there was so much going on. Pulsar, Regulator, 33, Blizzy, WLR, and 33, Nate win match number 1 in NA West. But the individual efforts, the plays, and extra reads. That's match 1.
What a hype match 1 that was. And that means that the points at the top are going to be so congested compared to everywhere else that sets up this like 5-6 different team horse race going through. And I really want to see that. And we need to send it back over to Zeke, somebody's gun and Panda, to break it all down.
NA West, y'all gotta calm down, all right? My heart wasn't ready for this. Wow. Okay, so Nate's team, obviously they come in 7 elimination victory royale. I read though. I mean, as well, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. I mean, these solo impacts just come in. No, Panda, you calm down over there. You stop.
I'm not gonna calm down. I'm not gonna do it because look at my boy Reed going off. I can't help it, man. The eliminations, the great placement, they outlasted Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. I told you it's gonna happen. I gotta calm down. I'm gonna breathe.
Man, he's gotta be one of the most exciting players to watch. You just sit back, let him do his thing, and it's just like, oh my, what is this man doing? Every single time, too. That was fun to watch.
Yeah. so good. And just think, we get another 11 games of action-packed REIT, right? And paired up against Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, I'm so excited. These games are not going to disappoint. Gentlemen, let's talk about this early game, though. Okay, you have a few things that you guys wanted to call out specifically for the viewers on at home, so break it down.
So what we got to talk about is obviously two trios that we're going to be paying close attention to today. It is Arkham Rex and Epic Whale getting Believer Beach to themselves, which is obviously we've known this, right? We talked about it in the pre-show, but one thing we didn't talk about is REIT and Company. What is the area that they're getting? And we kind of want to compare this here for a second. So bear with me. Are you ready?
Ready?
What? Like, they're getting all of this area, right, to themselves. So they're able to not only loot that region, but they can actually split the area and get tags as they play. So impressive stuff. But there's one POI I want to talk about in particular that week over week we keep seeing getting contested. And it is, in fact, Caddy Corner. Yet again, Rodrigo's team find themselves back at Caddy Corner now that REIT and Company have left. But they're not alone.
Yeah, that was really interesting what happened in game one. Rodrigo and co were able to take out Moose and 40R Storm off spawn. We can see Arkham, Epic Whale, Rex, maybe getting tagged up a little bit, sending some tags back. And, they're chilling. They're by themselves. Snacky was all alone in Corny with his boy Reet and Fabs. Man, I don't know how you get that much of the map. It's pretty impressive, but it speaks to the caliber of player that no one even wants to contest them. They do need to be careful, though, doing these kind of splits later on in tournaments, because if teams run into issues with Surge, they're going to jump on them. But Panda, here's the contest. Everyone's landing this side. They're all getting after it. And it's actually these big angles coming here from Aiden, being able to get that one chest, build up, get the angles, the big shots, and we see Nigel able to pick up some as well. These guys played really clean as a full trio. A quick wipe, and we'll have to see this battle, because this is really the only battle off spawn that we saw in game one. Likely not the only one we'll see all day, but it could be very telling if this continues to be a one-sided matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously 40R Storm and Company, they're an incredible trio. They have a lot of potential. We'll see how they do going into game number 2, but we got to talk about it. Go ahead and screenshot it. You already know. Reet, Fab, Snacky, baby, right on top.
Oh, man. Your boys are on top. A big match, and we were able to see them take it over, but Regulator, Blizzy, and Nate were able to win that match. They got 70 limbs on their own, 44 points right behind. And then Aiden, Rodrigo, and Nigel, we saw them win off spawn. They got those 3 eliminations early, able to pick up 6 more and put themselves into 3rd place after this first match.
I mean, look, obviously this speaks to the impressive performances from these players here early on. You see 13 eliminations, 7 eliminations, 9 eliminations. That is no easy feat here in the finals, but these players are putting up huge elimination points on top of getting great placement. So it's just about keeping that balance, keeping that level head, and keep it going. But you already know I can't stop talking about it. Reet, Fabs, and Snacky at the top. I told you. You won't listen, but it's happening.
Listen, this is just the first game, okay, Panda? They did it one time. They have to do it a few more. Okay, and we can't forget Arkham Rex and Epic Well, they're in 5th place right now. This is like where they like to start these competitions, is they like to let everybody else run out in front. This is a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. They're just chilling, and then when everyone starts to gas out toward the end, they're like, oh, what's that? We still have way more left in the tank. We're now going to outlast you guys. We're going to take over that 1st place spot. We'll see. But man, you got me confident. I'm liking Reet. I'm liking the trio. Let's see if they can continue to put up these numbers. For now, though, we're going back into all the X. We have Clay and Sundown. Stay by, friends. Over to you.
One match down, match number 2 underway, and so far West living up to the expectations, where you see the best of the best will generally step up to the plate. The individual efforts will be there, and there will always be at least a couple of things that make you go, what? And this is one of them right away, as 40R Storm does not get to play the game again. Rodrigo also going to end up... Rodrigo's going to get traded out, though, so potentially could have something going on here.
Maybe able to make it happen. The shotgun checks with their Aiden, but no. Aiden's going to keep the pressure down. The AR is going to be too much. Nigel down to 1 HP, though. This could actually go back in their favor, but Aiden going to find the shotgun. Rodrigo on the other side. Siphon will go through. Nigel down to literally what feels like 1 HP, but they get a saving grace. They get a med kit. Macon, though, 130 HP. They've got a big shield up above if they're able to grab it. If it was called out for them, they can go up and grab it, but seems like they're going to go for the reboot cards and maybe the trash can away. They say that they're going to build back up to high ground and make sure that you don't go too close. Nigel is ready. 9 builds. They don't have the best loot, but they have enough. Do they have a shotgun on Macon's front, though? Yes, it does seem like with all the shots, but look, they are so healthy. Macon's got to be running out of options, got to be running out of time. Is he putting the damage down? No, he's not.
And they're looking to potentially end up getting a chop here. You also see a couple stray tracers come through here. So here comes the chop. Macon's going to end up dropping down, but going that 1v2 situation isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. He does definitely have the loadout for it. Has a rare shotgun. He's going to try and get back in the building, create a little bit of a situation where he could potentially maybe sneak a little bit of a shot advantage, refarm something up, but was not careful about his surroundings there. Does have some excess shield, so that trade ultimately is going to favor him in the end. But you can see, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, a couple teams are already looking to come through, realizing that there hasn't been that much of a resolution, and that's Nico and Kaboo coming riding over the hills.
This could be bad. This could be bad for everybody involved, and we know what Kaboo
could be great for Nico and Kaboo. What are you talking about? Them and Shira feel great right now.
Oh yes, if many of them get started early in this second game, they are just like Reed and company. They need momentum to operate well with, and they could turn and run with the shots coming through. Macon is trying to do just that with the plays, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. They're going to go down. And if I'm Nico, if I'm Kaboo, I let this reboot go off. I let them get this extra player, because yes, it is only going to be a pistol. No, they go in too early. Aiden going to go down, and that's just going to dissuade Nigel from going for the reboot. So while they get those points, they're not going to get as much as they could have.
Yeah, no, Nigel's going to skirt on out of there, knowing that he already has one of the reboot cards. Maybe potentially look to come back around. Caddy in particular is, I don't want to say famous for it, almost infamous for it, because there's so many excess white heals in the area that sometimes you can just kind of sneak around. And again, we've talked about it, NA West being one of the heavier reboot favored regions out of just the entire world. On top of that, the changes this season to make reboots more accessible, then it turns into a situation where you're never really quite safe, because it can always dip back and over. You can see Nigel immediately about face, and he looks, you can see extra Hashira, aka Midi, Pulsar, Nico, 33 Kaboo. They're posturing up. They're seeing what's there. I mean, they should recognize the fact that there's full built metal on top of the hill, but it's, even as a trio, it's a little bit awkward to push that.
It is, because it's so high up, and they can just disengage back down and back towards the cube, and you can just swim away. It's just, you're right. It's awkward, and I'm glad that they're not pushing it. I'm glad they decided it's not worth it. As we move over to a fight that does seem worth it, Batman Booga, Jagbeer pushing Ranger down. They go. That's Jagbeer down to about 50 HP there. Batman Booga with the legendary SMG in the inventory. They seemingly have pushed off Noah W plays, as Ranger will be the, actually, well, maybe the last one up, but that's the second Elam for them. And this is much more decisive than we saw last game.
I was about to say, I saw Noah end up getting a confirmation going over, so they must have then ended up being a secondary fight over the reboot van that just didn't quite go their way. And if that's not a type of fight you're familiar with, that's not a fight you get a ton of practice over, whereas a lot of the competitive players, and I'm speaking from Ranger, Noah, and Vanilla's perspective, then compared to Batman Booga, somebody who's been around the scene for a very long time, fought off with Wale and Sake against Epic Will and Arkham there over when it was Sweaty Sands. I mean, they're used to those type of situations where you 3v2 at a reboot van, or a player comes down, like, you know to react. You know, hey, when a player comes down and they immediately get rebooted, like, your job is to throw out those walls, to be holding walls for your teammates and editing in that situation. Like, you're not the firepower. You become a support player no matter what until you can get some other resources on there. And I mean, it's just a different look coming through right now. Nitrous, Hawkle, and Angel looks like they're doing a little bit of hawking of that reboot van over here, knowing that Craigie is in the zone. Noah can hang out for a while if he has Ranger and Vanilla's cards. It looks like he does, but there's also no reason for people to leave Craigie unless they need Surge.
I think we got all the way over there. I don't know how he got that far that quickly, but that's some
So he went 100%. He hit the launch pad over on the side, took the long launch pad over to the island, and then jumped to the boat. And he just dips. I have ran away from stealthy a number of times. I will let you know. When it comes to running away with your tail between the legs, if there's one thing I got plenty of experience of, it's that. I'm telling you, boats are great for that too, because again, if you're in that driver's seat, the boat seat covers like 85% of your character model. It is very unfortunate though when there is snipers or bows in the game, because that like 50% it doesn't cover is your head. So when you get hit, you get real hit. But you can see Noah just kind of hung out, waited. He's gonna walk and jump around a little bit, maybe see if people. I would have just stuck it, but I don't mind this play if he's just kind of like checking and peeping, seeing what's there. He might not necessarily have the reboot cards either. He might just be like heading towards the center of the zone, and I don't think that's the case. I think he's really trying to see if there's an ambush or anything around here, and they gotta go for it. That's why this rotation would make sense to me. But we've seen 3 trios go down, 27 up. 2 trios will be impacted by a storm surge, but we still got a little bit before that warning ends up coming through. We could see the number of players also end up snapping up a little bit, and Snacky and Reed just kind of poking around. You can see there 46 points at the first game. Reed had 8 elims in game 1. More than 28 of the other teams had total. So that's pretty good. Only 2 elims, only 2 other teams able to break that total across the board.
That's a Reed stat right there. I mean, there's no other way to describe that than I feel like.
It's a Reed or a Metro stat, right?
Yep, a Reed or a Metro stat. Of course, it'd be one of them that had that one, because they're just so dominant when they get to be. When they are in that moment where all the pressure's on them and they're able to execute, there's no one like them. And that's what is scary about Reed. And that's what's scary about Metro and EU, is they can just dismantle the entire lobby.
I think one thing about Reed in particular is just how much better I feel about him. And again, I'm not saying anything about him, but like anytime I watch him and he has an SMG or some form of rapid fire weapon, and the amount of pressure that puts in his play style when he combines it with this, because his shotgun aim is disgusting, right? Like he's able to hit some of the amazing reactions. He moves, he strafes around. He has some of the best controller player movement that's done out there. And it's the reason why so many players watch him when he goes through it. He's developed a really cult following around just being able to push and take these fights. But when you add in the extra pressure and the way he uses the entirety of the clip and the way he times it with his shotgun fights, it just feels so much more natural. It seems like he never runs out of ammunition. You know that's not the case, but it seems like he always has something to throw your way. And on the quick step on the left-hand side, game was the first time this season that there were 0 reboots in a game.
Wow.
Really?
Wow, no reboots for NA West? What?
Not one? I want to say I don't believe that, but I could see it being possible given the fact that when the teams was wiped so fast off of the start and then basically nothing happened until Storm Surge, there wasn't necessarily an opportunity for that to end up coming out. So we're going to swing on over. Extra Quinn, 33 wave, Nova cool. Trying to find a little bit of space here as we are going to pull down towards the southwest, so people are going to begin to hop into the whips. This one chonkered on out, so this thing highly efficient. Those chonkers tires really negating pretty much just any of the potential damage or speed fall off that might come through. But Dog, Zinc, we saw them win a match in the semifinal day 2 yesterday, trying to put some pressure down right now. And so one thing that's dangerous about just hanging out in a bush, like, yeah, it offers you a little bit of cover and surprise, but after that, it's nothing. It doesn't give you anything. People just throw shots towards it.
Well, they've got to be careful, though. There's that anomaly there, and that would be awkward for them to try to have to fight in and out. You can kind of predict where your opponents are coming out of it. And I love that they went for that rotation, but I would have liked to see them dip behind the bridge a little bit instead of taking it directly, going around towards that little hills in between Craggy and Pleasant, and then come this way, because they knew that team was on the hill. They knew it was going to cost them a lot of mats and shield, as they have to invest so much. Because look at how Zink's Dog and J-Rose are spread out. They've got players on every different angle. They were split 3 different ways. And that's why they end up losing so much, down to 116 builds. Now, if we saw this in the 4th zone, I'd be fine with it. We're seeing it in the 2nd zone. That's rough.
Yeah, but luckily we are heading down towards an area where there is a decent amount of materials, like very fast farm up in terms of wood and a couple of decent boulder sources if they haven't already been scavenged out. So it shouldn't be too much of a worry. You can see good job from Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham to try and spread themselves out well above Storm Surge. That so is only going to impact 3 of our teams, so that's on the right-hand side. They will be avoiding that 25 damage every 5 seconds, but it looks like they might be looking to potentially just shift where they're looking. Yeah, they're going over towards this double supply drops. I was about to say, I think they might be getting a little aggro over there to try and upgrade on the loot a little bit.
More supply drops means more launch pads for them. Are they going to go for high ground again? Are they going to go for that play in the 6th zone like we've seen? Are they going to try to hold it the entire way through? I like that they've kept Arkham up here to keep pressure off of them from down below. Get a shot. Those will fall here momentarily, and see many being thrown from Arkham to Epic Well while Rex awaits this beautiful supply job. What will they get? Launch pad, extra loot all around. That no matter what, if you get a supply job, it's always going to be good. You could get a pistol out of it, but it's still going to be good because you'll get shields and you'll get that launch pad. So always a net positive here for them.
Yeah, and we talk about why you end up getting the launch pad coming through. It's because supply drops end up having a chance of dropping just a percentage of traps that going through. But of course, in competitive play right now, the only trap that is in the play, no bouncers, no spike traps, no fire traps, none of those going through. It's just the good old launch pads, and the players are like, yeah, you know what? I think I'll take that, right? They don't mind having a little bit of rotation here, a height take going through. But we talk about just how well this team did in the first game. Panda was super celebrating there, like he'd won the Tour de France after game number 1. He's like, yes, I won a leg. That's not how it works, Panda. So coming through here, you need to get all the way through. As Zeke said, it is a marathon. There's no point of falling over before the battle is finished. Yeah, I know that's a little bit of historical reference going on there. The question is 53 damage enough when 3 teams are going under Storm Surge? They don't have anybody super near them, so things could get awkward. But speaking of getting awkward, Temple gets a blast, and he's going to get tipped over. Tautai also gets picked up, so now it's down to a 2v2. Wavy Jacob and Symmetrical trying to find the other side of it. They're already sitting on 29 points, so a decent game number 1. And Symmetrical getting aggressive here. That's going to be the second one. They're well above Storm Surge threshold. They're going to pick that one up. Riverson going down, and that's going to be a full trio wipe. But Temple got picked up. They will walk over, get the card, get the loot, so potentially looking for a reboot.
And they should be able to just drop back into zone here and grab just that. It's only going to be a very small tick. There's a reboot ran and risky now. It's fine. You're good. This is not going to impact their game that much. They well above Storm Surge, 450. They're so good for the entirety of the rest of this game. And all that extra loot there, this is a reboot everybody should always make at 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's real fast. You're going to be able to just scoop all of that up and just keeping an eye on the top left corner and seeing when that Storm Surge ends up turning off. We also saw Reed end up getting a confirmation on the Elam. Not sure if he was the one who got the knock, but that should be enough to help them avoid this initial Storm Surge. Somebody is still tanking it right now, so somebody is feeling that pain as we look around. It actually looks like it's a trio on the opposite side of this fight, so this could end up just being some free points going over for Reed, Faz, and Snacky, and it'll be just that. 6 points right on over, so maybe Panda can keep his hands up in the air for now.
It was good to see them being decisive and aggressive and realizing they needed to do this. They've got to be very careful. Like
that's not going to happen.
It's not going to
honest.
happen. It's not, and that is why it is so what a coin flip, if you will, for Faz and Saki to continue to do well. Because every game, it's if we're aggressive, is it onto the right trio? If it's not, they can go down quicker than they've gotten their points in this game.
And now, despite the fact that they've picked up 3 eliminations, they have a bunch of elims and stuff, they have an amazing trio camped out directly on top of them.
Symmetrical and Wavy Jacob are not just gonna let them go for free. It doesn't matter who they are. Like, yeah, if the timing's right and everyone has to rotate, they'll rotate as a pack. But if anybody is gonna capitalize something lazy, or if you give them even an inch, they know how to pounce on it. However, I can anticipate them being a little bit more careful with the fact that they already won an exchange on the other side, right? Like, if you hadn't already taken a fight and didn't have some elims under your belt, you might feel a little bit of an onus of fight. But with the fourth zone so close nearby, you're going to be content to just tunnel your way in. You can see us pulling down over towards the bridge. So, while not a ton of changes in verticality, some rather abrupt ones.
Taking a look at where everybody is, we've got Salco, Defiable, and Mojo right in the middle. Midi, Kaboo, and Nico right below EXC, Moni, and FJ. Nearby as well, there's a lot of big teams right around Baz and Snacky. This is a lot for them, but they're used to this. They can deal with this. Let's keep moving and see where everybody else is. Coffee, Sizer, right above. Another trio down below. Jelty, Krizix, and Andy had such a hot start. Qualifier number 2, but have not been able to put up that same performance. They need to. They've got 11 games, including this one, to do it in. But again, they're a team that is all about momentum.
Yeah, and you can see the observers giving us a nice little look at who's who, where's where, and we also get a format on the left-hand side. Thank you, production, for flying up. There's anomaly. It does get popped over the top of Rex. We'll see. That's just used for a little bit of cover, a little bit of line of sight breakage. I actually like using it as that if you're rotating ahead of it, right? Because you don't need to necessarily have to interact after the fact. They're well above Storm Surge, and even better with Arc hitting a delayed shot there. And we did see that format come through. We do have the +5 points coming to every single trio who's still on their feet, so that'll be nice, but they also need to be careful about sitting in this bush because some shots coming through, they'll trade a couple out, and the late rotation, not necessarily ideal. There's going to be a lot of teams over here, so I don't necessarily mind seeing what happens over there. However, one of the teams who is going to end up being below Storm Surge right now, Quinn, Wave, and Cool, they got a lot of work to be doing. 97 damage isn't an insignificant amount if you're not wall-to-wall with someone. You're looking at 3-4 tags.
We've got pressure from everybody down below as well. They've got to be careful but not fall through. That's one of the hardest pressures to deal with as well, that floor pressure, because you look to build that cone and they spray it out and you're trying to stay up while Quinn attacks from everybody, and that's what happens when you rotate too late on the edge of zone. Everybody's going to spray you. Look, there are so many different tracers coming through and they're going to get dropped all the way down. Cool and Wave have to try to stay alive away from the site, but this is looking rough.
I mean, rough might be an understatement. You just see the bullets are not going to stop. Epic Whale actually getting a confirmation on the sharp in the top left-hand corner. This is that Storm Surge action that we talk about, and Wave is just praying that he doesn't get noticed. 5 more players will need to go down. 523 above to our match number 1 winners. 33 Nate, Regulator, Pulsar, and you can see Wave found just a little sliver of land. He's like, this is a nice little area. I'm fine over here. I don't need much. You know, I don't need a blanket or pillow. It's okay. So this real estate is good, and Launchpad's gonna go out, and you know what? He might. I was about to say he got short pad behind. I thought he might have had time to even just like snag some reboot cards real quick if he had walked over. Granted, there doesn't look like there's a van that would end up being in play, but with only 2 builds left. Oh. Almost 2 builds left, but gets a literal, you never look the loot llama in the face. He gets a max solo player, so Wave gets an extra breath of life here. What can he do with it?
He's able to go back and get even more mats as well. Wave got gifted the best possible thing as a solo, and I like that he's building up to make it seem bigger than he is, right? Make yourself seem like 2-3 players in that box and don't move. Sit there and wait as a solo. Look at Reet and Snacky, though. They are missing paths. They went down too early, and this is where we have to pay attention. This is what sets up the course of the next games for them. How they play when they have 1 player down.
Again, we've talked about the statistic where if one of the trio mates has gone down before the 5th circle, nobody has managed to win a game. We're also looking at Reed's loadout. We talk about how he's enabled when he has one of those rapid fire weapons, either opting out of it and into more utility, or not finding it necessarily this game. And that without full shield, it's going to make some of these trades a little bit more difficult. They do have priority positioning though on this rotation. You can see they are going to pop 2 of their chili chunks just for shields. There is some early pads going out there, so they have the option to recycle. They're going to find that over on the side, dip out, and then just take that off. So good job with good patience from there. Up on the high ground, Arkham, he's up first. He's able to wall off F12 underneath him. Poppy off the challenge again. That's twice in a row. Rex does take 53 damage there, but is able to fight it off a little bit and link back up with this trio. This seems like it's pretty well established now, but then a short pad is forced out. I'm not sure if that was a disengage of her. No, that was his own trio. They're going to connect back ahead towards the other side to try and work again to force it out. So does get caught over towards them, but that's Arkham leading one way, and they've now split the lobby, and they're going to just pad back and forth, Clay.
And if there's one player I want to land on that trio when you're going for high ground, it's not Rex, because his shotgun aim is the best out of the entire trio. He finds shots that no one else can. Their shotgun aim together is all very well, but look at the shots that Wave is going to find. Reed is going to go down. That is a big one there. What can Snacky do? He's on the backside. Observers reading my mind, wanting to go right there. He gets zoned. He gets a moment to breathe, but what he's not going to have is any more points in this game. Hold him at 60, but high ground has been stolen by Batman Buka, Jagvir, and their teammate up above. They've got to be careful. Wave's trying to make something happen, but doesn't really have. No! He's going to find XLR out of nowhere. Doesn't have the HP to keep going. If he does at this rate, he's going to go down. He has to try to find some sort of damage. 94 below. Snacky going to fall down as well. We saw that the 60-point threshold for them, and that is where they are capped. That is where they are at. Third place going to fall now as well. Where Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex are sitting in the middle of your screen. Second, high ground. They are trying to still make a play. I guarantee you they're going to look up for high ground to try to take it. They don't have the match.
I was about to say they were waiting for the chance, but they've made a bunch of investment early on, and now they're going to drop down. They're going to fight, and they're following Rex and saying, follow me. Here we go. Big 100 shot from Arkham. Big follow-up afterway, and they just delete a trio. However, that trio looks like short on mats as well. Arkham only picking up 15, trying to box out a little bit. Temple also picking up Poppy in the feed. We're inside our top 13 trios. We're in the cascading placement points with 27 players remaining, 12 trios on their feet. Storm Surge is off, and we're going up. Just a slight change in elevation. Batman Booga, Jack Beer, Bungbag up on the high ground. Moni on the backside of the zone. You still see Era right there on the side. Epic Whale, Rex, Arkham, Wavy Jacob, 4 eliminations to his name. Symmetrical with 2, 6 total, but not a ton of space to necessarily operate with. Wavy Jacob going to be in charge of the typing and the fighting. The fighting's going to happen now. Big 137 tag, going to be able to trade it back. That's a 99 on the same target, but better fighting from the duo there. Barely even saw him defending from the cone, but Wavy Jacob pops in. He says Eclipse. It was pretty good, but I will shine through. And Arkham goes down. Arkham goes down in the top. Symmetrical also picks one up onto Cyrazer there, and you can see Wavy Jacob picks it up. Their entire trio is out, so tons has gone up. We talk about a shooting. It's going to happen early on, basically before the leaderboard can even get established.
Everybody that's in the top is starting to fall down. 5th place, 6th place, 3rd place, 1st place out. Where is the 2nd place? Nate's still operating down below. They're the one that can run away with the lead. But with the points that we're seeing, it's all still going to be a lot of players moving together. It's not going to be that many people breaking away like we've seen before. Wavy Jacob operating with Symmetrical. This is a team. If they start getting a lead, if Symmetrical can operate, again, he is a snowball player. They will do very well, especially now adding Wavy Jacob, who can do this, who can get 5 eliminations, find shotgun shots that nobody else can. This is a pairing that is going to be scary moving forward. Jelty and Krizix up above, don't look to spoil that. They are running out of room as this 9 zone comes to a close. It's going over old builds, so high ground has to start to work their way down. What are they going to do? The shots come through. Wavy Jacob trying to find anything. Andy is going to fall. Jelty going to fall as well, and only Krizix is remaining.
Just Krizix up on his feet trying to fight it out. Nate ends up getting picked up there. You can see a little bit of space being given for Jagger. We're down to our top 3, 3v2. Jagger ends up finding one, but he can't get the confirmation over in time. It's all going to be down to Bumboy, who's executing on the high ground with the medkit. It looks like he has the later medkit as Nico's going to go for the fight. Wavy Jacob tries to find the siphon, and he ends up getting it. Gets it the last second, but will it turn into more? Nope, Bumboy gets the medkit and some chug splashes. He has an extra one. He's popping the dance on the high ground. 12 eliminations and
the victory royale. That's a 54-point game, Clay. It's going to push him up to 72. And we saw a couple of, believe it was only the game one winners make it decently far. Otherwise, most of them went down. So that first page should look a little interesting and should look pretty close after these first two games.
And that's what we want to see, because then it keeps it interesting throughout the entire 12 games. It keeps it a race between everybody. If we have those people that start to pull away, then it becomes a conversation. Okay, we've got 3 here. We've got 3 here that are looking to make it there. But no, right now, in all honesty, in the entire top 15 looks great. So we've got to send it over to Panda, somebody's gun, and Zeke to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast. First 2 games are now done, and I think we're going to see the patented sundown inning. We'll talk about that more when we get to the standings, but for now, thoughts on that game, SPG?
Man, that was craziness. And like they said, we're going to see a big mix-up in the leaderboard. We saw a bunch of trios make their first stake in this final today. I mean, some guys showing out, making sure that they're going to be noticed within these games.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be interesting how we see these players continue to play this out, because we saw Bumboy actually utilize the heal strat on the high ground, did a very, very good job of controlling that, had his teammates drop down. I mean, literally, that's perfect execution in those final moments. But that's the first time we've seen Bumboy and company be able to do that. So will they be able to replicate that same energy in these next games is the question I want to see answered.
Thankfully, they did it game 2, right? Let's just get that as early as possible. Let's make these mistakes. We can iron these out. But let's talk about this early game with Kaboo, Nico, and company. And we're using the battle map to break this all down.
Yeah, so what's going on? These lines are showing us the paths that these different players are going to take. We can see Hashira far, far away, but his teammates loot up in under 60 seconds, and they're going to go ahead and take a look at what's going on around them. They know that Caddy corner is contested. They see players getting eliminated in the feed, and then Nico and Kaboo quickly hop over, Panda.
Yeah, and they do a good job of positioning themselves here. And this is really important for any of the teams watching or anybody watching at home. The reason they did this is because Storm Surge plays such a huge factor. So if you're able to get in and get some quick tags, even elimination points after a fight like this has already taken place, you want to take advantage of it. And that's what we actually see Kaboo, Nico, and Hashira do extremely well. They run into this fight. They know that there was a fight taking place. They clean up quickly, get a nice little elimination, and then it's back over to the rest of the game. But here it is. The standings are in symmetrical. Temple B and Wavy Jacob have now climbed the leaderboard up to the top spot. Actually, very impressive to see him up here.
Hey, Wavy taking the last spot. He was able to do so much in that final match, and we saw another pop-off game. 13 eliminations, the second place by Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy. But hey, Regulator, Blizzy, Nate still hanging around. Those guys had another solid match. 5th place with 6 eliminations. So being able to stay consistent, and then obviously we got the game 2 winners able to hang out in 3rd. And checking out what's going on, here's some teams that haven't yet made their mark in these finals, but still, after 2 games, Panda, plenty of room to make things happen.
Plenty of room indeed, especially for a team like Chicken, Kytrex, and Mexton finding themselves right outside of the top 10. Again, one of those trios that has a ton of potential to climb the leaderboard and potentially do that a little bit later here in these rounds. Because remember, that was only 2 games out of 12, because this is a 2-day format. So 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. So even if you don't have a great day today, there's always tomorrow to come back. But don't worry, if you're one of these teams, there's still so much time. But man, I'm just impressed. Wavy Jacobs, Symmetrical, and company being able to climb the leaderboard like that.
They got 13 eliminations in that game, right? And they ended in 2nd place. So we don't even necessarily need a victory royale to completely change up these standings, right? They're still very volatile. We're still very early on in the competition, and no trio is really kind of run out in front and pulled away from the pack. Right now, it's still pretty even, which is kind of unique circumstances for this moment in time, because I would have already expected one trio to be way out ahead. But I think that's going to change after the next few set of games. 4 more ahead of us. The Battle Bus has let us know that it is time to jump back into all of the action. Clay and Sundown are calling the shots. So for now, we're sending it their way.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I need to kind of, I don't know, clarify the narrative. Let's look back a little bit in history, and I'm not talking about actual history lessons. It's okay, you can put the books away. This is all about Fortnite here. When we look at some of the NA West finals, and we look at through what the history and what the leaderboard looks across the first couple of games, with the exception of the last finals, it's always been pretty competitive up until kind of that 9th, 10th, 11-ish game, right? Then going back 2 seasons ago, that's when we saw Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham really be able to rock out those 2 victory rounds at the same time, as we have yet another caddy corner drop. This time 40R Storm finally gets to touch his feet on the ground, and so does Macon. They're going to get the advantage over here, but it looks like Storm, unfortunately, spiking into the better roof drop, didn't pull a gun there. So Nigel, while getting a gun, will also get some minis. We're going to see what happens here as Noah W and Vanillas, hey, they're going to get a little bit of return over there on the side in a great angle from making the ambush onto Nigel. They should finally be able to close this up, and Moose is even putting pressure down with what looks like a pickaxe right now, just trying to chase. Aiden desperately trying to disengage, but Shotgun going to end up coming through, and that will be that. And finally, Clay, they get to play the game.
And now let's see what they can do with it. See how they operate. They don't have the same experience of knowing that Kaboo, Nico, and Midi are going to come over, because they were already eliminated by the time that happened. So, are they ready for it? Have they prepared for it? Have they fought it? Are they ready to fight it? Based on their inventories, yes, they were able to heal back up. And with the amount of quick loot and quick maps you can get at Caddy Corner, you can fight a team coming in from Retail Row if you're prepared. But again, that's the question. Are they going to be prepared for it?
Preparation is everything. And you think, like, I would guess if you're willing to 50-50 caddy corner in any final situation, any set lobby, I would hope you're ready to then weather the storm that happens after the fact, because that's what happens at caddy. It's a pass through for the other areas around the map. There's like 3 other viable landing spots they could theoretically kind of path through after the fact from the outside in. And of course, you're going to stop by and see what leftovers are there. People have been doing that ever since there was the vault going in there and the remnants, and great shots coming out from Tricks. So we also get a nice little quick set on the left hand side. There's 30 players competing in their first finals here in NA West. So a third of the lobby getting the first chance to see what it's like to compete up against Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham. Welcome to the Wild Wild West. They're the kings, the one sitting on top of that giant mechanical scorpion, where every single one of the legs is just a different axe of champions that they've added to their collection at this point. Zeke can toss that in the Fable here. That's what happens when you get all the way out in the final region. But Altu, G5RC, and Antrax trying to get a push going on here. It seems like they got some damage traded off, but largely teams are just going to be looking to kind of poke and prod. No need to necessarily overcommit unless you really get the drop on somebody. And unfortunately for Antrax, he's on the opposite side of that. He eats a couple of decent shots there.
Messi's one of these fights that's not going to be quick. If you don't do it right off of spawn, if you don't do it within those first 30 seconds, there's so many ways you can disengage out. There's so many different angles you can take. And look, they've already gotten all back together.
Oh no.
Wait, they don't know. Antrax has such a good flank. No, they're going to hear him. He could have taken the shot, but now everyone's going to hop onto him. And so now this is where it gets awkward. Does he have enough pressure onto them and enough distance that he can stay up by himself, 6 builds remaining? The answer is going to be yes for now, but no. If they kept going onto him, he would have been eliminated. And so now this is where it is. You can disengage back into these buildings. You can go back and forth. Yes, you're going to have the gas cannons that do blow up. And yes, G5RC will take a little bit of damage. Actually, none. It's not going to affect the building that they're in. It's mostly brick. But now, look at the third party coming in. So this is how a Misty fight evolves. They need to end it quickly, and luckily they're going to be able to find it there. One user will fall down, but the other going to get a nice elimination there onto Antrax. Actually, just a knock. The continuation will come through with this fight, but everyone looks to be running out of builds.
Yeah, you don't want to run out of belts, and it's tough to refarm in this situation because, yeah, you think, oh, there's plenty of things that can hit around me. Well, 1, you reduce your cover, and 2, gives you like 3 brick of swing, even if you're hitting the power point. So very difficult to get that back up. As you can see, Trix is the only one who's really at fighting effective HP. The user playing, trying to sneak a shot in there, not allow his teammate to end up getting denied. Antrax does tick over and gets a much-needed siphon to give him a little bit more to work with. He's going to try and double back to end up getting the stick. There's Altu, G5RC, trying pick the timing to figure out when they can go, knowing they can potentially take advantage. They try and end up getting the pinch, but Tricks ends up coming out and playing defensive in a really good gas can there to actually just toss a wrench into it. It's now gotten down to a 1v1. Tricks is going to say, all right, well, now I need to make sure I at least get the confirmation there, trying to get the pickup onto one of the user players as the other one will loop back around in his L2. Recognize that the player is down, trying to get the spray, knowing it takes 10 seconds there and doesn't really have an option. Great 84 tag. This is winnable now if he's able to find one more big shot. He does only have that common pump though, so it's got to be a full shot. The pressure is on.
Doesn't have enough builds to keep going, but has enough for right now. Has enough for the moment. And it's back and forth game. They're playing chess with each other right now, but who thought 3 steps ahead? Who has the angles? Not going to have it there. Able to take just enough damage. Dissuade him. He has 3 HP. Tricks has got to be regretting that going back.
Yes,
Or Revive is going to bait it out. You're right. He has to stick it, but he can't. Heard the edit from All2 and went back to try to go for the play, and now was he able to find? He's launch padding away, but it was a short pad. No chance for contention. No chance for a spray. Immediate reboot coming through.
I was just about to say short pad right over the reboot, making sure that L2 can't get an angle. So L2 instead going to recognize he's out of builds, just trying to get whatever amount of loot he can. But a tough little hop going through there. Clearly hasn't done enough of those elimination runs over in creative to get the hops on. Everybody who's practiced those knows how to make the jump. But when the pressure's on, you just need to get it. He's going to disengage, get around the side, and create any kind of space. Also going to have a med kit, which he desperately needs, knowing he's on 3 HP. That 97 health is going to help out a ton. And User's going to loop back around. So we're going to tune on over. You can see Reet snacking Favs. Potentially looking to sneaky snake and dive in. You can see some rapid fire guns here. So if they want to get on the wall, they're going.
They want to go in. The pre-edit is there, but this team luckily staying back, disengaging. They were ready. They knew somebody was coming around, trying to find a fight onto them. And now my question is Favs and Snacky doing this for any other reason other than they want to? The Storm Surge a factor for them? Have they gotten their tags? It has to be. It seems like, based on where they are. I don't know if they've got the damage off. They just seem to be taking it right now.
It's a tough fight. You don't necessarily want to be pushing into a team who's ready for you. You had your one drop on him. You were able to kind of get in, penetrate through the initial base, but Zik, Stubbs, and McLaughlin were able to disengage. However, this is the exact same team they were able to push last game, right? This is, I don't know if you were paying attention, but this is where they got their first round of elimination. Zik was the one they were able to clean up, and if they're able to convert again, and then all of a sudden they know that, like, hey, this team's consistently going to be on our path, and we're confident in these fights. Reed's the type who will look to then try and manufacture a little bit more of an advantage to already go along with the fact that he's so disgustingly good at the game that he can kind of win most of the fights that you would say, oh, it's a 50-50. Well, Reed makes most 50-50s look kind of more like 70-30s and sometimes 80-20s.
So can Wavy Jacob at the same time. If Wavy Jacob can be put in the situation, recently he's been able to convert, right? It hasn't always been that way. There's been times where, depending on the team that he's with, he doesn't have the best performances, but this team just seems like a right fit for him. It seems like a team that'll enable him to be the Wavy Jacob that we know he can be.
I mean, Symmetrical, he's been around forever. One of the strongest and best representatives Counter Logic Gaming could ask for. And I think just the fact that he's added a veteran with Wavy, and I remember consciously right before DreamHack Anaheim back in 2019, or in 2020, apologies, right before everything ended up unfortunately shutting down. Just walking around for a while and watching Wavy Jacob play during some of the open sections, and I literally said to some people, I'm like, honestly, I think he's one of the best players in the world right now. He was playing at such a level, and he was so confident during solos when he was able to roll through it. Unfortunately, ended up stopping right before that tournament. He had a little bit of a rough performance there, but the fact that you can even be put in that type of conversation goes to show just the level of skill. And I think it's something that doesn't get talked enough about in West. And while it is a little bit of a lower population region, they have always turned up when it comes to those bigger international events. You go back to the World Cup and putting up 2 of the top 3 solo performances going through. And then in addition to that, like the very top players, they win tournaments and qualify all over the place. They go over to Asia and they win tournaments. They're able to qualify on East. We qualified on Europe a couple times. Like, that's absurd.
Really is. I mean, it's just domination. And speaking of that, they're trying to do this for Saki and Fast. But again, this team is going to back up, going to disengage.
I would.
Pressure.
Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, 100%. If I knew from positioning if this was real, I would not be anywhere near him. I would continue to back away. The pressure that they're putting down, yes, this enemy team is playing it perfectly. McLovin, Dubs, and Zix need to keep that pressure off of them, because as soon as they get into your box, they're not going to stop. It's not going to happen.
And right now, we're waiting for the force of action. Everyone kind of poking and prodding, see if anybody has a chink in their armor, but everybody's chainmail is pretty good. However, an opening could be those Zix. Does take a couple shots. It's Nitrix trying to finagle a little bit of a way in there. We can see Power Art 4x in a row, 5x across the board. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex. We do see Storm Surge running on the right hand side. 159 below, but you can also anticipate that number to update. Boom, there it goes. So 159 is the absolute lowest. We will have 5 trios impacted by it. Right now, the current trio we're watching is 57 damage above. That's about 2 rifle rounds, depending on damage fall off. It could get a little bit lower, so they're not 100% comfortable, but a team that's below is the team who is directly opposite Reet and his trio, so they could potentially be looking here for some free points coming through.
And now you're forced to make this decision of, do I go for these long-range tags, or do we hop onto the team that has been pressuring us the entirety of this last zone? That is such a double-edged sword there that I would not want to be the one to make it. Huckle in a fight here with Former, trying to find all of these eliminations. We'll find the knock there onto 1. It's going to be him versus 2. If they find anything there with that charge, it's only going to be the green variant, though. Not going to be able to put that much damage down, but it's still a charge. It still does a lot.
I was about to say, you don't talk down. The one thing the charge, regardless of the variant, the thing hits like a moose, right? It comes charging through, and it's not Bambi when it ends up causing a collision. I mean, you're the one who then ends up needing a tow truck when all is said and done, right? Like, the thing hits like an absolute truck. The real damper you end up getting on the lower front is the fact that it just takes forever, and then you have that lower clip side where you really genuinely get punished. Like, if you don't hit that shot, then you might as well just sit there and just be like, all right, just hit me with whatever you got, go ahead. I'll just looking at your watch being like, I will reload eventually, it's okay. But right now you can see healthy. He's pretty healthy, but they are in a 2v2. It's Angel and Nitrix on the other side, who is more than capable of being able to win out this fight. You can see just over in the distance, you got Ladog, MJ Rose, and Nitrix trying to rotate away, but taking a couple of good shield chunks, and Kinzo's going to be happy with that, because with Storm Surge coming through 3 shield tags onto somebody, like, that looks fantastic. Salco, Mojo, and Defiable, they're getting chosen right now. They say, I choose you, but it's not in a good way going to be sent back, as Mojo ends up getting knocked, and Salco doing everything he can to pop minis and just try and relieve a little bit of this pressure, but Quinquilla and Wave are coming to knock on their door.
And this is so greedy from them, because exactly what's happening to Defiable Salco is going to happen to Quinn, Cool, and Wave. They're going to grab this extra little bit of loot on the low ground, and if everyone's able to get these eliminations up above, they're going to just hop onto them, and it looks like because they needed it. Look at how shambles Quinn really is. They had to go for this, and so while it does seem greedy, it's worth it every single time. When you have 30 builds remaining and you see a player get eliminated and the trio's getting pressured as well, have to try to make some play for that loot. Even the maps that were dropped were minuscule at best, and now zone pulling even further to the south. They've got a really big hill to climb.
That smells like a reboot. You know what I'm saying? That smells like Quinn was rebooted, right? Just kind of looking at it. Glad they were able to pick it up there, but see, Altu, G5 RC going down there. Storm Surge still hammering away there, 25, but it seems like that's the only reason you end up going through. They are going to try and get a rotation through the convergence. It is a little bit quicker. Apologies, you do get that added bounce effect coming through, and no quacking going through, no ducks going on. They do float on top of the water, so they don't need to worry about being burned right now in this situation. Krizix, Andy up on the high ground, making Nova 4DR Storm first their opportunity to play the game, and Riversong gets a knock on Epic Whale. I would love to see that if that fight is going on right now.
I'm gonna fall.
They had to have ended up getting Storm Surge swapped over onto him with Cyrazer, ended up picking it up. That seems to be the only logical situation there. Epic Whale gets picked up, and they're taken out. First time they're not going to be playing in those end game scenario, and a little bit of a shift up over on the top of the leaderboard is going to go over for a first rough game for them. And I believe they're going to miss the first round of placement points too. So not even picking up. Yeah, they were the first trio to fall outside. So not even really getting those, I don't want to call them gimme points, but they're basically like, hey, you survived the early game points, 5 points going over to everyone else.
Able to make it in though is Quinn, Wave, and Cool. They heal up. They've got a decent spot if zone pulls to them. They've got decent amount of mats as well, but they struggle with right now is finding these opportunities to capitalize on. And look at that zone. It makes it infinitely harder for everybody on the outside of it to come through. But letting everyone know, 3 of the 5 returning trios from Chapter 2, Season 7 are currently within the top 10 overall today. They're showing that, hey, they still deserve to be here. They still have what it takes to be in that top 10. And it's great to see, but Quinn, Wave, and Cool, definitely one of those trios that is outside the top 10 that is looking to get in.
We can see they're directly on top of Zinx, the dog, and J Roach. It's not a trio. They're a trio that I kind of equate to a tinderbox, where sometimes you can kind of just like slap them down and you're like, oh, that was fine. That was inconvenience. Another time you slap it and there's one little stray spark in there and the entire thing bursts out and they catch fire and you're like, well, didn't need to do that. That was a mistake. Because now we're going to peek on over somebody who hasn't necessarily been making that many mistakes. You can see Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical, 86 points so far, looking to play into yet another one of the mid-game situations. Doing a good job of taking angles and peeks behind, relatively covered, checking his side. Not too many line of sights he could have been punished there. However, there's a couple trios coming over that angle, so he should about face and be able to get the call out. Now, yes, Symmetrical's got to let him know, but they need to be careful with Caleb and Tautai directly underneath them.
Can't bite off more than they can chew and have to make sure that they're paying attention down below, because look, this is going to be a spray out and it's actually not going to be onto them. Caleb and Tautai going to help out Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical. They're going to build out, and that'll put a little pressure on Wavy Jacob to say, hey, wait a minute. Above Surge, they're not too far though. They definitely going to need some more tags, but we'll have to keep our eyes on them and see how they deal with that, and how Everson is dealing with it now does not look good.
They do have a little bit of time. With that being said, we have to go down to 50 players. We're at 69 right now, which is just such a rough drop. 7 trios, or at least, are going to end up getting hit by that. Yeah, there could be a mix going on, but you do see with those Nitrix being picked up on the side over there. Chicken trying to get a little bit of pressure over Monty. FJA have a little bit of room to operate, but right now, Moose getting the revive over onto Macon, trying to stick that. That's happening in the bottom right-hand corner. Reed's still up on his feet. Fabs and Snacky. That's happening in the middle of your screen. Top left corner, you got Batman Boga, Bumboy, along with Jagvier, trying to exercise a little bit of control. Quinn, Wave, and Cool are on the opposite high ground. Match number 1 winners over in this apartment complex, but Storm Surge Jams is going to come out, and it is going to do a ton right now as the action kicks off. Bumboy ends up getting the aim onto Hawko. User gets one onto XLR. Snacky ends up picking one up on the Rager. Busy gets confirmed by Asian Feeds there. Zooks gets the confirmation onto Yumi. Shallow picking up Daddy Smuck, and right now, teams are going down. They're just dropping left and right. 4 more players will need to fall. Symmetrical also getting a confirmation on there as Zooks is trying to get the revive. You can see Sharp trying to pull that body of Daddy Schmuck away as they rotate. So good on them to try and max there a little bit. And Storm Surge should be turning off here. A couple players are getting revived, but as I say that, no, it actually shifts up to our team. They're just below high ground.
Quinn, Wave, and Cool launch pad through the air at the last moment for that half in, half out. Gonna take a mid-ground layer. It's still 2 players. Rather, 2 trios could be getting hit by this Storm Surge, depending on how the math ends up working out. Maybe Jacob, Symmetrical, Temple all make it into zone. Jelty, Andy, and Krizix will make it there as well. When you see them all together, they've got to be careful because they're right on top of each other. And you're right, they are below. This is great to see from Wavy Jacob. They're going to be above now. They are going to take down Jelty. But that that damage can go right back on. There's a team down below trying to push on to them. They get even more tags. This is great. They don't want to go fully in. They're not committing just yet because they know if they commit now onto that trio based on who it is, they could go down. But what they don't realize is that high ground is spraying down Jelty, Andy, and Krizix. Now they're getting involved. Now they're spraying back. This is where they need to make a move to try to get these eliminations.
They hit the eliminations, and honestly, they need a top off in terms of the shield. That hammering, just absolutely hammering our Storm Surge there. Yeah, it only ticked on them maybe for 3 or 4 times, but that's across the entirety of their trios. You can see they're very much so hurting on effective HP. We are going to get a little bit of a zoom out here so we can see kind of the shape of the lobby. See Tricks and his trio down on the low ground. No games being played for them. Babs, Reed still up over on the side. Snacky with them. J Roses is parked pretty much directly underneath them though, so that's 2 trios who could end up in a fight. Bombeer Jag, there's still plenty of control. We're going to swing back on board here. Quinn, Wave, and Cool trying to find a little bit of room to operate as we do have the 6-zone pull. It's not going too far, but we're going through the woods and maybe up a slight little hill, but not too bad as we close in on the cascading placement points as well with 19 trios up.
Chopping on down because they're running out of builds, running out of options, and running out of time. Everyone's taking damage but Quinn. Seems like someone has got a line of sight on them, and they're trying to break it right now by getting through these builds. Quinn is leading them, but look, they're all... Oh, no, they were on the backside of Quinn. They're able to go around, not taking any more storm damage there. They've got to just keep going because they don't have the HP to do it. And Symmetrical and Wavy Jacob falling now, going to be just simple. But Sundown, he's so low below Surge, down to 192 damage below. They have to find builds. 2 different players at the same time.
No builds, no shields, no AR ammo. Not a ton of shot, like he's got shotgun shells, but I mean 96, that'll do it. But you don't have a follow-up to it. It's gonna be so difficult to actually end up taking somebody down. Now Surge is coming through. He needs another huge shotgun shot to put himself back above it. He did get at least 1 placement point so far, 2 actually with 17 plus 16. Now that's a 3rd placement point. So solo impact there. Gotta find the player and doesn't have the follow-up that we talked about. But up on the high ground, look who it is, Babs. Reed and Snacky, they got control, and we're going back over old builds, so the challenge won't necessarily be that efficient as it should be able to be slapped down. See Mekton and Kytrex will get confirmations onto Temple, that Coffee also getting picked up, but Quinn doing a good job of finding a little bit of solo room to operate. He's up to top 13, but he should be going down here in a second. He knows there's a trio there as soon as they open, but no, they're actually going to launch pad, and he's going to drop down to live to fight a little longer, as Snacky is going to not make the same true for somebody else. He ends up picking up an elimination there. Quinn goes down, and we have our top 12. We're into the 8th zone. It's almost closed down.
Surprised to see them up on high ground, and surprised to see Reed with no eliminations. Is it Batman Booga going to go down there to Andy Reed? Trying to find anything that they can. Snacky going to go down, trying to get Harpoon back up. Will they grab him? They will. No, not going to be able to do it. You have to be careful there. Essentially, you have to try to grab them, pick them up yourselves, and then your teammate build down and catch them, but they can't do it. They're going to have to let him go, and now it's just going to be Reed and Babs up on the high ground. If anybody recognizes that, if they realize that, they could take it away. It's Shallow taking him down. Krizix, unfortunately, going to fall. That's going to be a triple spray that takes him down. Jelty will grab all the loot because of it, and they should be good to keep going.
You can see Nico, Kaboo, Midi, front side of the zone. That's the bottom part of your screen. You got Sharp and Shallow still together. Plenty of trios up on their feet. We have 18 players up and still 8 trios in the game. Zinc pick up a knock onto one of the users. Sharp though going to return the favor there and going to get the confirmation. Trying to run it out. Dog going down, so it's just going to be a push through on that side. You can see Jelty trying to find a little bit of room. It seems like he might be a solo as well. Kaboo though doing a good job of finding some space. He did end up getting a knock as well as a confirmed picking up his first Elam. Nico, just a sliver of HP, but 2 eliminations to Damon is looking down, trying to find the fish in the water. Gets a great drop shot, but not able to get the confirmations. Now he's one of the fish down there. Midi, unfortunately, probably going to go down unless he can find an angle. Does end up falling and working from the top down. You have Zandy trying to find a little bit of room. 9 Elams coming through for him. He's going to be able to walk his way back into the zone, and you have a 2v1v2 trick sandwich in between the duos right now. Reed trying to close out, still not on the board, but 9
eliminations for his team, wants one for himself, but not able to find it. He gets shut down, and it's Fabs versus Andy, and Andy drops back into the zone, tries to find it, but Fabs picks it up. 11 elims in the victory royale to push them to 111 points after 3 matches. Extra read, 33 Fabs, and extra snack hit. I know Panda definitely did a little bit of a celebration right there, back behind stage.
He definitely did, and that'll definitely put them in first. But by how much, we'll have to wait and see, because Jelty and them did put up big numbers. Everybody seems like in that final moments was getting a lot of eliminations, and with Jagger and them alive so long into the late game, they've got to have a lot of points as well. And of course, to get all those points and to break it all down, we've got to throw it over to the analyst desk that has Zeke, Panda, and somebody's gonna breaking it all down.
Okay. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do this?
I told you! It's reach season, baby! Snacky and Fabs on top! Woo!
I can't believe this happened, SPG. Now, once again, congratulations to Reet and company, but we can't forget Jelty. Also 10 eliminations, second place, but still, SPG, I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't want to get my hopes up.
Oh man, Panda's flourishing in this right now, but honestly, they've been playing so well. This is now the 3rd game in a row. I believe they've been in somewhat of a power position to play for that high ground, so they're taking their shots early, and they're hitting right now, Panda.
You know, the one thing I do want to point out, right? Reet only had 1 elimination there, and he got it in those final moments. So that means Snacky and Faz got the other 10 eliminations combined. So really interesting to see how they were able to clutch that up. And actually 11 eliminations, let me correct myself. So look, as a team, they're cleaning it up. But if I'm not mistaken, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, that other team that everybody, you know, talks about, they seem to fall pretty early in that game. And I'm going to say this now. I got word that they went 50 straight games without getting 0 points until today. I told you. It's changing. 50 straight games without getting 0 points in the game until today.
Could this be the dawning of a new era? Could this be history in the making? I mean, this is what happens, SBG Panda, when Titans are not in the lobby.
I mean, look at it here. You see Arkham super weak. They're below the damage threshold. So Storm Surge had to have been the biggest factor here for them. You see Rex go down, Arkham go down, Epic Whale holding on, no heals in the inventory. Surge still below, but no drops. Now all up to Rex here in this final moment, taking shots, trying to connect anything desperately that he can, but it's not going to work out because guess what? This is one of those downside moments of having a POI uncontested. If you don't have a good rotation to get those surge tags early, you're going to be affected. And we saw it there, but now we got to talk about it. Reed, Fabs, and Snacky on top. 27 eliminations, the victory royale, and 112 points.
The craziest thing, and I feel like we don't normally see this, is the teams that have the Victory Royale are playing very consistent across multiple different games. And hopefully this stands. You really like to see these players consistently play well. Normally, you know, there's a team that has 1 Victory Royale, falls out of the top 10, and that's like their 1 good match. But Zeke, today, everyone is playing extremely well.
Panda said something at the top of show, SBG, that scares me. 12th place, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. His exact words were, I'm telling you, 1 point today, we're not going to see them on the top page, in that top 10. There's no way. Okay, no, Zeke, calm down, man. Come on, history has dictated one thing. I know you're excited. This is the chaos you live for. It's fine. Everything's fine. I got to stay neutral here. I got to play both sides. So we'll see. Look, this is halfway through the competition in just day number 1. Okay, so what do we think is happening with Arkham Rex and Epic Whale? Like, obviously there we saw there was a storm surge issue. So what can they quickly change up to try and fix the problem?
Yeah, so it was rare that we see them have surge issues, and it's because they over-rotated. I think they thought Zone was going to continue to play South. Pan and I were talking about how Arkham is understanding zones unlike anyone else. Sometimes the cards just don't fall in your favor, so they over-rotated South, unable to get surge. I highly doubt we see it again, but if it does continue to happen, oh boy, they're in for a long day.
They're in for a long day indeed, but it's okay. Look, it's only been 3 games. They still have a lot of time to come back, but it's okay. They won't, because Reed, Fabs, and Snacky on top. I told you. Qualifier 1, told you in Qualifier 2, I told you in the semifinals, and I'm telling you now in the finals, it's happening. The dethroning is taking place, and we got to get into the next game to figure out what happens next.
You know, SPG, he's already got the rose-colored glasses on, man. He's already seeing. He's trying to look ahead in the future. We'll have to see. I'd love to continue this conversation with Clay and Sundown. Friends, thoughts on Arkham X, Rex, and Epic Whale versus Reed & Company? Over to you.
We got 9 more games. We're chilling. We good. I think it is much more unlikely that Epic Whale and Arkham have repeat 0-point games than Reed and Co avoid 0-point and low-point games, just based on play style. So we're going to tune in yet again. All right, Clay, flip the coin. Is it heads or tails this time? Who wins the fight?
Tails. And so it's going against Nigel.
And you say that, Nigel ends up hitting monster shots. They're showing the strength of lever action shotgun, just how quick he can get it out and blop, blop, real fast going against Nigel. Well, instead it came up tails, and they said, joke's on you, double-sided coin. Both were tails, and we win.
Beautifully executed. Now they don't have to worry about this side stalling out, and that's, again, one of these things in Caddy. There's very few POIs that I dislike fights stalling out in. Steamy, Patty, Missy, those are just 3 of them there that if the fight takes a little bit too long, it gets awkward, other teams start coming in, and you just don't get the fight that you wanted. Stealthy, not one of those, though. There's not really a lot, in my opinion, for people to disengage back into. It's very, yes, there's a lot of trees, but you can track your opponents very easily there. As Lucky Pump going up against Vanillas, they will go down. Jagger, Batman, Booga, and Bum Boy nearby. As Vanillas will go for the shakedown. They don't really have a lot to work with in terms of close range. All ARs here. They're dropping everyone but one as we see Antrax fall in the feed. Unfortunate. But honestly, we've got a lot of early game aggression.
Yeah, I feel like this fight, every single time I've looked in the feed in the bottom corner, has always been like 2 people being picked up, and then there's the reboot coming through. We just never get the full resolution. You can see the disengage, utilizing those launch pads that are innate to the area, and just being able to hop out and then hop right on over the island. You can see Vanilla's trying to get on top of the stealthy wall to check and ping out, knowing that the players will disengage down, but you don't really want to chase out there, right? Like, you're going to be happy with getting stealthy control. The other team's going to be happy with just getting out with what they can, and we end up in this exact same situation we've seen, where just a couple of points end up going over, and that's about it.
This is unfortunate because they didn't get those elims. Look at the inventory of Vanillas. They don't have close range except for the pistol. They don't really have a lot to work with, so they're hopefully going to be able to find something here. But look, Noah W plays as well. Essentially starved off of loot. They don't have anything close range either. But we do have a stumper here for Sundown. Which player has the most top 5 finishes and NA West Final 6 without placing first?
Snacky or Kenshi? Wait, no. Maybe? Yeah, because Macon ended up getting, I think Macon got a dub back in squads. Yeah, I'm safe with that. I'm safe with Snacky and Kenshi.
All right, we'll have to see. Ranger No W plays, and Vanilla's are going aggressive at the Lighthouse house. They tried to find these eliminations. They already found one, but can they find the other 2? Can this puts them back into this early game? Because again, they don't really have a lot to work with. This team is running out. Beautiful box by Ranger there. Is going to get both of them down very low. The team is going to be right there to clean it on up. That team, unfortunately, ran out of space and ran out of time as Ranger No W plays Vanillas executed beautifully there on the push.
Yeah, nice little chase down factor right there. And we're going to swing over. Oh, it's Fabs. Okay. I was going to say Fabs is going to be the third one who ended up coming up, but
It's we're gonna swing on over. This could be the one. It could be the time he breaks up. You say Reed season, but could end up being Fav season over on the other side. I would guess that Snacky and Kenchi are probably then at 5 FNCSs that they've ended up making the finals for, and Fav's just snuck in there one extra time from them. But the thing they've done very well compared to the other FNCSs we've watched is they've carved out a space in terms of the drop spot that feels very similar to what Camiseti and T could do on a EU, where you're going to get enough of your resources, but more importantly, you're not really going to ever get constrained to where you get bogged down into a fight unless you want to be. However, for Reed, every fight he sees is a fight he wants to be in, so they tend to get bogged down a little more often. However, if they rein that in over the course of the 12 games, I don't necessarily think they're going to end up in that situation. But somebody who seems like they moved completely away from where they were previously, Zix, Exalted, and Dubs, they're way on the south side of the map now, Clay.
Nowhere near where Reed was. They did not want to have to deal with that concussion. The spray back not going to come through. Dubs takes a lot of damage, but we'll be able to heal it back up. Sharp, Shallow, and Asian feeds just putting the pressure on from 3 different angles. They got to be careful though. Shallow is right there. If Shallow gets a little bit too aggressive, the entire trio could hop onto him. Sharp there to back him up though. They're back up top. Dubs takes even more damage, and now Sharp and Shallow looking at them. Luckily, Zix will go over, give some heals, to give some mats, and to give a little bit of time. Dubs, they waste all of their Trollic splashes there, but again, it's not a waste if you keep your teammate up. If it ends up being where you end this fight on top, it's not a waste at all.
And looking to potentially try and get a chop. McLovin goes yeeting himself off of the side there, but it's okay. Gonna be able to dodge the punch. Just needed to be checked out. Gonna get right back over to his teammates, not being abandoned this time. Doesn't want to go on an adventure. Sharp and Shallow doesn't seem like that fun of a duo. Definitely not as funny there, but you can see they're trying to potentially weigh the options of a chop, seeing like where can they get it, but unfortunately McLovin does get isolated and taken out. And like I said, hey, Sharp and Shallow, they only had their best interests in mind, and they're looking for those 2 points in the Storm Surge, and Zix is just going to burn the launch pad, but it's a rough launch pad. You're not going to be able to change that much line of sight, and they're just going to track you down.
That's what they're trying to do, but also wary of that storm coming in. They do get the moment to get away, go over to that old Flush Factory area. They continue up the top of this mountain. Oh, that's why they rotated there. They've got that IO card already ready. They're ready to go out and go about their merry way. And we move back over to a trio that needs to find their way again. Next, Arkham and Epic Whale. Where can they find these tags that they're seemingly missing? Luckily now, Zone's coming to them. This was their game.
Zone heading over towards them, but I do want to hang out with them just for a little bit, particularly as that zone ends up shifting over, because I want to see if they're even remotely in threat of that Storm Surge, because as you saw in the first 2 games, they made endgame fun. It was no issue whatsoever, but we've seen before with them that occasionally there's 1 or 2 games over the course of a 12-game series where they go on kind of that joyride around all of their POI, because they get so much respect for being able to hit those shots and just being a pest when they are the ones who are kind of driving around and taking shots at you. People just don't come anywhere remotely near them, and that makes it really difficult to base up and ever get a solid footing on Storm Surge. And if it wasn't the first, then we saw a number of times where the second Storm Surge got to them. So they've had one already this game, and with the pace that Reed and Co are playing at, it's not necessarily guaranteed they can afford to have a second bad game.
I've never known them to have 2 bad games back to back. It's not been a thing for so long. Maybe Jacob is going to take a lot of damage. They're trying to get their tags in, worried about Surge, it seems like, but everybody's going to pressure through. Jay Rose's dog. And Zinx looking to pressure Symmetrical Temple and Wavy Jacob, Cool Quinn, and Wave will hold off for now, but I don't think Wavy Jacob's done with that fight. I don't think they want to be below Surge at all. I mean, no one wants to be below Surge, but them in particular, they want to be able to play the way they played the last game, right? They had their aggression when it was merited, and they now have to rotate through. They pick the right rotation though with this vehicle though, or will they get too aggressive? And again, it comes back to that for Wavy Jacob, because seeing him rotate with Symmetrical and Tipple, it'll be different. Symmetrical can control this. He can navigate them to say, hey, this is where we're going. This is the fight that we want to take. And I love that pairing. I really, really do.
But the question is, can they convert onto more Wavy Jacob popping out the window? That's 2 headshots going through, so can be relatively happy with that. Only taking a couple of dinks again, using the car as most of a coverage. They're going to be relatively happy, but Tempo took a whole bunch of damage there, harvesting on tons of shields. Wavy Jacob yet again being able to bout phase and find plenty of rifle tags, so I don't think they're going to end up being worried about Surge. I promise you there's at least 3 trios that hasn't done as much damage as them, or it hasn't done as much damage as Wavy Jacob since we've been watching him, right? So like, they should be in a fine spot. Additionally, he's sitting on 415 extra medium ammo, so he can just kind of like hold down on that right trigger of his as he walks around if he wants. And we see where the zone pulls. We're going way out west, Clyde.
Whew. This is perfect for Arkham Epic Well and Rex if they have set up for it. But look, there's nobody. There's now, well, 1 trio if you draw directly from north to south in the middle of the zone on the western hemisphere here. Only 1 controls that entire side of the zone. That's a lot of free tags for them, a lot of space to operate, and a lot of control that's going to be given over.
Though control so far in terms of the series has been a little bit funky. Yes, we saw it in the second game where you're able to really ride out and kind of rely on the high ground to end up getting the victory royale. But it's been tenuous at best, and there's been a couple of other circumstances that shifted to it. We will see that Stormsurge warning on the right-hand side. So first trigger comes through, and this is 154 below. Then it's going to update it, so we know that the absolute lowest team has to do at least 154 damage, which isn't necessarily an insignificant threshold going through. However, could end up going up a little bit higher and then popping back and forth. So just gives you an idea. However, K2G, FJA, Concarna, XC33 Mona, they're going to be more than happy where they're at, sitting 300 above, not necessarily too worried. 4 trios will be impacted, so expect a little bit of a rush here. And again, this is a situation where I'd love to check in with Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex and see just kind of where they were at with the Storm Surge, even if they're just a little bit above. We saw they were last time, and then it wasn't enough, and it ended up shifting back over to them.
Taking a look around the map, though, we'll see Fruit, Delta, and Alex going to be 153 below. No one really around. They can move quickly with this slipstream and can get to these other players that are on the other side of it, but as you see going through, there's nobody there. There's not really an opportunity for them to get 150 damage below. That's a lot. They have to make a move and they're going for. They're dropping down. Who are they going to pick, though? It looks like it's going to be Keto Oko and Bluzro. They're trying to engage upon another team at the exact same time. They may not realize it. They may not notice. But the spraying will give it away. Bluzro will be notified. But now, again, between 2 trios, who do they pick? What do they do?
Honestly, I think you hope one of these other trios is also underneath Storm Surge. It doesn't necessarily look like either of them are playing as such, but if that's not the case, you kind of just have to go. And Bluzzo just took a ton of damage, but Alex is also on the back end of it. Delta ends up coming flying back in for a second. It looks like they're just going to opt to try and either disengage or throw themselves back in, and it looks like he's going to try and use it to potentially get a different angle of approach. And this is such a tough fight. And like you said, this is 2 trios right on top of each other. They're going to look to try and ping pong back and forth the Storm Surge, but Fruit just can't find an angle, so instead going to dip into his utility, trying to find a way back through the zones. Does find an edit, trying to sneak on through here, but he's still just taking that damage. His teammates are being hammered away. Keto Oka, Bluzro trying to get on the wall there of Salute, XLR, and Nova, and it seems like they're doing enough to just trade, but it's only been shield tag so far as Fruit finally does end up getting taken down. Match one winner Nate is also taken down. Defiable not necessarily in the best of spots, though. After the fact, he drops in. Salco, however, going to be able to rescue him. Blizzy is by himself. No, as I say that, Defiable ends up going down, so Blizzy, playing a little bit of spoiler, also ends up joining the triple digit club. Really, he just wants to hold on to reach that top 24 at this point as a solo. He wants the extra 5 points that are going to come through.
And they've got enough damage to be above for the next couple of zones, but again, Everyone that's doing damage that was below him is going to make it that much harder. Taltai going to be down very low. Ooh, it looks like maybe 12 HP. Nico going to be taken down. Midi trying to put some damage back, but Caleb and Riverson are putting it on to them. Caleb will now fall. That's going to be Riverson and Taltai versus Midi and Kaboo. Who or what damage can they find? Salco will immediately launch pad away to zone, but going to get tagged up. Taltai will disengage, cannot take even 2 ticks to zone. Hashira Midi, that is, going to launch pad through. They're leaving Nico behind. On the other side, though, Riverson's going for the revive there onto Caleb, and they're going to be able to get it.
Revive and then a quick little chug splash makes sure Caleb's a little bit more comfortable. Not a single stiff breeze will blow him over. It'll take at least a bullet or two. Kytrex is going to get the confirmation onto Midi, and I also like the way they're advancing, where you have Riverson just sitting a little bit back. Well, he was doing it. He was holding what could have been a right hand. He could have just like turned and fired some. Yep, exactly like that. Fire some shots over. Finds a solo, luckily, and now they should, as long as they burn most of their builds, be able to ramp forward. And Tauta is actually going to create a little bit of room for him. I didn't realize he was still up. So what is not necessarily the best of situations gets rescued by a heads-up play from Riverson in that semi-auto sniper. However, as I said, that Tauta does get ripped to shreds, and the other two not going to be long for this world. Unfortunately, not able to keep that super jump momentum going through. Lost it a little bit. Caleb takes a ton of damage, but Riverson finally able to check in on the ground floor of the motel. It's a little bit dragged out there now.
But they're in the zone. They're near it as well for the next one. They're here. They made it. Yes, it was a tough rotation for them to make. They did have some struggles, but they're here. And again, that's what matters with Fortnite, is just getting into that moment where you can pop off, or you can operate on the low ground or on the high ground, even the mid ground, where you can find that chaos and thrive in an Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex. Not where I would thought they'd be. I thought they'd be up on high ground here on top of the hotel. Again, they did rotate out, give up a lot of control of Believer Beach. Now they're trying to make their way over to Wave, Pool, and Quinn. You see Arkham building their way on out. They've made it over what looks like to zone. It looks like they'll reform up, not going all the way across the road just yet, but gotta be careful.
Yeah, but this season, so Hotel normally was a super strong power point because you had great sightlines around it. There is a massive ship crash just a little bit down to the south. I think you guys see it. It's parked right over on the top of the screen. Jelty's right there. There's a ton of shadow stones over there. You have the sideways stream. If you're posted up on top of the hotel at any point in time, somebody can just come dropping down on top of your heads, and you just don't want to end up in that situation. We've seen, particularly when we get into these final situations, Epicwell, Arkham, and Rex, they play for late game. They try and play it like it's a checkbox, and they go through. Unfortunately, last game they failed kind of that second check, where it's like, okay, first make it off drop, loot up. Okay, second, get our storm surge tags. They weren't quite able to do that. They're giving a little bit too much room. But right now you can see Favs, Reet, Snacky trying to lay over some shots, but XE, Moni, and FGA are in great position to potentially take advantage of them. We do have the Storm Surge warning tick on the right-hand side, so expect a little action to happen as players are going to be forced to rotate. Fourth zone is closing in, so it's the last safe zone completely inside of the previous one. That means real estate will be at a prime towards the outside and on the high ground priority to the south, where this crash site is. Riverson ends up going down. Again, we talked about the match one winner. Blizzy just tried to hold on. He did manage to get the 5 points, but damage is going to start coming through once the circle closes with three more full trios, 9 players needing to go down. Don't think he's going to get much of a hope, and Rex, Epicwell, and Arkham, they hear him. They hear him skulking around over there.
Oh, they know. They just got to wait for that edit. Lizzie should have been spotted out there, but somehow able to sneak away. But below Surge, doesn't matter. There's a trio right on the other side. They're in their builds as well. Going for the edit is going to hit the 100 tags there, but the entire trio's there. You really need to find more. You need to find any sort of room to operate in this area, but you really can't. There's not much there. Back against the wall in the zone, not able to do it. They put up a good fight, but it's going to be Angel, Cockle, and Nitrix that do end up taking them down, but Arkham, Epicwell, Rex right nearby. Where did this zone pool, though? Seems like it honestly may have pulled towards them.
Looks like there's a little bit of attention coming towards their side. There was already spray over there. No, the zone actually pulled over towards the northwest, but there's a decent stack of people who have rotated through those old builds. We did see Moni and Exy just go down. FJA also going to get confirmed. They looks like they were underneath Storm Surge. The Snacky and Reet were posted up right next to them, so a little bit of an easier rotation. You can see Batman, Booga, Jagfear, Bumboy investing a decent amount of hard materials. They're on what is almost the high ground control. And fantastic shots from Jagfear with that legendary burst AR, just blah, 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 finding everyone in the sky. And teammate actually says, let me close that. And Jagfear's like, let me open that back up. Excuse me, I am ripping faces off, making it look like Mongo with the infantry rifle back in the day here. He is not missing.
Oh my gosh. They're not going to have to worry about Surge in this looming zone at all. Jagfear putting it all down. Not able to convert on Elims, but it doesn't matter. With aims like that, you are vibing. Look who's got the high ground, though. They look to make a stand. This could be the game that puts them back into that top 10. It's in their drop spot. It's in their area. They have high ground as well. They've got all the keys to success. The question is, can they find the right door to unlock it, to get where they should be, where we expect them to be, where they need to be?
That's fantastic. That was a great call right there. Slipped it in, and that's what it's all about, right? They're sitting there, they're looking at the key ring. They're like, we've been in this situation before. Which one is it? Which one of these doors? And they're just, you always want to try and find it. They're almost in the cascading placement points. Now they're going back over towards the beach too, where they had previously rotated away. They know that they have the high ground priority. They see the team on the other side. They know Launchpad's going to have to come out from Asian Feeds, Sharp, and Shallow. And there's going to be a number of other players. So what they're going to do is they're going to wait to take their shots and potentially look to either Launchpad back over to the other side or tarp over, depending on the situation that happens on the low ground. However, if you look in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, J Rose's Dog and Zinx directly on top of Reed, Snacky, Fabs. Everyone else taking the sky, and Asian Feeds gets ripped down near immediately. 3 different trios. Shallow also gets ripped down. Sharp, I don't think is going to be long for this world. Rodrigo tries to go up late. Kytrex also going over. Reed, Fabs, Snacky are going up. They went up early over on the other side, midway through, right on the edge of the zone. Reed way over index. He spent a ton of brick. He is nearly out of builds, but he went so high up to deny the high ground away, saying, we know what you guys are trying to do. You're looking to go late, but Clay, he did it outside of zone.
And they're below Surge as well. They're not finding tags. Luckily going to find, it seems like, 1 AR tag here and there. Only really wood and a little bit of metal remaining. Shark will now fall. You were right. Did not have much more in the tank there. Where's Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex? They are below as well. Storm Surge issues plague them again. Only 160. They should be able to find some tags, but they got to find it now. Arkham down to 4 HP. Really has to get together with this team as he got no builds remaining, no hope remaining, as that Surge is going to hit him and he's going to be instantly down. The fish were thrown, but it doesn't matter. There's another player on the other side trying to throw him over. Will he pop it in time? He does. Just barely going to get it off. But again, that's a lot invested into keeping one member of your trio up when there's no one around for them to find. They have to go and find these shots because running away is not going to get it. Arkham has to hop in a box.
Reed picks up 2 up from the high ground, able to get the knocks. They're going to convert. I believe Snacky also end up getting one. You can see Storm Surge is about to turn off here in a second. Arkham might do it himself by picking up Eclipse onto the low ground. A nice little rescue, but you see our top trios going at it in high ground, currently in control. Our leaders, is it actually Reed season? But Arkham says, hold on, give me a second down the low ground. There is also a launch pad in there. Don't think they necessarily want to actually take that. They're trying to potentially clear the top. Looks like they want to fight. They're dropping down. No more builds on Arkham. Looks like Epic Whale, no, Rex also going to take the lead, tarping ahead towards the back. They're going to bout face, find no shots towards the side, but know that our players are looking to drop down. Wall ends up getting opened up, nothing there yet as we have our top 12 trios so far. Cascading placement points coming through, Harpoon coming through, bust through the walls, but Arkham just keeps finding wall after wall. No more space, do not enter this way. They say, we're going anyway, Sundown. Will they be able to bust through? They find the duo on the other side. There's a trio, find the first shot. Can they get the second? They turn around, there's a team behind him, and that's Rex who goes down. Epic Whale barely in fighting shape. Arkham trying to find some space around the side, and that's a huge shot there. Rex, though, ends up going down. Arkham will have to do it by himself. Jelty and Andy working together around the outside. You have symmetrical and Temple towards the front. Arkham sitting on 3 eliminations inside the top 10, but Reed still picking up Elam's raining shots down from the high ground. Doesn't matter how far Arkham clutches out, as they're still just picking up shots. They're unthreatened. Arkham holding on for dear life. Meanwhile, they're driving with one hand and their feet up as Jagbear just rips User apart on the low ground with a great swap to that legendary AR.
Beautiful shots. What can Arkham find those? He's in zone again. Third place is Jagvir and Bumboy. They can keep closing the distance on Ree if they weren't in this game, but they're still up. They're still on a high ground. They're looking to take it. You're right. Saki is down, but he will trade out Temple there. It's going to come up to Fabs and Ree to be able to do it. Nice elimination there from Arkham. Looking back into the zone, is going to get that chug splash just to heal him on up. Fabs up above Arkham, looking to try to take the high ground. He's going to hit Reed for a big shot. Instantly goes down. He's got Fireflies. He can play a little bit of a spoiler there, but hopping all the way back down. 24 bills. Honestly, probably the most in the lobby, it seems like right now. A 2. Oh, he's going to take that player down as well. Nice shots there. No, not fully going to convert onto that. He needs the siphon. You're right. And will fall down. What a beautiful play, though. Arkham almost able to do it. He didn't have enough damage there onto Ranger, who barely had enough. They look to take it away. Reet and Fabs, though, again, build upon their lead with this game. It does not matter how they end up because it looks like they're going to get a second place here. No, Vanillas and Rangers going to go down. No W plays. Don't count them out just yet. They still have an opportunity. No, they fall. 148. What a performance. But Noah W plays. Ranger and Vanillas take the victory royale.
Clay, can you say that again one more time?
Noah W plays Ranger and Vanillas take the victory royale.
Not only were they able to win one of the winner-take-all matches yesterday in semifinal day 2 to get a spot going, they celebrated and they talked about it. They just took a game here in the finals. And not only they clutched up against who is our current leaders and have looked like one of the strongest teams in the West. That's bonkers. We're going to kick it on over the desk. Zeke, SPG, Panda, take us away.
Let's go, Sundown! You took what I was gonna say! Darn you for being so smart! Yes, I cannot believe this happened. That is gonna be such a massive boost to your confidence as a trio. You make it into finals. You can say we could hang with the very best in the West. Now we walk away with the victory out, and we take down the potential new kings of NA West. You know, TM, we're not sure yet. No, Panda, stop that. Great. No. Huge congratulations to Ranger, Noah, and Vanillas after that game. SPG, before we get to Panda, thoughts?
Man, just really well played by them, owning that low ground and able to clean it up. A lot of times you see teams struggle when they have to play from the downside all the way looking up. That could be the difference of thousands of dollars for them clutching up that game. So props to them. That's huge.
It definitely is huge, and honestly, props to them. We saw them actually have great games, and then we've also seen them struggle a little bit there in Stealthy Stronghold, so it's exciting to watch them make it to a nice end game. They position themselves well and ultimately walk away with that VR, but I can't not talk about Reed, Snacky, and Fabs. Second place! They were already on top! Now, you know what? Listen, all right. You know what? I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide this time, but don't worry. I'll come back to this later. Don't you sweat it. But one thing I do want to say is if they keep this up, they could easily solidify it in day 1. All I'm going to say.
Oh my gosh, we're never going to let this live this down. We've had a very vivid masterclass in the past. Now it's time for a very Panda masterclass. Take it away, buddy.
Hello. All right, let's dive in. This is a bit of a class for everybody involved on how to not get focused here in these high pressure games. Remember, the finals are the best of the best players. So the last thing you want to do is find yourself in a position like this where you end up getting focused. So one thing I want to talk about here is obviously this team. This team ended up rotating in from this direction in a vehicle. Obviously, Salco and company, they identified that quickly and they tried their best to kind of counter that. But the moment that they did, all of a sudden Quinn paying close attention, Busy and company now paying attention, Noah Blaze paying attention, and Jay Rose's team paying attention. So by doing this with not a lot else going on around you, you end up getting caught out and now become the focus of the lobby. So that's the last thing you want to deal with in a scenario like this. Fortunate for them, they are going to be able to say that they've learned something here from this. But for Quinn, Wave, and Cool, this was a little risky too. You actually see them going in to try and kind of fight Salco on a box fight basis, but they immediately have to disengage because they could have ended up in the same scenario here as Defiable and Salco and end up getting focused. So smart on them to just completely rotate away. But now they lost a player in their team and they lost valuable resources as they begin to rotate back into zone. So definitely keep that in mind for all you players at home that find yourself being the focus of a lobby. That's how to avoid it. But here it is, Refab Snacky at the top of the leaderboard with 148 points.
Slaying and playing today. 32 eliminations for the guys. A victory royale. We saw they just got second. Everything is clicking. Literally everything is going well for these guys. They're playing their positions once again on high ground. We see Andy, Krizux, and Jelty able to make that push into second place. And then a lot of teams hanging in there right around that 5th to 10th position.
Yeah, I mean, look, these teams are showing they have what it takes to climb the leaderboard. And Jelty and Company is another team that I did say has a lot of potential to dethrone the Kings. But right now, it's Reet, Fabs, and Snacky on top. Again, still, in my opinion, set up for success and ready to take that top spot.
Okay. Maybe. Did you see who was in 9th place? Did you see? It was Arkham Rex Epic Well. They've made their way back onto the first page, Panda. We're right
I couldn't see all
in
the way
their
down there.
Dude, we're in their clutches. I'm telling you. They're just playing with their food right now. They're like, oh, Panda. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're not going to lose the game. Brr, 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 brr. Oh, yeah. I'm Zeke, and they're going to win. That's what's happening right now. They're pitting us against each other. They're playing us. I can't believe this is happening. But it's okay. 2 games ahead of us. We'll see how this all goes. Sundown Clay, back over to you. Let's do this. 2 more games.
4 games down, 2 to go, and then 6 more tomorrow before our champions are crowned. Will the back to back to back to back ascent into whatever level of godlyhood they need to go to be finally stopped? So far, the answer seems like no, but there's still plenty of Fortnite to be playing. I mean, hey, I also wouldn't think that Noah W and Ranger would have won a game in the FNCS finals, but there they went, shutting down Reet & Co.
Stranger things have happened in Fortnite. Oh,
Literally.
Speaking of strange things, wait a minute. 40R not gonna be landing at Caddy Corner. Did you see shots coming out of the air for 8? It looks like 40R seems to have gone off towards satellite dish up above. But stranger things have happened. And Zeke's right, they've made it back into the top 10. They gained 3 placements overall, rather, my apologies, in that last game. Good for them.
I mean, Panda's talking real big for somebody who only has a 20-point lead at the top of the table. I mean, I'm coming over from EU this morning. I saw what Cammy said he and Teak did. I'm not getting out of bed for anything less than like a 60 to 80-point lead, all right? Like, come on, come wake me up when they're breaking records, okay? As we see Altuk going down over there, checks in his trio, picking it up. And also, this is a fantastic time to just bring it up again when you see the users coming through on screen. That's generally because somebody ended up having to have their name changed, either to doing something inappropriate or not necessarily on brand. Don't forget, this is your opportunity to represent in front of the entire Fortnite community, to get your name up on the big screen, to get the credit you deserve for the fantastic plays that you end up doing. Just make sure your branding's consistent. I mean, I know, Clay, it's super easy for you, but I mean, I've been Sundown for 15-something years. It's just pick a name, end up going with it, rep your org, whatever you need to end up doing in that situation. But just be yourself, man. That's what ends up mattering. As you can see, there is a little bit of a troll under the bridge, so you need to be careful just kind of standing out here and winging shots out in the open.
I mean, and look at Arkham Epic Well and Rex, right? Yes, they are so good and they get recognition just because of that, but at the same time, it's easy to find out who they are at any given moment because it's always either Arkham Epic Well or Rex or some variation of that. As you move over, Solution will fall down. Nigel and Aiden trying to get over as Bolt and 2006 Born will put the pressure down. That's going to be a lot. I mean, again, they didn't have that initial off-spawn fight against 40R. Thinking. Company, and they're pushing out to get it. They know they need Surge, and that's where they have been getting it for these early zones. Not able to get it now, but oh, wait a minute. Look who's coming over the backside of the hill. Look who wants to turn this fight around onto Lucky Pup 2006 and Bolton. They do, and now Nigel and Aiden are forced to go away.
And the early fights up here are so awkward because, like, yeah, there's a decent amount of material if you have time to go and farm it. right? And you're not really going to have the opportunity to go around there. So if somebody extends even out a little bit and you're like, oh, I can build up, like, I got 80 mats. It's a lot early game. Yeah, you can build up on the wrong angle, and then all of a sudden you have, like, one brick wall to cover your side. And that's what happened there. Macon, he's way too good of a player. As I said, he's just going to be able to beam those shots through. And now they've turned what initially, it seems like if they came out the gate with this strategy, they would have been in such a better situation. So it feels odd. So then again, I don't want to say coin flip, but you might as well have cued the yakety sax and the Benny Hill music in terms of those catty corner fights over and over again every single time. And it seems like every region just there's at least somebody who wants to flip a couple games over there.
And I feel like it's a little bit overvalued. Right? Yeah, you get the peppers and you get the free shield, but there's just not enough loot. Hey, retail row, I can see better contesting, over. Even a POI like Pleasant, I would see, I would have an easier time.
I would just not contest. I would go to a split drop on the outside of the map rather than contesting somebody, because there's plenty of loot on the map, particularly this season with 30 teams here.
I agree wholeheartedly, but out of POIs to contest, Caddy it's not one of them. It's like Holly, right? Why would you ever want to contest Holly? It's just not worth it if you had to pick a POI to contest. So I'm glad they made it out. I'm glad they've disengaged from the initial fight to come back into Caddy to reap the rewards of it. But is it too little too late? Yes, we've only had these set of games, these first 4. But again, when you've got 148 points in first and they're at 13 points, that's a very steep incline, and it's almost facing 90 degrees.
That is a steep incline, but the Wolves are in the grass right now. You can see them trying to get a rotation around the outside, trying to get an angle over here on the swamp. It's Jelty, Kazix, and Andy Joshua, who are a little bit of their prey. You can see them throwing shots over towards the side, but the team leaving from Swatchy is never going to care about trading the shots, because they can always rotate back through, find some of those excess barrels, and just make sure they kind of whack them a few times as a group. And they're just going to post up right on the other side of this wall. They'll probably end up building a ramp or just holding a right-hand advantage and seeing if there's somebody there. Nope, instead they are just going to keep back on over and head to zone, and we're going to get a little skirt. Nice little camera view going on from in there, but instead making sure they hit those fences. Generally, anytime you see players pass chain link fences, it's worth to stop and hit them. They're one of the most efficient sources of metal on the entire map, giving you 7+ per swing.
Ooh, fight's gonna break out here in the middle of the map. Was not expecting Salco to be that low initially, but seems like they got the damage defiable trying to go all the way up. Mojo needs to get in this fight and needs to get in it now. They're stalling out there, waiting to try to get any angles there onto Taltai. Riverside will take the high ground from Defiable. They drop down, and I was gonna say almost narrowly dodged Taltai there, but they don't. The damage will connect. Can Caleb and Riverside help out enough to find where they've disengaged to? It doesn't seem like it. Seems like they're trying to bring everything down, or at least rebuild in their own builds. And now that Mojo's involved, they've got time to give Devia full medkit to get them back up to 120 effective HP. Now they'll get back up to 200, and this site effectively has been reset.
Reset minus the fact that everyone just invested a sizable amount of builds that, again, we talk about once you kind of get past that initial looting stage, you don't get a ton of opportunities to refarm up depending on where you are on the map. Like, yeah, there's a decent amount of space around here by Cordy Crops, but it's not a ton, right? So as soon as you start putting in some brick and you start putting in some metal, like, that's more of an investment than you generally want in some of the circumstances. And there's not a small amount here in this stack. You can see some chug splashes also going down. So, I mean, there's a decent amount spent into the utility for what gain? I mean, I guess they can hang out here for a while, but if they're not too solid on Storm Surge tags, it's I don't know. It's awkward positioning. The line of sights aren't bad. It could be worse. It could definitely be better. And as teams who definitely aren't towards the top of the table, I feel like you want to be pressing the gas a little bit more right now.
I agree. I think with the chop down going to come through. That's a multi-layered chop down all the way down to low ground. That was very well coordinated, but it doesn't lead to anything. Caleb is going to get some shots taken at him, but nothing going to connect. Taltai's got that charge ready, but he's not with Caleb right away to effectively use it. You can have these the charge in inventory, and you can have it there, but if you're stuck behind a wall without anybody to edit it for you, it's going nowhere.
Yeah, you're just a snake in a grass with no venom behind your bite. It's just kind of like, hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm a little snake. No, I'm good. You're fine. You can hang out over here. I'll just be hissing. No worries. Caleb Tautai just hanging out around the side. You can see Riverson trying to get a little bit of an angle, potentially take advantage if somebody slips over and away, but that can also often end up getting you segmented out. We've seen a lot of fights kick off that way. He is not covered over the top, so if the angle does end up presenting himself, but you can see him trying to get some kind of information.
Don't like this fight continuing to stall out like this for either team. It's just not worth the invested mats, as now someone's making a decision, but it's not leading anywhere. Everyone's just disengaging so quickly from that fight, and it's putting both of them at this point of no return where they're gonna have to keep eventually going for these fights. Riverson with some very good edits to get as much information as they can, but no one going to be around to get those tags on. Look again, they've disengaged all the way back down to Viable, Salco, and Mojo. Don't want to give this fight up either, but at some point you have to.
But you don't really get the option to anymore, right? Like, you burn a launch pad to get away, but what are you going to do? You're just going to walk away from the team that you've been stacked on top of? Like, it doesn't really work that way anymore. As we see, quick stat left-hand side as we transition over to Impulsor. Squishy's trio is the only team to improve both placement and number of elims each game. So their stocks are on the rise. If you'd invested them early on in your portfolio, you'd be looking at it and be like, hey, that's pretty nice. But so far, we've also only seen one full trio end up going down in 5 players total. So it's a full trio plus 2 other scragglers, and there's a lot of room to be operating in. What is Arkham to? Arkham and Rex are very isolated. Can we flip over to their perspective? What is going on? This stuff, they're taking this fight, so I want to watch this 3v3. Arkham is loaded on loot. If he's able to get his shields back up, they can take the fight, but it seems like they just went on, like, I don't know what that little adventure was.
I don't know either. It was so greedy. Look at 24 builds for Arkham. Second zone, they're above Surge. Yes, they've solved the issue of that, but yeah, you can't really do anything with that. Because look at Yumi, look at Squishy. They're disengaged all the way out. They can't capitalize on any of this.
I think it's fine. 426 above, and you saw Arkham had a legendary charge. They can pick who that goes on to. That is more than an unlock. We saw what he was able to do by himself last game, what he ran through it. They've been slowly closing the gap. And again, I go back not to last season where they had a pretty solid dominant performance that wrapped them up, but the season before that when they were able to get those 2 games, I think it was game 10 and game 11 win to really seal it. It was so impressive. You can see Arkham individually took us to from 10th to 3rd in game number 4, and we got to watch that run, and some of those shots were just ridiculous, and it's part of the reason why right now in his hands you do see that legendary charge shotgun. He's one of the players who, I don't want to say he prefers it, but he puts that thing to such good use. I mean, they're all very good with the weapon, but Shallow over on the side trying to get a revive stuck on him. That's Asian Feeds trying to make sure it gets there. Sharp is going to play defense. Yumi, though, is going to be taking the shots from the side, and that high ground, once established over the top of that drive-in movie theater, is really hard to break down because you can't chop it, Clay, so you just kind of keep throwing up some wood walls, and it's super secure.
Which kind of solves their issue for now about the low materials. They don't have to keep investing if someone were to chop down movie theater, but that's a short-term solution for a long-term problem. They need to find something, and honestly, I love that Arkham is going for the C's, that multiple teams are converging right now. They can capitalize so well on this, but it's over that quickly. Just as soon as it started, that fight is done with. They are going to go back and fight this exact same team that they fought earlier. They need to be quick about it. They have to make a decision. If they go for this, they need to go for it. They cannot back out once they do, because they're already going to have invested so much, and they need it. 36 builds. Harpoon is out. They're going in, trying to get through. No, not going to be able to do so. Arkham is going to find some extra loot, going to go for it right away, just trying to get anything back in their favor. They decide, no, it's not worth it. We're not going right away. We're just going for the loot 48 builds. That's still a net positive for them, but they need more. They need these eliminations, and they need to get all that extra loot.
Yeah, there's still wall-to-wall with that trio on the other side, and it puts Arkham in a little bit of a weird situation where generally he wants to be one of the ones playing towards the front, but because he is holding that charge, he needs to be playing at least a grid or two space away. You don't necessarily want to end up wall-to-wall against a lever or a pump. It does, even if you are the best charge player in the world, unless you have like one of those scroll wheel resets or a super fast trigger finger, it's just not going to end up getting those shots out quickly. And Bumble, Batman, Booger, and Jagbear are going to post up on the slight little high ground change here, so any of the priority positioning they might have had is going to get cycled out, and they're actually going to dip back on over in here and just try and reform anything they can kind of get their pickaxes on.
I just want to see them hop in the box. I just want to see them go and get this team and be decisive, because we know they can.
They can't afford to lose that fight right now.
Exactly.
They can't. They literally can't. As Jelty is actually going to stick a revive. He's back, or stick a reboot back over in the zone, trying to get. Will he get Krizix and Andy Joshua back up on his feet? We see at least one coming through, and boom, there's the second one. They got shields coming down. It is a 2-tick zone, so they should be fine. And they've just swapped over where their high ground position is. So I'm actually okay with this movement right now from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. Like, it's put them in a decent spot. And now if any of these teams try to rotate, they will have a line of sight on them. They're up above that tree.
And they have the harpoon, which is a saving grace when it comes to refreshes, because they don't have to invest a lot to go grab them. But they have to be actively looking for it, and they are. They always are. They won't have to deal with Surge anymore. Only one player will need to fall. So it's not the worst. We've seen worse off positions in this game already for some trios. But when it comes to late game high ground for them, or late game mid ground, I just don't see what we need to see in their inventory to make it there. Now, I fully expect them, if zone doesn't go their way, as we see Arkham use that harpoon to grab a little bit of extra loot, I fully expect them mid-game to hop into a box and to go aggressive and realize that they will need a little bit extra match, a little bit more refreshes to come through.
I think it depends where this zone goes. So observers, thank you, giving us this gorgeous shot. And fortunately for them, Clay, they don't have to go anywhere. It's a hop, skip, and a jump, and they're right over there. There's some trees that they're going to be able to refarm to get up on some of that stuff. I think they're going to pass the Storm Surge check, and I think they're going to play a little bit more reserved this game, knowing that they can't necessarily afford to have one more bad game if they want to really keep on the pace without having to do anything ridiculous and without having to shift their game plan. And there's going to be a lot of players who end up going down here. So this lobby in particular is going to shift drastically, as we saw the reboot come out from Jelty, but unfortunately it's all for naught, as they also miss out on the +5 points. We just now get our top 25. Moni and FJA should recognize there's a bunch of loot down there, but the question is, can they get to it?
They are. They're going to drop down. Yeah. They need to. You can be a little bit greedy there, but you have to recognize the same thing that you just did will happen to you. Luckily, not as much pressure. Everyone's a little bit more focused on their rotations. Like you talked about, rotate either super early or super late. This is right now in that super early phase where players are starting to think, hey, where are we going to go? Where are we going to rotate? Are we going to do it? Now, here they go through. Because of that launch pad, they're able to use an extra one there. FJ did a little bit more greedy of a rotation. Moni secured them there in the zone, and this is perfect. There's already natural cover. He can just use a little bit of that wood there and be fine into that metal base. Reed, Snacky, and Fabs playing right above them. I don't know how many elims they have and where they'll fall above Surge or below Surge, as we see a lot of damage coming through for them. 126, so they should be okay enough with enough players around if they need to hop into boxes to get some extra Surge. 15 more players will need to fall before it turns off.
Yeah, that was the number that makes it a little bit more sketch, but I think luckily they're very good at taking these wall-to-wall fights, as we've seen on occasion. And Reed also peppers with the legendary pump shotgun. If you thought his movement, his box-to-box fighting was dangerous, well, he is fully unlocked, going to be able to go side to side. And look at that bead, able to find it and just laying down the damage, but unfortunately not necessarily converting it over into points quite yet. But they're going to be happy as long as they can end up playing the end game. Keep an eye on that top left corner. Do any of those names end up dropping that are towards the top part of the table? Right now, Reed is a little bit extended, though, away from his teammates. I'd like to see him kind of rein it back and get on that leash. 2006 we're trying to find a little bit of room. Observers are going to walk us around the outside of the zone. question is, where does the half in, half out pull at Salco ends up going down and pulled over towards the northeast? So a very far pull for pretty much everyone but 3 or 4 of our trios.
Symmetrical going to be one of them. They've got a okay rotation, just straight up actually in zone. And look, this is so smart. Recognizes, hey, there's a solo there. Just getting hit by zone and by storm surge rather. Easy. That right there is what I would say is an easy elimination for players in Fortnite, because the edit was open. Unfortunately, that player was more focused on popping that mech hit, and they are going to go down. Look who's going to have the high ground now, but it's going to get chopped out real quick. They're going to fall down, but Arkham will reconnect. Epic Whale going to invest some mats in to reconnect as well. Rex there too, but now the question is mats. We're going to get a look at it here.
They're going to pad.
And you're right, they're going to go for this recycled pad, but honestly, investing those mats right there to keep high ground in a zone that's not there, it's not like them.
I think I'm okay with it. You want to make sure that right now, again, their priority is they're not worrying about trying to have this massive game right now. They're worrying about getting into the end game as 3. Right, it's been 2 games since they were able to do that. Yes, Arkham was able to really put them on the back last game, but they said, hey, let's get back to what we do best. But up on the high ground yet again, 153 points, everybody's chasing them. Well, they're the one kind of dictating the flow, how we move. They're the one who have picked the beat. They got the drum line, they're placing the snares and the claps, and that stuff sounds fantastic. However, on the left-hand side of the screen in the top corner, see Rex ends up getting a confirmation. Then that's 2 more points over them. Moni gets one onto Jagbeer. We'll take a look at the bottom part of the stack with Wavy Jacob with 137 points and 5 eliminations so far this game. Our match number 4 winner, Noah W, he was able to clutch it up. He goes down to the hands of another player on that side of us. We get a very far pull to the northeast and right on the side of a nice little change of verticality as well.
No one's going to pull it. No one's going to have full control right away. They've got a high ground, but we know they're probably going to go for that launch pad late to try to secure the high ground. We'll have to wait and see, though.
You actually saw 1 full elimination coming through for Rexicon, and they just got another knock on to Cool. Cool has been abandoned, so that's going to be more points that they end up picking up, and they burn another launch pad. Like I said, they're just playing to keep going up. That's at least 2 eliminations they've been able to pick up to try and close the gap. Can they land together and do it? We know they're on limited match, so they are really having to operate just like there's a tether tied between the 3 of them. Make sure you pull it back, keep the distance even, as we're going to swing back on board here with Jacob, Symmetrical, and Temple operating down on the low ground. Snacky all the way up on the high ground. You can see Reet and Fast connecting for it, but here they go. Nope, like I said, it looked like they were going to go up for a second, but they judged and they saw, nope, up way too far instead. Front side of the zone. Epic Whale and Arkham go away. We're going to go back up to our leaders up top, who are only 61 damage above Storm Surge, but finally going to end up finding it there, and that's a full Elam. Nice little one shot coming through from Reet onto Zooks. They see Snacky up on the high ground. They're going to split the peppers to make sure everyone has one pop for that bonus little bit of movement. And right now, we'll see what's going on in the middle of Tarpas. Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. Only the 1 Elam to their name from very low builds. Plays are going to have to be made.
Will they make it, though? Is high ground seemingly may have changed there for a moment, but no, it's just Symmetrical and Wavy Jacob dropping down with Temple to try to get into this mid-ground. Tarp get away from that second height. Fab, Snacky doing well, putting the pressure down, trying to impact the entire lobby, but who can they find? Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex are going to find elimination. It seems like their Arkham is going to take a little bit of damage there, though, about 120 HP, trying to move forward, trying to get through. They do pick up 2 eliminations, 500 above. Very low builds still. It doesn't seem like they have really any to work with. Builds are going to be dropped over, luckily enough to be split. 20 builds remaining for Rex. It seems about 20 there for Epic Whale. They have time. They can keep going. Regulator and Fuzzy, though, playing a spoiler. Snacky is down. High ground has been contested. And for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, that looks really good. If they decide to go up, this is where they can take it.
They don't have the builds to go up. That's the problem. If they go and commit, yes, it's pulling back over, but they need to find a way to get out there. It looks like Snacky just got a little bit too greedy, and now it's going to be on Reet and Fast to close it out, but they're more than capable of doing so. Only 2 eliminations so far from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. We did see over on the other side that Reet was able to pick up at least one. Wavy Jacob also adding to his total. He's trying to climb his way up the leaderboard. As Symmetrical will end up being traded out. Yumi also ends up going down. However, they're going to put Symmetrical up on the shoulders. Arkham ends up getting knocked knockdown. Good edit back on the other side, though, from Rex. Is going to end up getting the follow-up. That's Nate, the match number 1 winner. You can see Rex trying to cover the side. He's going to dip back in the zone, knowing the Siphon's there. They are still covering for Arkham, potentially looking to think if they can get a revive, but they might be putting too much investment into it and just need to let him go down. They will end up popping a shield. They are going to continue to carry to bring him along. There's a trio right on the other side of that wall. Arkham will end up getting confirmed over. You see Fast and Reed starting to work top to bottom. That's the 2v2 that's going on. Reed trying to get in the wall. He says, I want to end the era. I'm going to do it personally. He's going to drop down. First shot connects for him. That was a monstrous one. Put him right back on the back foot, but he is completely out of builds, so he's pushing forward, just trying to navigate. Actually gets blocked off by his teammate, and it comes through. He's just still walking around the outside, following in Fab's footsteps, and doing a great job of it.
But Epic Whale still there, still trying to find anything. Rex is going to go down there. Epic Whale going to find Wave. Where is he? What can he do again? This is great solo performances. That's going to be a nice knock there from onto Reed, rather. Temple now trying to do something as well. Epic Whale does now fall there in 4th place, but Reed going to go down fast. Going to be the only one remaining in a 3v1 with no shields remaining. Not a lot they can do, but hold on. But again, if you are on top and you consistently get 2nd places, you're going to stay there. But J Roses, Dog, and Zinx put together a phenomenal victory royale with double-digit elims.
It's 11 eliminations in the victory royale, 52 points, and yet again, a 2nd place performance coming through for Reet, Snacky, and Fab's high ground control all the way, but the eliminations weren't necessarily quite there yet. So we did see they've had a lead. They're going to keep climbing up on the placement points, but what does the leaderboard look like going into our final game on day number 1? Zeke, Panda, SPG, break it down for us.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, Sundown, Reed coming out with only 6 elims, but listen, a 2nd place is still a 2nd place. My goodness. For J Roses, James, and Zinc, 11 elimination victory royale. That's definitely going to put them up there, right? Put their name back into contention, and wherever they were before, this is a massive leap forward, SPG.
Yeah, they're going to be moving up that leaderboard, and that's huge. Having a great end to that day. Good for them, and it's really nice to see some plays work out for them, because not every play works out for every single trio, and we've seen that across the day. But Panda, I mean, your boys continue to do it every single game.
Oh man, how I wish I could rub it in Kelly's face right now. You have no idea. But listen, the haters are going to hate. Everybody said I was going to be wrong. Everybody said that it was the Arkham Rex and Epic Whale show, but they have not they haven't done or been their normal selves. And I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I still had faith that they would be like a top 5 team, but they are struggling here in these games today. Could it be, well, I know personally, it's a lot to do with Storm Surge, but could this be turned around in day 2? Will it be enough? I mean, we're going into the final game of the day here soon, so it's going to be tough, to say the least.
Yeah, they've in the past have been a day 2 team, right? Like sometimes we see a trio come out be very strong on day number 1, but not the other way around. But I'll put a hold on that as we got to focus in on Jelty and a reboot that happened in that game.
Yeah, so Jelty and his trio was in 2nd place heading into that match. Struggled. He was able to get his teammates up. You love a teammate that'll hit the reboot for you and put the team on your back, get you back in the game. The unfortunate part, though, for Jelty, Krizux, and Andy, they're not going to be able to get back into this one. Shortly after, they're going to get the reboot off. Well, let's say they ran into some not so friendly players in the lobby, and everyone saw that. The reboot is loud, there's the visual cues, and then everyone's like, all right, these guys just are coming out of Storm. Like, this is so free.
I mean, this is the definition of putting a target on your head, right? When you make a ton of noise when the reboot goes off, when you fly in from Storm, that is basically every red flag for the players on the edge here to focus up and go after those players. And that's what they did. That's why Jelty and company ended up dropping there, not only early in that game, but dropping from 2nd to 5th place here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we continue to see them play game, and one good one, one bad one. We'll see what they do here in the last game of the day. Reet, Favs, and Snacky still on top, 186 points. We do see J Roses, Dog, and Zinx able to climb up to 6th after that big victory royale for them. So continuing to rise, while Regulator, Blizzy, and Nate have fallen from their top 3 positions they've been chilling in for most of the day.
Yeah, but we got to talk about Defiable Mojo and Salco. Again, we talked about it just the game before. We talked about getting focused in the lobby. This team has been struggling, and it seems to be that their positioning just isn't fitting with the way that they need to handle themselves in these games. Hopefully they can take some of these lessons that they're learning here in these moments and apply them to tomorrow, because again, this is only day 1. So we're playing one more game today, 6 games tomorrow. So still lots of potential to climb up this leaderboard.
My goodness, one final game here to really solidify your trio going into tomorrow's games. My goodness. But again, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, now they've moved up a handful more spots. Panda, I don't know. Okay, friends, we got 40 seconds. Really quick, what can these trios do to pull out all the stops here and really have a good placement in this final game?
Panda, take it away.
All right, well, I'm going to say, look, Reet, Snacky, and Fabs, they've done a very, very good job of getting to the end game. Okay. And I was kind of talking about this to SPG and Zeke just behind the scenes. It looked like they used qualifiers and even semifinals as a way to practice fighting as a team, because they are a new team. So they've not played at all like that here in the finals, and that's led to them being at the top of the leaderboard. So it's actually really exciting to see them utilize qualifiers, still be able to qualify through, right? And use that experience to be better here in the finals.
I like it. I like it. Hopefully some of these other trios can just kind of tap into that even just a little bit, right? We only have one game left on the day, so watch that elimination feed, Fortnite fam. Every interaction, every time these trios slam into each other, one will fall, and that's it. They have to put pause and wait until tomorrow to try and get more points. For now, though, one final game with Clay and Sundown before we call it a day.
Send it.
5 matches down. Nobody's waving the white flag yet. Everybody's still seeing red, but none so much as Reek, Snacky, and Favs. They want that first place spot. They have the lead, but also, Zeke alluded to it, creeping on up there ever so slightly, Clay. 2 spots the game before, 2 spots right after that, from 11th to 9th, and 9th back up to 7. After Whale, Rex, and Arkham, they're still in the conversation.
You cannot count them out until the very last moment of the last game, because you can't even count them out in the last game. Because today, if you're not in first right now, your goal is to either, if you're that close, to overtake them, or B, to get as close as you can to keep that lead minimal. Because if you can do that, you set yourself up so well for tomorrow. Because again, it's not just the 6 games that we're used to. It is 12. You've got 6 more tomorrow. And for anybody within that top 10 right now, they need to keep trying to close that gap as much as they can.
Now, still a lot of Fortnite to be played. You see a little bit of a drop-off between first and second, then second and fourth. We're pretty much right on top of each other, and then there's a decent dip once we get on the backside of the top 10. But still, as we know, tons of Fortnite to be played. And it also looks like, minus a couple little exchanges going on right now, Clay, people have found some space on the map, right? Minus whatever is going on in this fight. I have no idea how that ended up happening, but keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Only 2 players have gone down, period.
And it's going to be the 2 for Salco and Defiable from Quinn, and it's going to be Quinn and Cool. Actually ended up being the ones that fell, and now Wave trying to be the last one up for the trio. Going to grab those reboot cars eventually. They've got 5 minutes, so a lot of time. It takes no time at all to leave from Steamy and grab them up.
Yeah, I mean, you can put that on the clock. You got forever. I mean, you can see the bottom right-hand corner. It's 2.5 minutes until this first zone even begins to close. So, yeah, basically the entirety of the zone, and with it being 1 tick, any amount of heals means you can hang out. It's part of the reason why we've seen so many more reboots this season. It is viable to just wait, maybe go hit some rocks, kick some rocks, sit in a bush for a while, you know, check up on whatever you need to look at. As Wave, that's what he did. He hopped right on over to the island. He's going to whack some trees. I would always recommend going all the way back to the myth school of thought of never breaking something completely, because if it breaks, you'll change how it appears on the sight line. However, with the change of line of sight over there, he should be fine, but Salco's looking. He knows people like to skirt down out to that island, and he's going to tag him. He found Wave.
Oh. They gonna let him go? No, there's no way. Okay, yeah. Salco going right over. Essentially gonna land right on top of it, but oh, wait a minute. Wave's got a big pump shotgun shot there. It's gonna take off a little bit of damage. Not as big of a pump as I thought. Oh, it is one of those epic or legendary pumps in the inventory. But all Salco has to do is not take a big chunk of damage, because once you go in a 2v1, even a 3v1, as soon as you start going in one by one, that player has a chance. They've got even bigger of a chance now, but as we see Mojo and Defiable, that big chance is immediately going to be eliminated, as Defiable going to take him down.
Well, the one thing that's beneficial, particularly in a man-up situation where a player's down, the other player can just kind of throw himself at him, knowing that they aren't going to be able to get the confirmation right. Like, you can trade out knowing that they're not going to get an instantaneous siphon going through, in Vanilla's actually finding a knock onto Bumboy. So some decent exchanges happening a little bit after the drop, but not necessarily seeing the confirmation come through. Boom, there it is. So we're able to separate them out. That's 2 points going over there to the winner. Still nuts to me that they're able to take away a match and win here in the finals. Noah with an incredible clutch to deny Reed the W there in game number 4. I mean, yeah, back-to-back second place is pretty good and has climbed them with the leaderboard, but right now Rodrigo trying to look for an angle onto Moose 4DR Storm, and making it looks like they're about to face and go hunting for him instead.
Oh, Solution just waits out perfectly there. Find the tags onto Moose and smartly disengages all the way up so that he doesn't get hopped on, and is unfortunately going to fall down, taking no damage though. We'll be able to get back up to their teammates, and immediate disengage was called. The team is too far away to help them out. They decide, no, we've got to go. We've got to keep rotating through. Rodrigo will move away. And again, it doesn't matter how big your lead is here going into the final game. It's a matter of how it ends up closing through. And so for Nigel, for Rodrigo, they are outside the top 10 and 14th place. They want to cut into that lead. They want to make it just a little bit smaller. Moving over G5RC, Antrax, and Altul trying to find Asian feeds there on the other side. They are very weak. Hopping in the box, not able to get it. The team is going to be there for the spray. They end up taking him down. And this, again, is another team that is outside that top 10 that really wants to put their name here in NA West. So this is a very good game for them to continue to try to build momentum.
And that's largely what Game 6 is about. It's whatever points you're able to rescue going into tomorrow, trying to make your trio feel good, either about your game plan or about one particular fight, so you can go back, VOD review, try and figure out what kind of mistakes you can make. We've already seen some improvements, some adaptations being made, teams not necessarily falling below Storm Surge, being able to patch up those holes a little bit. And then also the question becomes, is there anybody you really can take advantage of who's around you, right? Is there maybe some cheeky eliminations you can kind of cheat out? Is there a spot on the map that's just completely open where you can steal a little bit more space because you'd expect somebody to rotate through there, but it's not happening? So now we're going to swing back on over with the reigning 4-time champs. The reign, though, could potentially be threatened, currently sitting on 122 points. We have 85 players remaining. This is match number 6 here. It's 6 of 6 on the day, 6 of 12. Chapter 2, Season 8 FNCS. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling. If you're up late, early morning, depending on where you are, wherever, thank you so much for watching and tuning in. The action has been incredible so far, and it really has been a question of, can Fav, Snacky, and Reed really push forward and hold on to this #1 spot?
And that stat just speaks volumes of how Fav, Snacky, and Reed are playing. They're the only team with all 3 players in double-digit elims. Says, oh, wait a minute, Epic Whale going to be involved in an early game fight. It's going to be over at Boney Burbs. They're going to take down Former. There's 3 other trios here. There's a lot of players, and this is good. I like this. Early Storm Surge damage, extra loot. They're fighting early as a trio, not inside of Sweaty Believer. I like it.
And one of the things they do fantastically when they are able to kind of section off one of the members and then get an elimination, they make great use of the leftover resources. They'll calculate out and they'll be like, all right, we have exactly 12 extra metal and 20 extra brick. Do we want to build out over the top of what we already have and edit back over there? Do we want to save that to tunnel out to a little bit of space? And they'll make the right decision in that regard. So it's a little bit of min-maxing that you don't necessarily think about, but on top of the 2 points, they have extra shield to then work with in case they need to go trade more Storm Surge. But since they do min-max so well on the down body, they should be fine at least for the first test.
NA West showing us some storm fights here as Shallow and Sharp try to withstand the pressure from Novo, XLR, and Solo as they look to heal up with these sloppers and grab these elims. They're not, I don't think they're personally that far away if it's going to end near the end of Weeping Woods. They should be able to make this rotation, especially with the double med kits here from Nova. We've got floppers as well. They should be able to make it in, but it's just awkward. They do get Sharp there, so now only one other player remaining on the other side. But again, anytime you're fighting in zone, it's usually not worth it, especially now.
Yeah, one ticket doesn't seem like a lot, but it ends up adding up. Yeah, excess med kits are nice, and you'll generally carry with them in case you have to avoid this situation. And luckily, along this path, there is a sizable amount of med kits, but you can see the shakedown is going to come through. So Shallow, any amount of maybe ambush he'd be looking for, coverage from the zone, is just going to be gone. The 3v1 pinch is going to come through. Shallow looking through the angle. XLR also edits himself down, and they will pick him up to trios. Full knock, and a lot of solo riders down as well, because on top of those two trios, 6 other players have ended up being picked up. So plenty of solos and duos kind of running around there on the outside. Still need 8 more players to fall until Storm Surge will turn off. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as they begin their journey. Luckily for them, there is a couple campfires along this path, and most players are used to making this rotation at least in some way.
A team that, for some, I think would be unlikely that they're up here, Jack Veer, Bumboy, and Batman Bluga. 4th place, relying solely on Batman Bluga, but I believe they have the reboot cards, which is why they're rotating as far away from that main section of the island as they can towards Coral, because I believe it looks like they're positioning for a reboot, but other than shields and mats, he has nothing to give them. You can give them heals, you can give them the shields, but when you reboot 2 of these players, it cuts into so much of his loot and time. So he's going to have to do it quickly if he's able to, but we don't know if he's got those reboot cards. Sometimes that bar down there isn't always accurate as we move through. We've got Eclipse, Puffy, and Sizer. Again, another team that's 3rd place. Their goal right now is A, try to overtake first, and then B, just try to keep that distance short.
We see their goal immediately on the right-hand side. They were only 30 above Storm Surge. That just ticked over to 6, and with 3 trios who are going to need to go down, Storm Surge kicks off in 90 seconds. They're going to need to look to start a fight, and they're going against this team right here, but they also have Reed and Co. opposite them right on the top of the drive-in movie theater, but they're going straight in. You can see Poppy holding the charged shotgun, also has the epic pistol on the swap to try and get the wall-to-wall pressure. Will connect with the charged shot. Did he end up? Yeah, he did end up getting the 60 tag on the other side, so it goes to 68 above, but they're still not necessarily happy with that, trying to chase down the pressure. You can see bottom right hand corner, reboot is going off. He will be able to confirm back over and Coffee and them as they're able to just reset. They're now going to open up. What will they find on the opposite side? We see the number in the top left corner to just open up, and he is able to trade out with the pistol. Doesn't find any headshots though, so unfortunately they're going even in terms of bullets with an AR. Will net out on a loss of HP with the chug splashes though. The Storm Surge situation turned much better, and Arkham actually gets a knock on to Nigel. I'll be interested to see if the fight ends up getting confirmed, as it was Fav Snacky and Reet who ended up backing him down, but Reet just took a ton of damage right there.
And unnecessarily at that, like, you've got Cabbages to get his HP back up, but again, anytime you use white heals early on is just so unfortunate. That, of course, for them doesn't seem like that big of an issue right now, as they are in first place, but they needed to not be too greedy, not to be over aggressive, and they really haven't been. they've been playing such phenomenal games. And this is not the read that we've seen where he makes these plays and ends up regretting it and going down. It's, hey, I'm going to play aggressive, but it's in the late game. It's where I know I can get elims and where I know if I go down, my team can still do well. And that is a different read. That is a scary read. That is a read that's in first place. We see Rex with another elimination. I'm very intrigued to see what's happening over there because, again, that's more points being cut into the lead as Jaguar, Bumboy, and unfortunately Batman Booga look like they're all going to go down below Surge. It's hitting them. They're trying to run away. That elim just about to go over. Batman Booga just holding on, but no, they're down. That's fourth place out, and that opens up the window for those below.
I can have a little bit of room here in match number 6 to catch up. Ranger, no W plays, and Vanilla's trying to potentially get on the wall there of Nitrix on the other side. They're still actually getting hit by Storm Surge, so they should know if they're able to just hold off the damage to get any amount of tags, they will be the ones who end up getting eliminations. Unfortunately, Nitrix just ends up going down straight through to Storm Surge. Hawkle will end up being picked up. Angel has barely any HP, and he will then get confirmed. A straight AR bullet coming through. Mystery Kono getting the Benefactor. That's 2 free points dropping right on top of his head, so he's going to feel very happy about that.
Here are Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. We've seen them in the feed. I guess is they're somewhere here to the south, or they're all the way in the middle already. We move back over to Faz and Snacky again, first place there, holding such a great position on zone as well. At the bottom, just letting you know today that there have been 16 different teams in the top 10. It's quite the shakeup. It feels like every single match and after every single one, the top 10 shakes up so much that it makes sense that there's 16 different teams that have been there. That's almost half. Or it's over half, actually.
Yeah, being able to get a little bit of representation towards the top, but also at the same time, there's been a few teams who have been mainstays in there pretty much the entire time, and most of the changeover happening towards the bottom, but that's generally how that statistic would work anyway. You can see down in the little river basin, that's the answer to your question. There's Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale postured up, midi right towards the side. You do have our previous match winners over with a decent angle on them. However, Wavy Jacob, Symmetrical, and Temple, they've been raining shots down from above, currently sitting in second place. Everyone has also gotten that +5 points coming through from the additional placement points of top 24. So right now, everyone's just waiting. We will see where the fourth zone pulls, which is going to dictate a lot of this end game, given the terrain, and we're going directly on over towards that northeast corner. So a decent pull for a lot of the lobby.
Maybe Jacob and Symmetrical, along with Temple, I think benefit a lot more than anyone else because everyone near Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex have to rotate through them, and they have angles on all of them. So if they immediately go for the rotate here, I think they're missing out on a lot of tags, and it looks like that's what they're going for. They're going to go for that immediate launch pad to just get into zone.
Yep, and I like that play. I like that decision. It's something we've seen where prioritizing getting into the zone and just getting an area, particularly one where so many players are going to look to try and billy goat right along the outside. If you can get there first, it's going to be super beneficial. Also, if you get Wavy Jacob and Symmetrical just opening up on this huge, just portrait-esque shooting gallery right there, they're gonna find some tags. You'll be fine in terms of the Storm Surge. It's gonna rear its head here in a second, and honestly, if you're able to pass that check making in the end game, you're gonna turn this into at least a 15-point performance, which is how you want to close out the day.
Jelty, Krizix, and Andy trying to get back to where they were. Got a good amount of points under their belt. 5th place coming in. They dropped 3 places after that last game. That's not where they want to be. They want to be at the top. But look at Andy taking a lot of damage there. Jelty going to take a lot as well, but he's going to get the trade on to Zinx. That is worth it. You take that much damage, you get the elimination. It does not matter. Back up to fighting HP. What can Andy find? Do they have any heals for them, or are they going to just sit and wait? It seems like they're fine sitting and waiting, but look at Jay Roses. Look at Dog. They could have capitalized even more.
I mean, they could have, but their effective HP right now, it's just so negligible. They barely have 200 HP between the two of them. You look in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you see Rex, Arkram, Epic, Whale down there. You also have Nico, Kaboo, Midi right next to him. You do have Reet down in a little bit of less position. We've seen them much more on high ground as of late. However, they're tucked down there in a lower spot, so Salco and Defiable are going to be the ones who have the high ground, and Mekton, Chicken, and Kaichuk are going to ramp up right above them. We're going to take a peek right now. Epic Whale sitting on 2 of the Elims. Arkham also has 1, but plenty of fishies in the inventory, so maybe looking for a FOP, but also looking to try and open up on the ground down here. Nobody with a zone pulling north. They do have priority. Reed is picking up an Elim that are trying to even the score. Storm Surge does rear its head for a little bit, but a nice Elim coming out from Epic Whale. He gets the confirmation, but not necessarily sure he got the points for that one, so instead just going to get a nice little loot refresh and then back off as Blizzy's going to get the confirmation there as well. Chicken gets one over onto Tao Tai. One more player will need to go down. So top of our screen, we have our 4 times defending champ, bottom left-hand corner, current leaders with Reet, Snacky, and Favs in the bottom right-hand corner, second place, symmetrical with the other veterans of Temple and Wavy Jacob right now. Reet, Snacky, and Favs take to the sky, a little bit of a lower pad, trying to find a low ground position here as a little bit different because, again, we've seen them working mainly on the high ground, but more of their Elims game in the match where they did play on the backside of the zone. Epic Whale opting to go late as well, and they're on a relatively similar path. They could be on a collision course here, Play.
Maybe, but Arkham's going to be able to build them up just a little bit, get them off of that initial low ground there, and give them some space to work with. They're going to have to get a little bit more. Caleb right above it has low HP. They could capitalize. Antrax there on the other side did sneak underneath them. Reet, Faz, and Saki just on the other side. You're right. They are on a collision course. They're running perpendicular to each other, but who's going to go out? Oh my God, Reet almost getting tagged up there. That was a big wall spray. If that team would have capitalized, it would have been something of him almost going down, as we do see Andy unfortunately falling at the hands of Symmetrical. That second taking down 5th place right now. It is chaotic here on the low ground. Look in the mid ground though, Wavy Jacob. They're gonna find one more. That's gonna be Andy finally going down Symmetrical for that elimination. They grab all the extra loot they can. They're in a good spot.
And you can see everyone's posted up right towards this little high ground stuff. Epic Whale was also able to get a confirmation. They're still hip to hip, and again, they're set up. He's now trying to put a little bit of the burden onto his back. J Roses will get a knock onto Jelty, trying to get the confirmation over Zero. So down to 46 players. We're into the cascading placement points. This is it for day number 1. Players are trying to put a stamp on it. They want to move up that leaderboard. They want to get whatever room they can. And right now you can see there is plenty of heals. They're trying to separate out the launch pad. So Epic Whale's going to stay mostly in the safe area until he knows he's able to go up. And they're probably going to look to have a challenge here as the zone is going to move out and away. With this zone moving out and still 46 players being up, Storm Surge is a very real threat depending on how many players fall here. No real definitive high ground control as all of the launch pads are taking to the sky.
Someone seems to have it, but who is it? It's going to be Mojo up above with Salco and Defiable. Going to be solo tarping out. That is awkward. If someone looks for it there, Nate and Blizzy making their way on through. Fast is at the front side, his own. Snacky in the middle. Reet is at the back. They're all together. From Epic Well and Rax together as well. This is great for them. If they can keep it together and keep rotating, it should be good. 48 above. Finally, we hop on them. Win an in-game above Surge. And look, they're looking for that high ground. They have it. Rex wants
24
it.
above. 64 below. That's what I'm saying. You said finally we hopped on with them when they were above Surge, but I was saying, are they that above Surge? But luckily the shot's being traded up. High ground gets ripped away. Great about face, top of the screen. That's Rexico going, but Reet now operating where he does best in the low ground. That's the bottom left-hand corner. They got the chili chug splashes popped onto him, and then Wavy Jacob is in the bottom right-hand corner screen. As we get into our final top 10, Storm Surge now finally turns off. 7th zone almost closed.
Can they do? Who is going to find that one breaking point of the lobby? Because it seems like these trios have not met or found it yet. They are just slowly making their way on through, just trying to stay up for as long as they can. Where is it going to happen? Who is going to go down first? Reed may be the one to do it. Taken down, though. Coffee will get traded out. Reed still up, still operating. 3 eliminations. That was great. Another elimination. We will find more. Wavy Jacob on the backside is going to lose tempo, trying to trade it out. Not going to be able to do so. It's going to be symmetrical. That doesn't. Rex takes a lot of damage. We'll be able to heal back up. We'll hop back on board here with them. They've got chug splashes. They've got room. They've got mats, and they've got time.
Symmetrical just picked up 3 eliminations on the mid-ground target, but you also see that hip-to-hip, they're about to come on a collision course right now. They're 2 layers across from each other. Reeds looking for the drop down, 5 elims for one team. That's Epic Willico right above. They're trying to get the hit there, but Reed ends up taking the big part of the damage. They get backed off. Into the top 10 we go.
Rex is
into
down.
the 8th zone. Rex ends up getting knocked. This closer. Nico on the backside. They're not do it, but Kono ends up flying down. They're trying to stick the revive onto Rex. Reed though, looking, he sees, he finds the opening, and that's Reed finding the shots on the 4X champions, ruining their chance, getting a beat. I'm not sure. Yeah, Valve's got the knock. He's gonna take it away. Nico gets his confirmation. He gets both, pushing 6 elims, pushing up onto 217 points. There they go, trying to win back-to-back second places. They want a victory royale to close it out. Play.
They do, and they may be able to get it because high ground looks like they're in shambles, running out of build. Symmetrical trying to make a play as well, trying to disturb anything up above. He's going to find Moose there on the backside. 5 eliminations. What can Symmetrical find? Again, there in second place. So anytime that they're up as well, they're cutting into that lead. If Symmetrical does this, no! It gets stolen away. He's edited down, taken down by Reed. He says, second place, who? I don't know you. I want first, and I want to secure it. They're looking for it here. A 3v3. They have the mats, they have the HP, but can they find the Elam? Snacky is unfortunately top below. High ground going to be dropped down. They don't have the map. They have to go. They have to break in, but this is hard mats. This is metal. They're finally onto the wood. What can they find? Do they have the time? Who is going to be more patient? Taz has got the heal off, though. There's going to be a shot. Doesn't need a heal off when you're taking them down like that. Now a 3v2. Cabbage is being dropped out as well. Heal off is literally not even needed. But wait a minute. Fast may go down. That may be the win condition. Going down. And just like that, they have crumbled. Sauco, Mojo, and Defiable take them down, take the win. But overall, they're going to end up in first.
Ripped away at the last moment. They tried to unleash the heels, but in the moment when he dipped out in the storm, he was met with the Durburger. The sleep paralysis demon said surprise, dipped around the backside and able to close it out. But when you turn and pause and look for a second, that's 3 straight second place finishes. That's a bunch of points. It's going to open up a huge lead for them, and they couldn't ask for a better start. We couldn't have asked for a better day of Fortnite, but thank you guys so much. My name's Sundown. Been joined by Clay Stelling. That's it from us. We're going to kick it on over the desk to take it home. Zeke, Panda, SBG. It's all yours.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, the last game of day number 1 of finals. And Sundown is right. Another second place. I know, Panda. I know. And now I can't control myself. I feel like I'm Team Stacky Reed and Fabs. Listen, if it goes wrong. Listen, if it goes wrong, actually, I said this at the top of the show. I'm playing the field right now. So I'm in a win-win situation regardless.
Hey,
Defiable. What were you saying, SVG?
I was just hyping you up. Your prediction's working just like Panda's.
That's right. SPG, always the team player, always playing all sides. I respect that. We're going to relive the victory royales, excuse me, from the day. My goodness, there's a lot at stake here for NA West. This could very well be the first time Akram, Rex, and Epic Whale are dethroned. And the tricky part is there's now so many teams in their way that could very easily also slow them down. Whereas in the past, no one can keep up with them, SPG. But now, I mean, this is a different time. We're in the future. It's happening.
Man, it looks like Reet, Faz, and Snacky are by far the team to beat here in this FNCS. I mean, 3 second places, a victory royale, another top 5 placement. I mean, these guys seem just unstoppable today. And the more we talk about them behind the scenes and what they're doing, it is just so perfect. They're playing every position well, and even though they don't get the end here, Salco, Mojo, and Defiable able to get themselves up. That's actually a big swing for these guys. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, and hey, Panda, I'll let you take this one.
The Kings are dethroned after day 1. I'm just kidding. Look, they're not done yet, right? But look, Arkham, Rex, and Epic Will have climbed up to the 4th spot on the leaderboard, but let me be clear. There is a huge discrepancy between 4th and 1st place. Reed, Fabs, and Snacky ending the day with 230 points. That is no easy feat whatsoever. But with a 1st place and then several 2nd place finishes afterwards, I just don't see them getting dethroned. Now, that's knock on wood, right? Obviously, there's still so much games to play. Yes, tomorrow, but I just don't see it happening. They are playing so phenomenally well that I'm at a loss for words.
Hey, Panda, one thing that we have to recognize is how well symmetrical Temple and Wavy Jacob are playing. They put up 200 points themselves. That went under the radar, and they have been playing so well. Just like the first places or the second places from Reed's team, they've been getting third places right behind them. And 200 points on any other region is incredible. And we see it here, but it's being overshadowed because of the performance. So shout out to that trio.
I think it's absolutely insane, okay? Earlier in EU, we saw from Seti Kami take 235 points, and we thought that was absolutely insane. And no one else has really come that close. And now from this trio showing up, Reed, Fab, Snacky, they put up 230. I mean, these guys are firing on all cylinders, but my biggest concern now turns to day number 2. Can they translate that into day number 2? Because for all we know, they come in tomorrow and they can't get jump started, and then they're just gonna kind of freeze in that moment. So what I'm really hoping, because we know Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, they are coming online tomorrow. It's going to happen. Unless the lobby decides we have to dethrone these guys finally. Reed and company, just go. We'll hold them off. It'll buy them maybe one round, but this is gonna come down to the wire in tomorrow's games. Fortnite fam, this is the conclusion of NA West as far as day number 1 is concerned, but don't forget, we have day number 2 tomorrow. Finals from NA East, from EU, NA West. Make sure you come back tomorrow for more action here from the FNCS. We love you guys so dearly. Please give these two incredible gentlemen a follow. Give Clay and Sundown a follow as well. With all them, this just ain't possible. We love you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action from the FNCS. Until then, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Reed's going to use that blast build and try to get into the build. Snacky there as well. They're hopping on. They have to go aggressive. This is where Reed dominates 2. You're right. Where's number 3, 4, 5, 6? It feels like Reed could get all of them. Matt's going to come through. They got the siphon. This is great. Reed needs it on the logo. They've got to be careful. Waves trying to make something happen, but doesn't really have. No! He's going to find XLR out of nowhere.
They turn around. There's a team behind him, and that's Rex, who goes down. Epic Whale barely in fighting shape. Arkham trying to find some space around the side, and that's a huge shot there.
They can keep closing the distance on Reed if they weren't in this game, but they're still up. They're still on high ground. They're looking to take it. You're right. Saki is down, but he will trade out Temple there. It's going to come up to Fabs and Reed to be able to do a nice elimination there from Arkham looking back into the zone. Do they have the time? Who is going to be more patient? Fabs has got the heal off, though. There's going to be a shot. Doesn't need a heal off when you're taking him down like that. Now a 3v2. Cabbage is being dropped out as well. Heal off is literally not even needed. But wait a minute. Fabs may go down. That may be the win condition going down. And just like that, they have crumbled.